Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter defied the Phoenix Order after the Ministry battle. Here is short summary. Haunted by loss and tired of being a pawn, Harry turns his back on the Order. As secrets unravel and loyalties are tested, he forges his own path, one that may save the world, or shatter it. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Tonks stared at the Gringotts letter in her hand, trying desperately to figure out what to do next. She had no money, no bank account. How was she going to pay back these fees? How was she going to pay her rent? How was she going to eat? Her wages wouldn't even cover her repayments. Tonks, everything okay over there? She jumped, looking around herself to find only the greenery of the bush she was sat in staring back at her. It took her a few more disillusioned seconds to realize that the voice was coming from her wrist, which she raised to her mouth shakily. "Watcher Remus," she said vaguely, staring down at the letter still. "How is everything over there?" She looked guiltily towards number 4, Privet Drive. She'd been so busy thinking about her situation she hadn't been watching or checking the house at all since she'd come on shift a few hours ago. However, a quick look over to Harry's bedroom told her he was still in bed, the curtains were still drawn and there was no light on. "Harry's still in bed," she replied, shifting slightly in her uncomfortable spot, "and my bum's gone numb." "Still asleep?" asked Remus' voice, echoing in the air around her eerily. "It's nearly 1 in the afternoon." Tonks looked at her watch in shock. She hadn't even registered the time either. Where was her head today? "He doesn't usually stay in bed this long," Remus was saying, and she shifted guiltily once again. "I know," she said, looking up towards his room, "but the past few days he has. Maybe he's depressed." "You think I should go back and talk to him, don't you? About what happened?" He sounded worried and she gave a sigh. "Maybe not yet, Remus," she replied cautiously. "How about I go and check in on him? Maybe I could ask him about that girl while I'm at it." "Do you really think he'll tell you anything?" "You never know." She shrugged. "Maybe we need a new angle on this, understanding." "Try it then," he replied, sounding slightly odd. "I don't fancy your chances though." "All right, Remus. I'm off in an hour. I'll see you at the house." "Yeah, okay." Tonks stood up and stretched for some time, trying desperately to rub some life into her heavy limbs. The rejection letter from Gringotts that had previously been clutched in her hand was tucked into her robes and she surreptitiously pulled the invisibility cloak off. Petunia answered the door, took one look at Tonks and allowed a sneer to curl onto her lips. "She obviously recognizes me then," Tonks thought grimly. "You're here early," Petunia said, nostrils flaring as she took in the robes she was wearing, a day early. "I know, Mrs. Dursley," she said as politely as she could muster. "It can't have escaped your notice that Harry isn't awake yet." "Are yours?" she said snidely. "He won't get up." "Why not?" asked Tonks, anxiety creeping over her. "I don't know," she said, looking Tonks up and down again. "He's been like it ever since he got back." "Do you teach insolence at that school of yours as well now?" "Can I speak to him?" cut in Tonks, annoyed now. "No. Every 3 days was your deal and we've kept up our end of the bargain. I won't have strangers traipsing in and out of my house as and when they feel like it," she said angrily, making to close the door. Tonks stuck her boot in the crack and the door bounced harmlessly off it. Petunia made a noise that seemed halfway between anger at her impudence and shock at her open display of hostility. "Mrs. Dursley," cautioned Tonks in a firm voice, "either you stand aside and let me in to see Harry right now, or I will be forced to take action." Petunia glared at Tonks for a long moment, fighting against her desire to get rid of her, balanced with the fear of magic in her home. She was still trying to make her mind up when Tonks gave an irritated sigh and pushed the door open herself, walking past Petunia and heading towards the stairs. "Honestly," she scolded, retreating down the corridor to her kitchen and leaving Tonks to work in peace. She climbed the stairs and waited outside Harry's room for a second before giving the door a knock. There was no answer. "Harry, it's Tonks," she called through the door. Silence. She gave a sigh, wondering what was going on with him. Come on, Harry, she said, I just want a quick chat. She waited with bated breath. She couldn't even hear him stirring. Harry, she tried, angrily this time, stop being childish. At least speak to me. That should have irritated him enough into retorting, she thought, waiting for a moment. Still nothing. Fine, Harry, if you're going to be like that, I'm coming in, she said finally. She paused, but he didn't shout at her, so she pushed the door open, and all at once she knew something was wrong. Her eyes fell on his bed, which even in the gloom she could see was curiously shaped. She rushed forward, yanking off the quilt to find not the sleeping teenager, only an artfully constructed assemblage of pillows. What the? She said in mounting horror, spinning around to survey the rest of the room. The desk was bare, the walls had lost their Gryffindor decorations, the birdcage stood open and empty, and the wardrobe looked suspiciously bare. Her heart hammering madly against her chest, she found his school trunk and pulled it open. Everything was neatly folded and laid into the trunk. Sheaves of parchments, letters from his friends, spread across the top, and Tonks only caught a few random sentences. Harry, why aren't you talking to us? Just write me a short note on the bottom of this and send it back. Hermione's taking it really personally. Harry, what are you playing at? I'm sorry about what happened. I'm very worried about you. Friends are supposed to support each other, good times and bad. Tonks stood up and surveyed the room one last time, as if she'd suddenly find him sitting on the bed, looking at her oddly. She put her face into her hands and gave a shuddering breath before raising her wrist to her mouth. Remus, she whispered, staring at the wall in horror. Tonks, what's wrong? He asked instantly. Get here now, she replied in a shaking voice. Why, what's wrong? Harry's gone. Harry watched the scenery flashing past the window of the train, thinking of its dissimilarities to the Hogwarts Express. It seemed such a long time ago now, sitting in that carriage on his own and Ron turning up. He smiled to himself sadly as he thought about how they'd banded together against Hermione, who had been in full boss mode. Neville was there with Trevor too. Ginny had been on the platform, and the twins had been up to mischief further down the carriage. All the most important characters of his life introduced right there on the train, on his first day of school. Looking back now, he couldn't believe he was the same person, that Hermione had been the one who followed him and Ron to the midnight duel he was supposed to have with Malfoy, that Ron was practicing turning Scabbers yellow. If he'd known then what he knew now, would he still have got on that train? He frowned at his thoughts, wondering where Hermione and Ron were now, what they were doing and what they thought about his disappearance. For the first time since he thought about running away, he began to think about missing them and began to worry about what they thought. They'd stuck by him through thick and thin, and now he'd abandoned them. You haven't, he chided himself sharply, you not running away from them, you're running away from life full of pain, misery, murder. You have to find out what happened to Sirius. You've got a very thoughtful look on your face again, came Kitty's voice next to him suddenly. He looked across to her and gave a fake smile to show that he was perfectly fine. She merely raised her eyebrows at him, as if to say, do you think that's really going to work? Shame on you. What's up? She asked him. Just, he began, before shrugging, thinking. That's bad for you, you know, she told him, only half joking. He gave a half-hearted smile and looked at the scenery again. To think, they'd followed him into the depths of the Ministry, fought Death Eaters with him, and he'd left, without even saying goodbye. Do you wanna tell me? She asked, nudging his shoulder with hers. I can do serious sometimes. Just thinking about my friends, he said distantly, looking out the window now, what they think. About you leaving? She asked, and he nodded heavily. Well, it's my experience that people usually forget after a while. Sure, they'll be pissed off at you now, but eventually, you know, they won't care. Harry had been expecting the usual words of comfort, and he knew Kitty was trying her best, but her words acted like a bucket of cold water to the face. It wasn't that he was thinking about Ron and Hermione now, however, because he couldn't, or wouldn't believe that's what they'd do, he was thinking instead about Kitty. He stared at her, obviously looking shocked because Kitty gave a frown. Sorry, she said flatly, turning away, I'm not very good at this crap. No, it's not that, he said hurriedly, shifting in his seat to face her. Is that what happened to you? Sure, she said, sounding relieved she hadn't annoyed him. Think about it, Harry. How many people have you known in your life, and how many are you still friends with? Hardly any. You go through life making these friends, these people you couldn't possibly live without, soulmates and everything, never been so close. And then one day, it just goes, and you drift apart. Phone calls stop, nights out dry up, and then it just ends. And for a while you're sad, you can't understand what happened, you feel like you should be making the effort, and then do you know what you find? What? Asked Harry, looking unusually pale. That you don't miss them anymore, she said. Harry stared at her for some time, trying to process everything she said. It sounded more horrible than he could put into words. Would a day come where he suddenly wouldn't care whether Ron was around to play chess with, wouldn't be bothered that Hermione wasn't bugging him about spew or homework, that Neville didn't need help finding Trevor, that Ginny would be defiantly not fancying him? Would he ever not miss them? It's just the way of the world, she said, a little more firmly now. A day'll come when you won't even remember me, or if you do, you just think, I remember when I did that crazy thing, you know. Do you think that'll happen? He asked her, slightly taken aback at how accusatory he sounded. It usually does, she said flatly. It took him a few moments to realize that she had been pouring her heart out without him even realizing it, and he frowned slightly at the thought. She'd made him think she was talking about Ron and Hermione, but all she was doing was talking about herself, the friends she'd lost. Kitty, how many times have you run away? He asked her, not surprised to see her expression closing down. Dunno, she said offhandedly, giving a careless shrug. Everything's an act with her. He realized in a flash of understanding, you really have to dig to get through it, really have to work hard and gain her trust to even get the tiniest glimmer of truth. He picked up the Coke bottle of his lap and studied the label for some time, before looking at her thoughtfully. Go on, how many times? I don't know, Harry, she snapped. Jesus. She was only being tetchy because she thinks she has to, he reasoned with himself, she wants to tell you. She just wanted someone to give as good as she does, to be upfront and to hell with the consequences. I tell you what, he said nonchalantly, you can ask me anything you like, and I'll reply honestly, if you tell me how many times you've run away, and why. That's a crap game, she said in a monotone, but he saw a flicker in her eyes that told him she was going to play. Okay, he said airily, I'll just go back to sitting in silence then. Harry turned back to the scenery and he could tell Kitty was fuming silently next to him over the obvious control he'd gained in the conversation. He grinned to himself, smug in the knowledge he'd found a way to crack Kitty. He knew she had a lever, everybody has one, and once you find it. 11 times. Huh? He asked, looking across to her, disturbed from his gloating thoughts. That's how many times I've run away, she said, a challenging look on her face. He went from congratulating himself in getting an answer to shock at the actual number within a millisecond and was staring at her incredulously. 11 times. He asked blankly. Yep. 11. 1. He repeated, just to check. Yes, Christ Harry, sort your hearing out, she laughed, and he realized she'd gained the upper hand again. That's a lot, he remarked. She shrugged as if she didn't really agree and he let himself dwell on the number for a while. 11. That was nearly twice a year since she'd left Surrey. What could make someone want to run away that much? Why? He asked her in wonder. I can't remember, she said distantly. Stop procrastinating and tell me, he said flatly, trying a Kitty technique. I don't even know what that means, she said irritably. It means stop avoiding the question and tell me, Kitty, he said a little more softly this time, rules of the game. Fine, she huffed, before taking a deep breath. I just hated my life at that point, well, most of it really. She gave a laugh and he waited for her to continue. You saw him, Harry, you know what he's like, that's just what life with him was like, except it was towards my mom then, instead of me. She gave another deep sigh and studied her hands. Then he got put away and they got divorced and my mom didn't have any money, but we ran away anyway, stayed with random family, you know. Then we ran out of family and money and he got out and came looking for us. I never liked being around at those points. She fell silent, and Harry, who had been studying her face closely during her story, felt some kind of action was needed. He reached forward and took hold of her hand, lacing her fingers into his and giving it a gentle squeeze. Why? He pressed. What happened then? Well, she was as bad as him, you know. She'd take me to one of these women's refuges, apparently to hide from him, but as soon as she ran out of money, she'd go back to him to get some. They deserved each other in the end, alcoholic and a crack addict. She was on drugs. He whispered in horror. Yeah, that's how she died in the end, she said, looking almost angry. I'd run away at the time and she'd got us evicted anyway, so, that's it. Harry suddenly understood all the anger she carried around with her. He tried to figure out why she walked through life acting as if everything and everyone was personally offending her. Who could blame her when she'd had such a horrible life? It came out most when she was speaking about her parents, but especially her mother. It was if she'd accepted her stepfather was like that, as if he had some excuse, but she seemed bitterly resentful against her mother. How come you went back to your stepdad's? Asked Harry, feeling confused. I got offered this choice a few months back, she mused to herself, and it was one of those moments where you can see your whole life unrolling before you and you can go down one way or you can go down the other, and be two completely different people at the end, but there's no going back, you're stuck like that. Harry nodded slowly. In one way she was making absolutely no sense at all, but on the other, she seemed to be speaking directly to his heart with no need to bypass through the brain. And I didn't like the choice. I had no money, nowhere to live and no one to turn to, she said, featuring darkening, except him. Harry tried to imagine what the choice could have been, if the easiest option was to go and imprison yourself with that man in that place for as long as she could last. So, there you go, she said sarcastically, giving his hand a squeeze back. The fascinating story of the little girl that ran away, exciting wasn't it? Not really, he said quietly, still dwelling on how awful it was. Well, it's my turn now, she said, somehow managing to brush away the evil atmosphere. Okay, he said slowly, one question only and I'll answer honestly. Okay, my question is this, how did you get your scar? The kitchen was in an uproar, all of the order was there, and the news of Harry's disappearance had just reached everybody. Mrs. Weasley had burst into floods of tears which Arthur was trying to stem but failing miserably as she bewailed their security protections and predicted his death. Tonks was stood by the door, chewing on a lock of somber black hair as she watched Moody trying rally everybody into sitting and calming down. Let's just get the facts straight, called Moody, as everyone began to assemble into some sort of order. Now as we all know Potter's gone missing. Wait, Moody, called Tonks suddenly. Everyone stared at her as she turned around and wrenched the door open, to find Ron, Ginny and the twins crouched behind it, extendable ears still crawling forwards. Give me those, she said sharply, wrenching them away from the teenagers who all stood up and protested at once. What's happened to Harry? Asked Ron at once, looking completely unembarrassed at being caught spying. Not now, Ron, she said, trying to shut the door on them. This was met by howls of fury and Tonks quickly sealed the door with an imperturbable charm, screwing the extendable ears up in her hands. Go on, Moody, she nodded. Well, maybe you can explain what's happened, he said accusingly, and she gave a guilty squirm. I checked the house at 1 when I saw he hadn't got out of bed yet, she told everyone, unable to look over to Remus as it had only been his prompting that had woken her up. And his aunt said he hadn't got up yet, and when I went into his room, I found out he wasn't there, she finished, staring at the floor. And magic had been used? Asked Emmeline anxiously. No, replied Tonks, and they all frowned somewhat. No magic detected all week. Nobody's been to the house except the girl. The aunt says no one's been there this morning or last night. I knew that girl was trouble, cried Mrs. Weasley, abandoning her hanky long enough to give them all accusatory stare. I told you to do something about it. I've been doing something about it, snapped Tonks back. Not enough. You don't even know her name. For all we know, she could be a Death Eater in disguise. Spluttered Mrs. Weasley as her husband's soothing pats on the back increased with the sound of her voice. Why didn't we know he'd been taken? Now, we don't know she's involved yet, said Kingsley, trying to soothe down the obviously high emotions of the room. It's a possibility though, added Hestia Jones thoughtfully, and Tonks folded her arms and angrily stared at the floor. I got an address of where she lived, said Tonks in a forced calm voice. Bill can find out her name and anything you want as soon as we get him into the records department of the ministry. It's too late now, cried Mrs. Weasley dramatically. I'll do it anyway, said Bill in a comforting tone towards his mother. Kingsley and Tonks were taking me in today. We should know all about her by tonight. Even so, we need to look at other possibilities too, right? Asked Doge in a wheezy voice. Other Death Eater plots, you know who must have planned something. I don't think so, said Remus, speaking up for the first time. I don't think he's been kidnapped. Everyone began talking at once and he looked over to Tonks briefly. They'd already discussed this, and she knew exactly how everyone would take it. What do you mean? Asked Moody gruffly. I think he ran away, said Remus. His statement caused instant uproar, and everyone began talking at once, drowned out by the continued sounds of Mrs. Weasley sobbing. It's true, said Tonks in a loud voice, causing everyone to quieten down slightly and stare at her. Harry wouldn't run away, said Mrs. Weasley fiercely. There was no sign of a struggle. No magic was used. His bed was made up to look like someone was sleeping in it. He tidied his room and packed everything into his trunk neatly. His owl was sent away. Only his bag, clothes, and wand is gone. Asked Tonks angrily. Face it. He's run away. I must say, it certainly doesn't surprise me, said a lazy voice from the corner. Everyone looked over to Snape slightly angrily as he lounged back in his chair looking as if the news, far from worrying him, actually amused him. Moody merely glared at him before he turned to survey everyone. I agree with Tonks and Lupin, he said, it appears he has run away. But, this may also be a clever ruse by the Death Eaters to make us think that. So, I want Bill to find out about that girl. I want Tonks and Remus to go over to her house and talk to her if she's there. I want the rest of you making subtle inquiries. If he has gone, then we need to keep it quiet. No one outside this room can know that he's missing. If he has just run away, then we don't want you know who taking advantage of it. Everyone blanched at the thought. Is everyone clear? He asked, and everyone nodded silently. Good. Meet back here this evening. Harry waited for Kitty to bring over their lunch, sitting bolt upright in the shiny plastic booth of the McDonald's as he worried about the order. Had they found him yet? Would the new anti-tracking charms and potions he'd had to pay serious gold for worked? Would the last vial in his pocket work? He curled his fingers around it, feeling the reassuring cold glass drumming his other hand on the table as he waited for her to return. Had they found him missing yet? Could they trace Kitty quickly? Did they already know where he was? He began biting his thumbnail, staring unseeingly at the plastic model of a clown as he toyed with the vial. Was this the same as drugging someone? What if it was a bad potion? Would it hurt Kitty as she was Muggle? Penny for your thoughts, came the voice behind him, causing him to jump. Whoa, obviously nervous thoughts. Sorry, was miles away, he said, before giving her a weak grin. Looks good. Harry, McDonald's always looks good, she laughed, placing the tray down in front of him. Yeah, right, sorry, he babbled, dropping the vial back into his pocket. Would it hurt her? He couldn't help worrying about this. He didn't tell the man it was for a Muggle. Would it matter? Maybe it would. What would he do if she got sick? He wouldn't be able to cope if he hurt her too. Harry, what? He asked quickly, completely oblivious to whatever she had been seeing. Jesus, wake up man, she said, handing him a milkshake. Are you worried or what? A little, he admitted, trying to focus. Well, we've got a few days grace, right? Who's gonna think of looking for you here? She reassured him, peeling the paper away from her straw. Her words didn't comfort him as he thought of what Dumbledore was capable of, and he reached into his pocket for the vial. How was he even going to get her to drink it? Anyway, look after my bag, she said suddenly, hoisting it over to him. Just going to the toilet. He nodded as she wandered away, and for a few moments he simply looked down at their tray of food, not being able to believe the gift she'd just handed him. There sitting in front of him was her Coke. He felt the vial again and after a moment's indecision, quickly pulled it out of his pocket, flicking the cork out and pulling her Coke towards him. It was over in a few seconds, tipping in the colorless liquid which sank out of sight. He picked up her straw and began to stir it in feverishly. "You'll make it flat," came a whisper in his ear. He nearly dropped it on the floor, jumping it about a mile and letting out a yell. Several people turned around to stare at them. "Seriously, Harry," she began to laugh hysterically, "calm down. You'll give yourself a heart attack." "Right," he said, pushing her Coke away and trying to hide his shaking hands underneath the table. "What were you doing?" she asked curiously, picking up the Coke and giving it the briefest glance. "Dunno." He shrugged, "just bored, got mesmerized by the bubbles." He cringed to himself. Was that the best he could come up with? "You're so strange," she said, shaking her head and sipping her drink. He watched with bated breath. She gave a slight frown and he felt his heart actually stop beating. "You did make it flat," she complained. "Sorry, do you want mine?" he asked quickly. "Come on, Harry. I hate banana milkshake," she told him with a laugh and a shrug, "it's not that bad." "Still Coke, right?" "Right," he said breathlessly, still watching her taking a deep gulp. His heart had started beating again now but thumped painfully against his ribcage. Remus pulled his battered Muggle overcoat around him, self-consciously comparing his clothes to those around him. He was never quite sure if he got it right. He glanced over to Tonks, who seemed to be breezing through the streets, giving not even the slightest bit of attention to whether Muggles did, in fact, wear purple tights beneath blue skirts with matching hair color. "Do you wear Muggle clothes a lot?" he asked her curiously, noticing he'd just seen someone walk past with the same t-shirt as her on. "I do with work a lot and visiting my folks, but they're not as comfortable as robes," she said thoughtfully, checking the street signs, "but you do get the feeling of being more individual, showing off your own personal style, you know." "I never really got the hang of them," he said, looking down at his combination. "Oh, over there, Tower Street." "We live and learn," she remarked vaguely, as both their gazes were drawn upwards to the huge block of flats that had suddenly blocked out the sun. "Mandela House?" asked Remus, already knowing the answer. They walked past a large red plastic sign that probably once portrayed the name of the building but now was a testament to the changing fashions of graffiti. They stood staring up at the edifice for a few moments, both thinking the same thing but not voicing it. "Well, let's go," he said finally, squaring his shoulders and heading towards the heavy-looking door, 18D right. She gave a nod and they walked through the entrance met by their next choice, lifts or stairs. Remus stared at the doors with an air of polite mistrust. The doors were jammed open halfway with a traffic cone so all the cables were exposed. "Looks like we're walking," joked Tonks, heading for the stairs. The 18th floor, Remus soon realized, was a very long way up, especially when the stairs were thronged with people coming up and down, some shouting to others higher up, others pulling pushchairs up backwards or carrying bags of shopping. He'd nearly been sent flying by a group of young kids who couldn't have been more than 11 or 12 who were running as fast as they could down in what sounded like a very violent chase. Tonks plowed on ahead, face set in a grim mask of concentration as Remus let the conversations wash over them. What was on TV tonight? The latest gossip from the celebrity world, rumors of Flat 15C. Nothing about a new boy on the 18th floor. He was surprised, however, at the language. Some mild curses were used in the magical world, a few of the more colorful ones by Mundungus or the Weasley clan if they were out of earshot of Molly, but nothing like this. "Here we are, 18th floor," said Tonks, pushing the door on the stairwell open to reveal a long corridor, open on one side to the elements by ways of a balcony. "Flat 18D, he pointed out, as they came to a stop outside a battered looking down with a rusty number screwed onto it. Tonks gave him a look, before raising a fist and knocking on it loudly and clearly. They waited for a few moments before she repeated the action and Remus wondered who would eventually open the door. That girl. Would Harry still be there? Her parents perhaps. However, after several minutes it was clear that no one was home and Tonks looked up to him expectantly. "Try the neighbors?" he asked her, knowing already what she wanted to do. She nodded and moved to the next door, knocking on it and awaiting as the sounds of movement from within grew louder. A young girl, perhaps no more than 7 or 8, opened the door and stared up at them expectantly. "Watch her," smiled Tonks, leaning down slightly to talk to the girl. Is she not in? Ooh, asked the girl, scratching her nose. Next door. I've tried knocking but no one's answering, she replied, and Remus was silently impressed that she managed to sound like she knew the girl next door. The girl looked Tonks up and down, taking in the boots, brightly colored tights and small skirt. Kathis gone, she said finally. Obviously Tonks had gained her approval. Gone. She frowned. Where? Dunno. Left last night in a hurry. She was fighting with her dad. She shrugged. Why do you want her? She was supposed to meet me in town, lied Tonks as Remus stared at her significantly. Do you know when she's going to be back? Dunno. He sounded pretty angry, said the young girl, scratching her nose again. He's been round all of ours asking about her. Reckon she's in big trouble. Really? Asked Tonks, even more puzzled now. This didn't sound like Death Eater activity. Yeah, big row, lots of fightin', said the girl, as usual. I'll miss her, she's real cool. You don't think she's coming back? Nah, I wouldn't, said she was gonna leave ages ago anywho, the girl told her, looking slightly upset now. Yeah, I know, Tonks lied. Any idea where she'd go? The little girl shrugged, and Tonks gave a grim smile. Thanks a lot. The door was shut and Tonks turned to Remus incredulously. What do you think of that? Sounds like she went missing last night, he said grimly. Sound familiar? It can't be a coincidence, can it? She said. Molly was right. They've run away together, haven't they? And I don't think it's because she's a Death Eater, he added, rubbing his face with his hands. I bet they've been planning this for ages. How else could he have got past us? What are we going to do now? She asked him, leaning against the wall heavily. Let's try her house again, he suggested, and she raised her eyebrow. Remus turned his back to the door, scanning the corridor as he tried his best to shield her from view. All clear, he muttered. Alohomora. There was a small click and the sound of a chain sliding back slowly, then dropping against the door. Looking around again carefully, she darted inside, and he quickly followed, shutting the door and immediately losing his vision. Whoa, said Tonks, hope I'm not the only one with a sudden and dramatic loss of eyesight. Lumos, whispered Remus by ways of an answer, and the small hallway was flooded in golden light. They looked around for a few seconds in silence. I've said it once and I'll say it again, said Tonks weakly. Whoa. Be careful, he agreed. He edged his way through the mountain of rubbish that blocked the corridor, boots crunching into broken glass. Tonks gave a cringe at the sound and also lit her wand, before entering into the lounge. Again, they surveyed it for a few moments in silence, eyes flicking from item to item with a sinking feeling in their hearts. This place makes my flat look like a palace, she remarked, wandering over to what had once been a table in the center of the room. She bent down and surveyed the wreckage of the glass, shortly joined by Remus, who prodded around gingerly. He picked up a piece and held it up so they could both see the red stain and shared a significant look. Tonks didn't ask how Remus had spotted the blood amidst all that glass. He had a knack for that sort of thing. Broken table, dislodged furniture, pictures have fallen off the wall, noted Tonks, looking around the place. You know what that says to me? A fight. Remus agreed, also seeing the disturbance through the general mess of the place. The girl next door said there was a row. I wonder what happened. Let's find out, she said, raising her wand as he did the same, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, Revelios. A set of shining footprints suddenly entered the room and they watched it pacing and crossing the room ceaselessly until Tonks grew bored and sped it up. Over 12 hours was rewound until suddenly 3 set of footprints were in the room, and one of them was red. Pause, commanded Tonks when the footsteps had got to the point when they were first in the room together. All 3 of them stops in their tracks and Tonks and Remus stared at them. The largest of the 3, the first set they'd seen, was stood by the door. The second, smaller pearly white ones were over in the wreckage of the table. The red ones were halfway down the hall. Her dad, that girl and Harry, you're thinking? Guessed Tonks, staring at the red tracks. Red's the color of magic, who else could it be? Asked Remus. So, what? She was in here with her dad when Harry comes running in. Here she let the tracks play out their role. As Harry entered the room, They saw the father step away from the girl as the footsteps briefly disappeared, before the outline of a body glowed through the glass. Pause. She fell through the table, said Tonks in a shocked voice, picking up the bloody glass again. Was pushed, said Remus, and she looked up sharply. She looked at the footprints and commanded them to continue. Harry walks in, sees her lying there, and then, began Remus, watching what was happening. The red footprints suddenly zoomed across the room towards the sofa. He gets thrown over, continued Tonks, and then the father comes. Both sets of footprints suddenly scurried back in unison until they were almost against the wall before Harry's disappeared altogether. Wait, what's happened? She demanded, looking around the room as she paused the tracker. Remus ran a hand across the wall where the man's footprints were pointing towards, deep in concentration. His fingers ran across a nail sticking out, obviously for a picture, and he looked down at the floor. Sure enough, there lay a frame, glass smashed. He was pushed up against the wall, said Remus quietly. Bastard, said Tonks savagely, and Remus couldn't help but agree as she began the tracker again. They started at where Harry's feet should have been, waiting desperately. Tonks nearly cried out in relief when they landed again, quickly followed by his hands and knees. That girl had come up behind him, pointed out Remus, and they both watched as the scuffle began all over again between the whiter footprints. They watched as the entire fight folded out beneath them, trying to put actions to the tracker. It seemed to end in a standoff of nearly a minute where they hardly moved until finally the man's outline could be seen on the floor. For only one more minute were the two's footprints visible until they ran for the door and disappeared where they couldn't track them. This was a serious fight, said Tonks finally. After they'd both processed the events, they would almost certainly have been wounded, especially her. She fell through a glass table. Maybe we should check the local hospitals, we could get lucky, he suggested, and she nodded mutely. They both thought about what they had seen for a few more moments before Remus sighed, squared his shoulders and looked over to her. So what does this mean? It means, Harry and that girl, Kathy, they were here last night, fought with her father and ran away, together. Molly's going to love this, he sighed and stared at the smashed table once again. But do you know what? I really don't think this is a Death Eater trap, it's just too muggle. I think Harry's met this girl, fallen in love with her, and they've run away together. Remus stared at her. Why? Was all he could say. Why would they run away? When you're in love you do stupid things, said Tonks, looking away. Who knows? We better go back and tell everyone about this, he said finally with one last look around the flat. The news that the mysterious girl, now known only as the elusive Kathy, had also gone missing last night caused even more commotion within the small kitchen of Grimmauld Place, especially the news of the fight Harry had been involved in. Tonks didn't think she could stand being in that room listening to Mrs. Weasley trying not to cry, Snape adding unhelpful comments and smirks, Moody talking about the enemy, and seeing Remus trying to cover her mistakes of the morning. It wouldn't take them long to get over the shock and realize that Harry gone missing and she hadn't even noticed, the qualified or. She zoned back into the conversation to hear them arguing over what to do next when the doorbell rang suddenly. Charlie jumped up and rushed past her to get it, obviously as eager as her to get out of the situation. I've got us a name. Came the yell as soon as the front door had slammed shut and everyone in the kitchen's ears pricked up. They looked over to the door to see it burst open, Bill striding through clasping a sheaf of parchment. That girl? Asked Tonks, straightening up and looking alert. Kathy. Yes. He wheezed, trying to pull air back into his lungs from his run. Well, who is she? Demanded Remus, on his feet without realizing. Her name is Catherine Earle, Kathy to her friends as we know, began Bill, throwing the papers onto the table and surveying the assembled group proudly. What else? Demanded Kingsley in his deep, powerful voice. She's one of, let me just check. Yes, one of 4 children, 3 stepbrothers by her stepfather, said Bill in a rush as quills scratched away to his voice. You're going to love this. He's what the Muggles call on the dole, meaning he's unemployed, served 5 years at Featherstone Prison, for armed robbery and assault. Nasty character, said Moody gruffly, nodding for Bill to continue. Mother's been dead for 2 years. Died of massive overdose taken in the family home on Christmas Eve. Can you believe it? Died the next day in a Muggle hospital. So, who was she living with at this point? Asked Tonks, looking shocked and saddened. I'm not quite sure. She seems to disappear regularly from time to time, appearing on certain school registers around the Midlands area until 6 months ago when her stepfather starts claiming child benefits for her care, said Bill, who was rushing on ahead breathlessly. So, she's a serial runaway, said Moody slowly, as if he'd suspected nothing else. And now she's got Harry, said Mrs. Weasley, hand over mouth. You said she was going to school in the Midlands? Asked Remus thoughtfully, thinking this explained the accent. Yeah, I've managed to find her name cropping up on about 13 different school registers already, and that's only in one county borough, said Bill in amazement, shuffling through the parchments and pulling out a piece, handing it to Remus. She doesn't stay in one place for too long, often being expelled for various reasons. Such as, Mrs. Weasley said, looking horrified. Failing classes or exams mostly. She's described by a few schools as being desperately underachieving. Grades are awful, in fact there's a chronic lack of them, but a few schools expelled her for various counts of being caught smoking on school property, cutting classes, fighting in the playground. They usually cite unreasonable behavior. She's got everything. Smoking laughed Mundungus, raising his pipe in acknowledgement. I knew I liked this girl for a reason, got a bit of personality. It's disgraceful, said Mrs. Weasley, looking mortally offended at the news. She called that plonker Vernon a prick, he reminded everyone. They all, in their own way, gave her an extra point for that, even though Mrs. Weasley admonished him for his language. Well, look at the parents, she continued, bustling about anxiously. You'd expect nothing less than a ruffian with a family like that. Dare I ask what happened to her stepbrothers? One of them is in the father's self-same prison, something called ABH, I'm not sure what that is. Actual bodily harm, supplied Tonks grimly, means he beat the living daylights out of somebody. Mrs. Weasley beeped in the breath between her teeth and tutted loudly. Another's currently living in Manchester, also signed onto the dole. Figures, said Moody darkly. And the last one has been registered missing for the past 8 months. A whole family of scoundrels. Mrs. Weasley cried, tears springing to her eyes, rotten to the core, and now she's kidnapped Harry. I don't think she's kidnapped him, Molly, said Kingsley slowly, no sign of a struggle, certain key items missing from his room. Let's face it, he's run away with her, hasn't he? Eloped. She cried even louder now, off to live a life of shame. I don't think he's eloped, Molly, said Remus wearily, pinching the bridge of his nose again. Anything else you can tell us, Bill? Not much else from the records about her personal life, friends, that sort of stuff, but we do have wage sheets for various jobs as barmaid and waitress in a few pubs. She's too young to serve, said Tonks at once. I take it she's 16 like Harry. Yeah, she is. Birthday was yesterday, in fact. But I guess she either looks older than she is or the place she works at doesn't care. They don't look like high-class establishments. Most recent is the Greyhound and Rabbit, down at something called a racetrack. Racetrack? Asked several of the members at once. Dog racing, supplied Tonks. You get a line of them and put bets on which one will run around the track fastest. Odd, said Moody gruffly, taking an instant dislike to the sport. Bets, you say? Asked Mundungus, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. It's a mug's game, Tonks said flatly. Of course, he said absent-mindedly. Well, for the record, said Bill, sensing a storm brewing, she used to live near to Harry. She went to primary school with both Harry and Dudley Dursley until she moved away at 8 years old to Wolverhampton with her mother when her parents divorced. So that's where they knew each other from. I knew it, cried Tonks, looking smug. And that's about it. Just a few medical records for various hospitals, broken bones mainly, cuts that needed that thing with the thread and needle that Dad had. I tell you what, I feel sorry for Muggles. Look how often they're in and out getting this shoddy excuse for healing. Did you know it's a minimum of 6 weeks between breaking your bone and having it healed? Everyone murmured that they too couldn't believe how long it took for Muggles to heal as Tonks rolled her eyes. Can I see that? She asked, taking the medical records from Bill and looking through them. Why wait so long? Molly was asking, looking mistrustful of Muggle healing as she often did. Don't they have enough healers? No, that's how long it takes for a bone to naturally repair itself, Kingsley told her. I've heard they put stone around the arm to make it stop moving and heal, but you know, broke in Tonks, sounded slightly worried. Bill's right, she's in and out of the hospital a lot. A lot more than is normal. No Muggle injures themselves this much. Probably fighting, muttered Mrs. Weasley darkly. Perhaps, said Tonks in a faraway voice, and always for the same thing. Broken arms. Cuts. Almost like. She broke off, talking away to herself as she raised her arms to protect her face experimentally, like defensive. Mrs. Weasley continued to mutter, and they began to talk amongst themselves about the news. Moody and Kingsley were planning the next course of action as Molly batted Mundungus's legs off the table and went to the stove to put on the kettle, and Remus looked over to Tonks, who was still practicing protecting her face and consulting the notes. What are you thinking? He asked in a low voice, watching her repeat the motion again. Don't you think it's odd that she's getting broken arms here? She asked, pointing to the inside of her arm. That's quite hard to do, right? I suppose if you fall like this, but then that's awkward and not common. But if you raised your arms up, like this, then to deflect a blow you'd be bound to be hit. Bill said she's been in trouble for fighting before, Remus said, thinking he may understand where she was coming from and not liking it. For fighting, yes, but this, she repeated the motion, covering her head. This is a defensive posture, this is someone trying to protect themselves, their face. Remus looked at the parchment thoughtfully. Tonks was right, there were an awful lot of the same injuries. She dropped her arms finally, noticing the look Moody and Kingsley were giving her. They think she's a fighter, said Remus. Maybe she is, admitted Tonks thoughtfully, but so was I. I just can't believe that she's as bad as all this makes her out to be. She's certainly got the family for it, said Remus, trying to test what Tonks' mind was on. But maybe she's not like her family, said Tonks, pleading to him to see her point of view. I can't believe that Harry would trust her like he does if she wasn't a good person. I agree with you there, said Remus heavily. As different as Harry has been these past few weeks, I don't think he'd ever put himself in danger like this. And when I saw her in the park, she seemed quite reasonable, continued Tonks, ignoring Moody's grimace at her. She and Harry were very, I don't know, close. It seemed to me that they'd known each other a long time. Well, we all know appearances can be deceiving, said Remus, casting an eye back over the notes, but just look at her entire family. How can a child grow up in a situation like that and not be affected? Come on, Remus, you know that's a rubbish statement. Just look at who Harry grew up with. She pointed out, and Sirius, just look at his family. And yours, muttered Remus, turning his attention back to the notes as his cheeks tinged slightly. Tonks realized he must be embarrassed about what he said the night she found his drunk in Sirius' room, but brushed this away. Now wasn't the time to be thinking about things like that. So, let's just think about this, she continued briskly. What we need to do is think. Harry knows he can't run forever, so I'm guessing he's gone to do something specific, right? Moody and Kingsley had joined the conversation again, sidling over when they heard her beginning to put forward theories. To do something? Asked Kingsley. Or to visit someone, said Remus thoughtfully. Well, we all know that Harry wouldn't have done something like this if it wasn't important. He must have known we wouldn't have allowed him to do, or see, whatever it is. Tonks mused, brushing her black hair away from her eyes. He's been very preoccupied with Sirius, said Remus, calm voice betraying the pain in his eyes. That's the only thing I could think that would drive him to leave everybody like this. Unless it's that girl, added Moody, tapping a gnarled finger to her school records. This girl, Kathy or whatever she's called, unless she's the one who wanted to run away, and he's followed her. Tonks said, obviously not buying Moody's theory but not wanting to say, I vote we get Cassandra in. We're in over our heads when it comes to things like this. Not Cassandra, pleaded Kingsley at once as Moody growled alongside him. That fraud has no place here, he said, eye spinning madly in his socket at the thought. She is not a fraud, protested Tonks indignantly. No, she's worse, she's a scientist, he said, obvious distaste in his mouth, as if saying a dirty word. In the Muggle world, scientists are held in high esteem, said Tonks coldly as the three men rolled their eyes at her. I don't really think she has any place here, Tonks, said Remus. I think she'd be perfect, she maintained, obviously irritated at the men. We need to know what's going on in their heads if we want to get him back. And I really don't appreciate your pure-blooded view on Muggles. We're not being pure-blooded, said Kingsley, his deep voice rumbling around the room, but any Muggle that thinks they can read someone's mind is. She doesn't read people's minds, she said through gritted teeth. How many times do I have to explain this to you? She's a psychologist. They explain human behavior and emotions. She's done excellent work in St. Mungo's with her therapy cases, hasn't she? Everyone needs someone to talk to, growled Moody, obviously not buying this psychologist thing for an instant. Of course she's going to get results if she talks to those that people have given up on. For Merlin's sake. You are all so narrow-minded, cried Tonks frustratingly. You think everything Muggle has got to be worse. You just don't like Cassandra because she always analyzes you and you don't like hearing the truth about yourself. That's because everything has to do with your childhood, Moody replied, looking deeply irritated. Well, maybe it does, snapped Tonks, getting to her feet. I don't care what your thoughts on her are, I'm going to overrule you. And when Dumbledore gets back, he'll say yes straight away because he appreciates that some things in the Muggle world are far superior. She marched straight over to the fireplace and disappeared in a puff of green flames, and the three men were silent for a few moments. Scientist, muttered Moody, and they all gave a short laugh. Nightfall was already descending when they approached the looming multi-story building, gray concrete thick with dirt, oppressive feeling only heightened by the heavy rain. Kitty motioned for him to follow her as they darted into the entranceway, stopping to shake the rain off them, Harry trying his best to squeeze the water out of the sleeves of his jumper. Kitty pushed her braids out of her eyes and surveyed the lifts. One door was jammed open halfway, covered in graffiti and dents. The light inside the lift was flickering violently. Guess we'll take the stairs, said Kitty in a dry voice, heading for the stairwell. As they climbed, several people passed them, most not giving them a second glance, quite busy and contented with their own lives, while some actively watched them. Harry felt particularly intimidated when a group of boys that could have been only a year younger than him stared at them, talking in loud whispers. What UF? King looking at? Muttered one of them, smacking Harry's shoulder with his own as they passed on the stairs. Harry merely glared at him and carried on walking up, as a few more passed, staring at Kitty. There was a wolf whistle from one of them. Aye, whistled another as they passed. How much for a night? They group began to laugh and Harry glared at another, desperate to shut him up but definitely not wanting to get into another fight. His jaw was still throbbing and a nasty bruise now gave away his previous night's activities. Did you see the tits on her? Snickered another, making a crude gesture. Kitty marched straight up without even flinching, and when they were about 2 floors she leant over the rail and shouted down the stairwell. F. King pricks. She yelled so that her voice reverberated around the concrete walls. F. K.U. Whore. Came the reply, to which Harry spun around angrily. Probably not the best idea, said Kitty, grabbing his arms, looking almost sad about the fact. Bastards. He gave a slight nod, turning back around and climbing the rest of the way in silence. Harry sincerely hoped they didn't run into another stairway gang. However, they reached their floor without another encounter, and Kitty led the way onto a partially open corridor that overlooked a sort of playground cum car park below. Harry looked down to see the gang of boys they'd encountered on the stairs standing around a bench with several girls, all smoking. For the first time he wondered if everyone his age in the Muggle world smoked, and then if there was a magical equivalent to it, before shaking his head and dispelling the thoughts. He didn't know and he wouldn't ever get the chance to find out, and good riddance. So, who lives here? Asked Harry, catching up with Kitty as she strode down the corridor. My old best friend, Donna Grace, said Kitty, taking a sudden turn left. Haven't seen her for about 2 years and I'm not too sure what she'll think. That doesn't sound very promising, he said with a frown. What did you do? Nothing, she snapped, still striding along quickly. Hey, what's up with you? Asked Harry, suddenly noticing she had a very angry look on her face and was striding a little too purposefully down the corridor. Nothing, she repeated, taking another turn. If it's those gits on the stairs, he began. No, it's not, she cut in, before stopping in front of a door with the number 56A painted on it. It's just, I used to live here. Harry looked at her in surprise. What, here? Next door but one, she said, jerking a thumb over her shoulder. I tell you what, you think my dad's place was rank, try living here. It doesn't look like the nicest place in the world, he admitted, wanting to say much more than that but not wanting to offend her. You're telling me, she said with a particularly evil look on her face, this place in AF. King shithole. She stared at the door silently and Harry gave her an uneasy look, wondering how much of a blast from the unwanted past this must have been. It would be like him being related to the cupboard under the stairs again. All at once Harry decided he hated this place. He suddenly realized she hadn't made any move to knock the door or make her presence known and he looked across to her. Are you okay? He asked uncertainly. Of course. She raised her hand to knock, before hesitating. Are we going to be welcome? He guessed shrewdly. Of course, she repeated, squaring her shoulders and rapping on the door with a heavy hand. Harry understood this to mean that Kitty didn't have any idea if they would be welcome or not and was about to inquire further when he heard the sound of bolts sliding back and the door was opened a couple of inches, held shut by a chain. A pair of wide blue eyes looked between the crack. Who is it? Asked a disinterested voice. Donna, asked Kitty, moving closer to the door. What the? Came the now disbelieving voice behind the door, which slammed shut. Harry gave Kitty a worried look, but she merely waited patiently. There was the sound of the chain being drawn back and the door was suddenly flung wide. A tall girl, probably about 18 years old, stood on the threshold, staring at them in open-mouthed shock. Harry glanced at Kitty quickly, who had a slightly nervous look in her eyes, yet a huge smile plastered on her face. Kaz, whispered the girl, a number of emotions passing across her face. That's my name. Don't wear it out, she grinned, appearing cheerful but sounding worried. Harry noticed that the supposedly happy reunion was overshadowed by tension. I don't believe it, the girl said weakly, before suddenly moving towards her. Kitty flinched slightly as if she was about to be struck, but the girl merely wrapped her arms around her, laughing to herself. What the hell are you doing here? She asked in a confused voice. I haven't heard from you in like a million years or something. Two actually, laughed Kitty, hugging the girl back happily. What you been up to, man? Sorry I never got in touch. Yeah, I thought you'd been murdered or something, she said, suddenly serious as she held Kitty at arm's length and studied her, or gone into hiding or something at least. Kitty laughed, slightly uneasily, and Donna turned his way, eyes landing on him as he gave a weak smile. Donna, this is my boyfriend Harry, said Kitty, motioning to him. Harry, this is my partner in crime. Hi, he said with a small wave, feeling suddenly embarrassed at being introduced as a boyfriend. It was a new thing for him and was somehow surprised at Kitty for saying it. All right, she asked with a friendly enough smile, before turning back to Kitty. So what? Well, you wanna come in? She asked, looking unsure of what to do or say next. Yeah, that would be magic, she laughed and followed Donna in. Harry trailed in behind her, shutting the door and instantly losing all light sources. He tried to follow Kitty's bobbing head, noting that whilst being tidier than Kitty's old home, it was definitely smaller. They suddenly emerged into the kitchen-cum-living room, inside which was a couple of couches, a TV and a small table, on which were the remains of the last meal. Drink? Asked Donna, showing them sofas and walking over the fridge. I know what you'll be having, Kaz, Coke, right? Would I drink anything but? She asked with a laugh, dumping her bag by her ankles. I dunno. We got some vodka around here you could top it up with, said Donna, handing her the glass. Smirnoff, your favorite. Haha, said Kitty sarcastically, before adding, maybe later. Harry, what you wanting? Said Donna. Same thanks, he said, gratefully taking the glass when she brought it over, sitting down opposite. So, what's the story? She said, tucking her feet beneath her as she curled up on the sofa. After everything that happened, you're back here. No news for 2 years was it, and suddenly here you are. Kitty gave her rucksack a little kick byways of explanation, and Donna's face registered a sudden look of comprehension. Oh no, you didn't. She Ned, putting her drink on the table, not again. Kitty gave a sheepish grin. Not your King Mom with your stepdad again, she said, looking angry. Not exactly, said Kitty easily, leaning back in her sofa. It's a bit of a long story. Donna gave her a look that said she had all day. My stepdad actually, she admitted, and Donna looked confused. Huh, he caught up with your mom again. Nah, she's dead, said Kitty, and Harry couldn't help but stare at her as much as Donna, who had gone white. What? No. Oh my god, how? She whispered, sounding horrified. Not your stepdad. Nah, she shrugged, OD'd last year. Oh Kaz, said Donna, looking quite taken aback. I'm so sorry, I knew she was going to get in trouble if she carried on like she was here. Yeah well, said Kitty, looking quite unaffected by the conversation. Shit happens. Typical you, said Donna with a small, sad smile, and Harry nodded in recognition. He'd noticed how she acted around the subject. Kitty merely gave her a small shrug of the shoulders. So, what's the story? Did she mean to do it? Asked Donna, steely look of disapproval in her eyes. Kitty hesitated, eyes flicking to Harry for a moment, and he looked at her thoughtfully. He didn't know what had happened, and he got the feeling Kitty wouldn't have told him unless he'd pushed her. I dunno, she shrugged finally, taking a large gulp of her Coke. Who knows? Donna frowned and glanced at Harry for a moment too. Well, what was it? Pills or the? I just said I didn't know, didn't I? Snapped Kitty suddenly, taking both Harry and Donna by surprise. There was an uncomfortable silence as Donna fought to stop her retort, and Harry tried to catch Kitty's eye with a questioning look. Kitty, however, seemed to have made some kind of decision and took control of the situation. I wasn't around at the time, okay? She said, trying to lighten her tone, so I don't really have all the gory details. Gory details? Cut in Donna incredulously. Harry thought that Kitty's friend really didn't know her too well if she kept interrupting like this. Harry could see her getting really angry. Yeah, was all Kitty said. Toilet down the corridor, yeah. She jumped to her feet instantly, and Donna directed her away. Harry immediately realized that he was stuck on his own with the girl, and he looked around the room uncomfortably, casting for a conversation topic. So, Harry is it? She said, also getting to her feet and needlessly rearranging items on the coffee table. Yeah, he nodded quickly. Right, you're not from around here then? She said, obviously noting his accent. No, Surrey, he explained, before falling silent. Great time to become tongue-tied, he cursed himself. Why couldn't he think of anything to say? He drummed his fingers on his knee as he watched her tidy up in silence. Donna was quite tall for a girl with high cheekbones and sharp features that were even further highlighted by the fact her hair was scraped back into a messy bun. He thought she looked a little burned out and was acting as if highly tense, compulsively moving things around the room. He wondered if Kitty's visit was 100 welcome, and if, sensing his thoughts, she looked over to him suddenly, and he glanced away, cheeks flushing at being caught staring. That's a nasty looking bruise, she said finally. Huh, your jaw, she explained, nodding to the large yellowy green bruise that had risen when Kitty's stepdad had punched him. Oh, he said, fingering the tender area. Yeah, it's a bit painful. Kitty looks quite roughed up too, she noted, before giving him an accusatory look. You two had a fight? No, he exclaimed, offended and shocked at once. No offense, she said mildly, looking across the room and giving a bright smile. You've run out of hot water, came Kitty's voice, and Harry looked over his shoulder to see her walking in. He had almost become used to seeing the cuts and bruises on Kitty's face after their disastrous first night of his disappearance, but seeing them with fresh eyes gave them a startling appearance. No wonder Donna was suspicious, he realized. Kitty looked terrible, and he guessed he wasn't exactly a picture at the moment. I was just commenting on you and Harry's matching mashed faces, said Donna, and Kitty gave a slight laugh. We're going for the Bonnie and Clyde look, she snickered, sitting next to him and wrapping her hand in his. You're doing well, she noted, before giving a rueful smile. I think Harry's a bit offended that I accused him of doing it. You're kidding, right? exclaimed Kitty before laughing loudly and looking at him. He's the only reason I don't look like I've been attacked by a sledgehammer. Harry flinched at her graphic choice of words. Who did it then? My stepdad, she shrugged. What's he got to do with all this? Well, shortened story was, I moved in with him about 6 months ago and. Are you King insane? Donna practically yelled. Your stepdad. Your stepdad. Yeah, waved Kitty dismissively. Bad mistake, I know. So, basically, he's King retard and I tried to shoot him and Harry tried to beat him up and then knocked him out with a vodka bottle, so now we are kind of on the run. Shoot? Asked Donna faintly. You tried to beat him up. And vodka, what the hell? Calm down, said Kitty stolidly, pulling out her cigarettes. You are King insane, she finally said after she'd finished gawping, before rounding on Harry, and you. Encouraging her. Have you seen that guy? Unfortunately, he said grimly, and Donna couldn't help but laugh at this. Well, Kaz, she said, shaking her head, looking disbelieving. I knew you had a bit of a wild streak, but I didn't put you down for murder. Attempted murder, corrected Kitty with a grin, and anyway, it was self-defense. Manslaughter at the most. Donna tried to give her a serious look but ended up dissolving in a fit of laughter. Kitty merely gave a placid smile and lit her cigarette as Harry watched the interchange blankly. He tried to imagine if he'd be so cool if Hermione or Ron came to him and told them his mum was dead and they'd tried to murder their dad. Somehow, he couldn't really see it panning out like this. Suddenly, as Donna's laughter died away, another noise filled the air and Kitty looked across to her wide-eyed with disbelief. Oh shit, he's woken up, was all the girl said, jumping up and exiting the room. Kitty twisted around in her seat and watched her leave open-mouthed, before looking over to Harry, quite obviously speechless. In a matter of seconds, the noise grew louder and Donna reappeared with its source, balanced on her hip. You have got to be shitting me, yelped Kitty, practically vaulting over the couch to get a look at the young toddler that was bawling into Donna's chest. Nope, grinned Donna, this is Jason, latest addition to the Grace clan. Kitty looked absolutely dumbstruck for a second and Harry couldn't help but laugh out loud at this. That has got to be the first time I've ever seen you speechless, he said, and Donna cracked up with him. Haha, she said sarcastically, before reaching over and shaking the little boy's hand. Hey Jace. He continued to cry and Donna merely rolled her eyes and jogged him up and down for a bit as Kitty continued to stare. Where did he come from? She asked finally, after trying a number of times to speak coherently. I'd have thought you'd have known that, Kaz, laughed Donna. I mean, she tried, before rocking back on her heels a bit. Shit, I don't know what I mean. Shocking. Who's the dad, do you know? Oh, you're gonna love this, she grinned. Matthew Jensen. Matthew Jensen. Kitty practically screeched, looking ever more dumbstruck now. Yeah, I know, she sighed, rolling her eyes again. I don't see him anymore, so it's fine. Anyway, I reckon Greg'd probably kill him if I did. Greg would be, prompted Kitty. My new guy, she explained, nodding to a photo on the TV. He's a work at the minute. I wondered why you'd moved, said Kitty, picking up the photo and looking at it interestedly. Mom wanted me to have my own freedom and a secure home for Jace, blah blah blah, she muttered, placing the baby, who'd now stopped crying, into a small cot that was tucked away before. So I get why you've left wherever it was you were staying, she said, glancing at Harry curiously for a second, but I don't get why you're back here. Fancied catching up with all my old friends, grinned Kitty, and Harry looked at her quickly. She was lying. Funny, you not got a phone, said Donna, slightly suspiciously. It would have been nice to have rung me 2 years ago to tell me you were okay. I wasn't, for a bit, she shrugged, walking and cooing at the baby as Harry stared at her. Did everything work out? In the end, replied Donna cryptically, and then slightly angrily said, is that why you're back? No, I'm here to see you, she replied steadily, and then me and Harry are going to find somewhere to stay. I just wanted to check everything was okay. Harry was completely nonplussed as to what the two girls were referring to. Obviously, something happened when Kitty was here last, something big that meant Donna had never even seen or heard from her since. And not only that, Donna seemed to have been left to sort it out, and Harry could tell she didn't like it. Donna was staring at Kitty thoughtfully, trying to make her mind up about something, and he could tell this was where she either accepted Kitty was back or where a row was brewing. "I've got a camp bed you can stay on," she said finally as Kitty broke into a wide smile, "and Harry can have the sofa. If you want." "I knew you wouldn't let me down," Kitty cried happily, throwing her arms around the girl and giving her a long hug. Donna merely gave a dry laugh, and Harry felt a horrible unease settle in his stomach. Whereas Kitty was grinning widely, he could see Donna's smile didn't reach her eyes, which were murky with some concealed emotion he couldn't figure out. Whatever had happened in the past, Donna hadn't forgiven Kitty, and she didn't realize. He'd have to speak to her about it as soon as he could. Harry washed his face and was just leaving the toilet when he heard his name being mentioned. "So I get why you're here now, but what's with this Harry dude?" Kitty gave a laugh and Harry frowned, finding himself rooted to the spot in the hallway. "What's that mean?" asked Donna, obviously a smile on her face. "Nothing," said Kitty, trying to brush off the conversation. "Got any more?" "Try under the sink," she said, before persisting. "No, come on, Kaz. I don't see you for 2 years, and then here you are with some strange guy on my floor, and I'm not supposed to ask anything about him." "I never stopped you from asking anything," said Kitty simply. "All right then. Tell me the story," she said, and Harry heard the sound of 2 glasses being poured out. "Who was he?" "I don't know," she replied. Harry felt his mouth drop open at this, and he stared at the wall. What kind of a reply was that? "You don't know," repeated Donna in a disbelieving tone. "What's that supposed to mean? You just found him on the street." "Bus actually," she said with a laugh, "but seriously. I went to school with him, primary. So, he's just an old school friend you've hooked up with." "Not exactly. I never actually knew him at school," she said. "He was the weird guy at the back of the class, you know." "Doesn't sound like your type," said Donna, sounding almost suspicious. "What is my type?" demanded Kitty. "Twats like Stephen Jacobs," she replied, and they both began to laugh. Harry frowned even more, hating himself for eavesdropping but unable to tear himself away. If he was truly honest to himself, he hadn't figured out why Kitty liked him. "Maybe I've changed," Kitty was saying. "Spots and leopards, man. Spots and leopards," replied Donna wisely. "Shut up," said Kitty indignantly. "So why Harry then?" Harry edged forward, standing just beside the doorway to the room now. He wasn't even aware that he'd been moving forwards all the time. Meanwhile, in the living room, there was a long silence, and Harry could feel a nauseous sensation developing in his stomach. "What's up?" asked Donna, in a little lower voice. "Come on, why's he so special?" Harry desperately wished he could see what Kitty looked like right now. The silence and the suspense was killing him. "Kaz. Because he is okay," she snapped suddenly. Harry was taken aback, feeling shocked for some reason, which seemed to be how Donna was feeling because there was another long silence. "What's going on?" she said finally, in a quiet, serious voice. "Harry," began Kitty, before pausing suddenly. "Don't worry, he went to bed ages ago," said Donna quickly. "Harry's what?" "Harry's complicated," she said finally. He wondered if he was, before realizing that yes, she was definitely more right than she'd ever know. "Why?" "Because," she mused thoughtfully, "because he's different. He's the first person I've met that doesn't look at me and think tart or slapper or see some useless school dropout. Or at least, I don't think he does." "Hey man, people don't think that," said Donna firmly. "Yeah, whatever," she muttered, and Harry stared at the wall, fascinated by what she was saying. "I just don't have a clue what he sees when he looks at me, you know." "What he actually sees." "He sees you. Of course," she said, taking Kitty's words literally. "No, not sees, but really sees," she said, before giving a frustrated sigh as she realized she was making no sense. "He doesn't see tart or some stupid dropout, then what does he see?" "There's more to you than that beneath it all," said Donna. Harry didn't think this sounded particularly comforting. "So, what?" she tried, before giving a thoughtful sigh. "Why is he here then, with you?" "Because I'm scared of what my stepdaddy'd do if he found him, or my brothers if they got wind," she said, and Harry's mouth practically dropped open. "Brothers?" But I don't know. He was the one running away, and when I met him, I don't know. I just think he needs someone around, someone who understands. Understands what? I don't know, she said, sounding suddenly thoughtful, but whatever it is, we understand one another. He did about my mom and dad, never said a word against it, and I think I understand what's going on with him. What is going on with him then? Demanded Donna. I know you can be persuasive, and that your stepdad can be terrifying, but why's he here? What's he got to run away from? Listen, she began in a low voice Harry had to strain to hear. He was living with his aunt and uncle, right? And they are the biggest pair of, I can't even describe what they're like. Snobbish suburban types with a company car and box hedges. Doesn't sound that bad, said Donna, sounding almost wistful. All that money. No, it's not nice. They hated him and were taking it out on him so much. Getting to him, you know what it's like, breaking your spirit. You and your broken spirit. Exclaimed Donna. You think just because you've had a shit life everyone else has. He's probably just some rich kid wanting a holiday and a quick shag. F.K.U. exclaimed Kitty suddenly, sounding angry. You don't know what you're talking about, okay? Okay, sorry, Donna said, sounding apologetic yet annoyed, just stating an opinion. Well, don't, she snapped. Well, what do you think the reason is then? I just told you I don't know, said Kitty in a tone Harry immediately recognized as her sarcastic, pissed-off voice. Harry listened to Donna apologizing, not really hearing what she was saying. He was too busy thinking of what Kitty had said, of how she was talking about him, and it made him strangely happy. She was defending him, when she really didn't have any reason to. He'd been so secretive, hadn't told her anything, and yet she understood. In a way he felt that she understood more than anyone else ever could. Was that even possible? He asked himself. When she knew nothing, she seemed to know everything. His head almost ached with the whirlwind of thoughts, and it was only the mention of his name again that caught his attention. Donna had asked something he hadn't heard, and Kitty's reply told him she'd calmed down since earlier. You're a lot different to the last time I spoke to you, still pissy and bitchy, she said affectionately, but different. You really like him, huh? Harry, as suddenly panicked as he was by their conversation, couldn't help but lean forward curiously, not wanting to miss her reply. Kitty, however, had been silent for some time, and his heart actually felt like it was going to burst out of his chest with the suspense. Oh my God, said Donna suddenly, as if something suddenly dawned on her. Do you love him? Donna, scoffed Kitty, causing Harry to frown, noticing she had completely avoided the question, as did Donna it seemed. That's not an answer, the girl said excitably. Do you? It would explain a lot of things. Well, I don't know, brushed off Kitty, the beginnings of a snap in her tone. How am I supposed to know what that feels like? You just do, said Donna firmly. It feels like it's meant to be. Don't give me all that Romeo and Juliet crap, she said bluntly. You do realize none of that stuff's real. Harry stared at the wall intently, not quite sure how he felt right at the moment. Anger, sadness, confusion all milling around his head until he couldn't think straight. And don't you give me any of that. Look at me, I'm a hard nut. Crap either, countered Donna. If you like him, why can't you just say it? What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid of anything, said Kitty waspishly, sounding peeved. I'm just saying, I don't know if I'm in love because I haven't got anything to compare it to, and even if I did I wouldn't say because what's the point anyways? It's not going to last, everybody disappears in the end. Harry was taken aback at the bitterness in her voice, and he wondered if she truly believed it. And anyway, Harry'll be gone soon enough anyway, once he realizes what I'm really like, she added in a dull, resigned voice. I can't even figure out why he likes me. He likes you because he can see through your little personality barrier you put up, just like I always could, she said affectionately, and Kitty gave a laugh. I don't do that. Course you do. You always have. Kaz here. Kathy there. I heard him calling you Kitty. That's a new one, she said pointedly. There was a silence before they both suddenly burst out laughing. Well, you can shrug all you want, sniggered Donna, but you don't have to worry about him ditching you. I'd more think it'd be the other way around. Well, that's not going to happen, said Kitty, laughter dying away as Harry couldn't help but grin to himself. He's wicked company, when he's not being quiet or secretive. Quiet. Well, depressed is probably the better word, she admitted, sounding slightly sad now. I think he's a bit of a dark thinker, but when he's happy and not thinking about stuff, he is so funny. All he has to do is look at me and I start laughing. Really dry sense of humor, you know, and sometimes. Okay, you're rambling, cut in Donna suddenly, and Kitty shut up instantly as she laughed. I know, sorry, she said. I just wish he'd be a little happier sometimes, lighten up a bit. He acts like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. Harry almost laughed out loud when she said this, mind rushing back to the thought of the prophecy. Maybe he will, said Donna finally. Maybe you could give him a reason to be happier. Yeah, well, he seems almost scared to keep me any longer than a few seconds. I think he must be expecting me to suddenly realize I don't like him anymore and karate chop his ass or something. I don't know. Sometimes life would be a lot simpler if you could say, yes, I like you, and yes, let's have some fun. I'm sure he'll realize that soon enough, giggled Donna. You're not exactly Miss Tactful, are you? Hey, I resent that comment, she said in mock hurt. I'm just trying to be straight with you. And I appreciate that, I really do, said Donna. Yeah, whatever, said Kitty, before there was the sounding of a glass being put down on the table in a resolute manner. Okay, I'm off to the toilet, down the corridor, yeah. Harry gave a massive start. Yeah, all the way down, said Donna. He darted down the corridor himself, trying to make as little noise as possible whilst simultaneously trying to run as fast as he could, in the dark, with obstacles. He finally made it to the spare room and closed the door quickly, leaning against it and breathing deeply. His eyes slowly readjusted to the dark and he located his sleeping bag, sitting down on it with a thump, but not getting in. He was thinking about everything he'd overheard, trying to take it all in. Her suspicions over him, what she'd told Donna about his past, her feelings for him, there was too many things to think about. What his mind kept repeating though was the last part of the conversation, the part about him not having enough fun, because she was right. He was away from the magical world now, he didn't have to think about all this rubbish anymore, why couldn't he just have fun? He nodded to himself resolutely, time to start enjoying life. From tomorrow morning he decided he would not dwell on the past anymore. Why wait till the tomorrow? A little voice in his head whispered, you're sitting here in the dark thinking like you know you shouldn't when they're out there drinking and having fun. Well, if they could, so could he. Kitty unscrewed the cap of the bottle off, laughing along to Donna's story. It felt good to talk to someone about everything, stuff she'd kept bottled up from everyone, even Harry. Now she could get some kind of idea about what was going on. It felt like it was all somehow much more real now. So anyway, I was running and tripping at the same time, this huge roll of barbed wire tangled around my legs, right? Giggled Donna, unable to speak through her own laughter, and it took me so long to fall, and just when I. Here she paused and Kitty looked up to her expectantly. Hey, Harry, she said, giving a slight wave. Kitty twisted around in her seat to see Harry standing in the doorway dressed in old jeans and a baggy t-shirt and sporting the most out of control hair she'd ever seen on a person. Sorry. Did we wake you up? She asked, flashing an apologetic smile. Nah, couldn't sleep, he said, wandering into the lounge. Do you mind if I join you? Hell no, she laughed, sliding along the sofa so he could sit by her. She gave him a happy grin and turned back to Donna as if surprised. Do you want a drink, Harry? Asked Donna, getting up expectantly. I'd recommended the vodka, said Kitty, nudging him and raising her glass with a cheer. Vodka? He asked her with a raised eyebrow. No vodka, she repeated in a thick Russian accent. Just humor her, sighed Donna, shaking her head in mock pity, it makes her happy. Vodka Coke, yeah, Harry. Whatever, he said before grinning at Kitty, feeling happy. Surprising mellow, she said in another strange accent that he couldn't pin. You sound like, he began, searching for the right word. An idiot? Asked Donna, handing him a high glass. Kitty merely bobbed her tongue out at her and kicked her shins. Ouch. Yeah, I remember them boots now, she laughed, rubbing her leg before her ears pricked up. Him again. Harry heard baby Jason's cries dimly and they watched as Donna gathered a bottle from the kitchen and headed out quickly. Kitty watched her go and Harry picked up his glass, giving it an experimental sniff. It smelled very strong. She picked up her own glass and held it up. "Two?" she asked, waiting for him to continue. "Two," Harry said thoughtfully, before giving a grin, "to new beginnings." "I'll drink to that," she said, before knocking back her drink. Harry took a swig of his, feeling the burning liquid slide down his throat. He was surprised at how strong it was and for a second his throat didn't seem to want to accept it at all. He gave a grimace and looked over to Kitty, who had downed hers and was now pulling a face like she'd beeped a sour lemo. "Blue. Yuck, yuck," she said happily, before looking over to him, again. "Hang on," he laughed, before drinking the rest of his. He put his glass down and she pulled up a bottle of clear liquid that he eyed suspiciously. She measured out a clear inch in the bottom of both their glasses and picked it up. "Down in one?" she asked, eyebrows raised. "Down in one," he agreed, grinning widely. This was repeated 3 times, in which time Harry had discovered their game was in fact hysterically funny. Donna was still quelling the screaming baby and Harry put his glass down a little heavier than he thought he was going to and Kitty was still laughing. Okay, breathy, she said, a few giggles bubbling up as she picked up the bottle. She made a big show of unscrewing the cap and squinted with one eye as she poured out another shot. "Okay," she said extravagantly, brandishing her glass. "Two, McDonald's." "McDonald's," Harry agreed exuberantly, clinking glasses and knocking it back. They both made sour faces, saw each other's reactions, and began to laugh hysterically. "You're drunk," she proclaimed ecstatically, prodding his chest. "I am so not," he countered wildly. "You're speaking like me," she pointing out, before cracking up and added in a posh voice, "That's not your accent, Harold." "Oh, I'm sorry, darling," Harry apologized in his finest Queen's English, "do forgive my impertinent manners." Kitty looked at him in blank surprise for a moment before they both burst out into loud, raucous laughter. Half an hour later, Donna emerged into the living room, having finally got Jason back to sleep to find the two sprawled out on the sofa, both trying to speak to each other at the same time, in very loud voices, words lost in the laughter. "How is it possible to get so drunk in such a small amount of time?" she asked in puzzlement as she walked in. "We're out of vodka," said Harry by ways of explanation as Kitty held up the bottle proudly. "I forgot how much you knocked back," she muttered, traipsing over to a cupboard and pulling out a second bottle. "I knew you'd drink me out of house and home." "Only house," countered Kitty with a wide grin, "join us." "You make it sound so ominous," laughed Donna, flopping into the sofa. She watched Kitty pouring a glass out for her, smirking as she had to squint with one eye closed as the stream of liquid wandered across the rim of the glass. She spent only about half an hour with the two in the end. They were both far more intoxicated than her and after a while, she lost sense in their mad conversation. She settled for sitting back and studying them, amazed almost. Kitty may have said he was quiet and shy, but when he was drunk, boy could Harry chat. She could instantly recognize the way he was bantering though, he sounded exactly like Kitty. That's what used to amaze her, how her accent and her style of speaking seemed to rub off on anyone who spent more than 10 minutes with her. She grinned at the two of them, sharing their private joke, and she noticed that Kitty had her hand laced with his, resting on her lap. Smiling slightly, she watched him toying with one of her braids as they spoke and decided she ought to get an early night. Getting up, she took her glass into the kitchen, washed it and wandered back in to see them still in deep, occasionally humorous, conversation. "Night, guys," said Donna, wandering to the door. "You going to bed already?" asked Kitty, managing to drag her eyes away from Harry. "Yeah, tired and have an early morning tomorrow," she explained. "Mom'll be around to pick up Jace before I go, so the place is yours until I get back at 5, okay?" "Okay, right," said Kitty. "Night why night?" "Yes, good night dear," added Harry in a peculiarly posh voice. Donna looked at him oddly before shrugging and waving them good night. She went into the bathroom and got ready for bed before deciding to fetch a glass of water. She was halfway to the door when she caught sight of Harry and Kitty, who were in the middle of a pretty personal moment and she decided against it, wandering off to bed. For once, she remarked as she pulled her quilts around her and watched Jason sleeping, she thought that Kitty might actually be happy, then wondered how that made her feel. We must make food, Kitty yelled suddenly, clambering to her feet. Food. Here? Harry asked, also hoisting himself to his feet. Won't you melt or explode or something if you don't eat McDonald's? Ha ha, Harold. She laughed, attempting to shove him over but missing spectacularly. But no, I also eat peanut butter. Peanut butter? He asked dubiously, trailing after her as she lurched towards the kitchen. Peanut butter and Marmite sandwiches to be precise. She exclaimed extravagantly, throwing open a cupboard door. Harry, who felt like his contacts must have fallen out because his vision was all fuzzy, tried to focus on one of the three kitties who was scaling the cupboards in search of jars. He gave a laugh, stumbling backwards until he leant against the relatively firm safety of the counter, trying to chase his vision into fixing on one point. Do this look like? She began, twisting to show him a jar before she gave a yelp and fell off the counter to the floor with a crash. Kitty. He began laughing hysterically, stumbling over to her in time to see her doubling up with laughter. Ow. Ow. Harry, I think I broke something. She exclaimed, trying to push herself up. You. She held up a hand that was covered in brown paste and small pieces of peanuts and began to laugh even more. You're so foolish, he told her, dropping to his knees and looking at the sad remains of Donna's peanut butter. At least I'm a clean fool, she retorted. Wah. Kitty lurched forward suddenly and smushed her peanut-covered hands into his face, causing him to yell out and fall backwards, cursing and laughing simultaneously. You are so sneaky, he said indignantly, trying to wipe the mass of gloop off his cheeks and out of his eyes. And cunning, she reminded him, superior glint in her eyes. Not too smart though, he laughed, lurching forward himself, trying to smear it back onto her face. And thus ensued a hilarious and surprising long game of throwing peanut butter at each other as they slipped and slid across the lino floor, occasionally falling over or banging into each other. Eventually they were left in a soggy pile on the floor, both leaning against the cupboard and trying to breathe deeply. I feel really weird, Harry laughed finally, trying to pull a particularly stubborn lump of crunchy peanut from his hair. Sort of sticky, she asked him, picking up the smashed jar and studying it intently. And smelly too, he added, unable to stop himself laughing again, and hungry. Where's my sandwiches? Kitty crawled across the floor, picked up a loaf of bread and retreated over to him. She handed him a slice of bread and smeared the Marmite off her fingers onto her own. You're a self-service buffet, she sniggered to herself. You can't eat off yourself, said Harry, watching in amazement as she did just that. Why not? She asked him simply. Because, he began, trying to think of a good reason, because it's dirty. You calling me dirty? She asked in mock irritation, before licking her fingers. He shook his head, finding his vision swimming and the weird feeling increasing. Tastes better like this, she mused, and Harry looked at his own Marmite-covered fingers. He gave a shrug and licked one, agreeing after a few moments she was right and enjoying the next few minutes in contented silence as they ate, self-service style. Now, drink, she asked finally. You, Harry said, shaking his head. No more, my head hurts. Water then, she said, stumbling to her feet and grabbing some glasses and handing one to him. They both sat down on the kitchen floor and began to drink the water in silence. If Hermione could see me now she'd go mental, Harry laughed suddenly, turning to Kitty with a goofy smile on his face. I don't reckon she'd approve of me drinking. Who's Hermione? Asked Kitty suspiciously, frowning at Harry. She's a witch, he snickered, personally congratulating himself on his private joke. What the hell are you talking about? She asked, sounding irritated, but grinning widely. Who's Hermione? She's my friend, from school, he told her, still laughing to himself, and Ron, my best friends. Really? She asked, absent-mindedly licking some more Marmite off her fingers. What's she like? Who? Hermione, prompted Kitty, turning to face Harry now. She's smart, began Harry thoughtfully, the thought suddenly occurring to him that he should be getting his owl's results soon. She's smart, repeated Kitty, looking slightly put out. What does she look like? She has big hair, nodded Harry, and she used to have really big front teeth, but she shrunk them. What? Her parents are dentists, added Harry as a side note, and Kitty nodded slowly. Have you ever ed her? She asked. Harry couldn't help it. The question, mixed with the tone of voice Kitty said it in, was enough to make him double over with wild laughter. Far from imagining what Ron's reaction would have been, Harry was picturing what Hermione would have done to him if he tried it on with her. Which he definitely didn't want to do. Stop laughing at me, she said irritably, smacking Harry on the arm. He just continued to laugh even harder now when he realized why Kitty was suddenly acting so strange. Are you jealous? He teased incredulously. What of? Miss, I'm so smart. I'm so posh, Hermione. She sneered, completely oblivious to how she sounded. What kind of name is that anyway? It's Greek, or something, I don't know, shrugged Harry. Kitty's Greek, she pointed out, not to be outdone, means little cat. I'd never have guessed, said Harry dryly, and anyway, your name isn't Kitty, it's Catherine. Not to you, she said firmly, I hate the name Catherine, who wants their name to mean pure? I like it, said Harry thoughtfully, why do you have to keep giving yourselves different names? Kitty shrugged and they lapsed into silence. Harry got the feeling he was in trouble for something, but couldn't really place his finger on what he could possibly have done wrong. Did you tell her about me? Oh right, that's what it was, he'd mentioned Hermione. No, he admitted, taking a big gulp of water as she looked at him swiftly. Why not? She exclaimed loudly. Because, he said, shrugging, I didn't really feel like speaking to them lately, about anything. Kitty's features softened slightly at this, and Harry suddenly felt that drinking so much wasn't a good idea. He felt too out of control at the moment, that he would just blurt something dangerous out at any second and not be able to stop himself. But it was more than that. Maybe it was the drink, but he felt the familiar black cloud creeping over him, remembering why it was he ran away. Quibble's letter, Sirius, the veil, how could he be sat here drinking and having fun when so much had gone bad? You didn't tell them you were leaving, she said slowly, did you? Harry shook his head wordlessly. They'll know by now, she told him, as if testing his reactions. I guess. Harry felt slightly sick now, as if all the fun had been drained away, as if all the pain had been let back in. What was he doing sitting here anyway? Proving to Kitty he could be fun, just because he'd overheard some stupid conversation between her and Donna. Well, newsflash Harry, he chided himself, things aren't fun, what you're doing isn't fun, you're hurting people, still. Fun isn't something he should have been feeling right now. Harry, asked Kitty, a long way off now. I might go and sleep now, Harry said thoughtfully, clambering to his feet and already weaving towards the door. What? Right, okay, said Kitty, sounding confused, if you're sure. Kitty followed him into the darkened lounge. Night, he said, picking to longest sofa and falling into it heavily. Night then Harry, she said, standing next to the sofa for a few moments longer than was necessary. Kitty walked out of the room and Harry buried his face into the pillow. His thoughts were all muddled up now. It was hard to keep track of one thought for more than a few seconds, but all he was sure of was that they were prodding at the idea of magic, of Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, Sirius. There wasn't enough room for everything. He wished he had Dumbledore's pensieve. Remus knocked on the door to Mrs. Figg's house, waiting patiently as the scuffling sounds approached the door. Who's there? She called out in a well-rehearsed way. Morton the Magnificent, sighed Remus heavily. Honestly, what a stupid password. And who is accompanying Morton? She sounded like she had the words printed on a card in front of her. Remus Lupin. And what brings you to my abode? Arabella, he said wearily, can you just open up? You know it's me. Mr. Lupin, try and have a little care for the rules. She said, before patiently reeling off her question once again. I'm here to meet Cassandra, as are the last few people who came to the door. Finally a chain was slid back and the door was opened to reveal a grumpy-looking old woman, floral dress highlighted and accentuated by the large wizard's hat she had perched on top of her rollers. You could be any such Death Eater acting like that, she cautioned him, and he entered the small house, and you're late. Sorry, he apologized, is Dumbledore here yet? Yes, he's in the living room with everyone, she told him, before adding accusingly, we've all be waiting for you. He entered the room to find Moody. Tonks and Kingsley sat in various chintzy armchairs, either avoiding the cats or politely not eating the strangely green cake they'd been handed. Moody looked most out of place surrounded by the knitted pink blankets and doilies and gave Remus a silent nod of the head as he entered, followed by a dirty look towards the last occupier of the room, Cassandra. The tall, thin woman was sat neatly on the sofa next to Tonks, who'd managed to sprawl out and tuck her legs underneath her as she chatted to the woman. They were old friends, although they looked completely different, Cassandra with her long, white fingers clasped together on her lap, spectacles perched on her thin nose as she listened intently to Tonks. As he walked in, she looked up suddenly and he gave her a smile but chose the seat furthest away. Cassandra, for all her help, unnerved him greatly, something which Tonks had always found highly amusing. Ah, Remus, she said, gray eyes staring into him, I haven't seen you on my last few forays into the world of magic. I've been busy, he said quickly, not failing to see Tonks trying to suppress a smile. Of course, she said, taking off her spectacles and wiping them on a small, green cloth, how have you been? Fine, he said, noting the woman's usual, precise way of doing everything. I can see that, she nodded ominously, strange times, are they not? She sounded as if she were commenting in an offhanded way about the weather, but he knew Cassandra too well, she was always so meticulous. What did she mean about strange times? What could that be a reference to? It always put him on guard talking to her, thinking that at any time he could slip up. She was still awaiting an answer. He gave an awkward nod of acknowledgement and she gave a thin-lipped, satisfied-looking smile before turning back to Tonks, who had suddenly acquired a strange cough that sounded suspiciously like laughter. So, we're all here now, said Kingsley, putting down his cake gratefully, shall we get started? Everyone nodded and Cassandra carefully opened the file she'd been resting on her knees, flicking across a few pages as if absorbing them into her memory. Tonks has been filling me in on as much detail as she could, and I've been studying all your files on this case for a few hours now. I think I've got some insights that may interest you, she said, flashing them all an individual, penetrating look. This is a more common case than I think you'd believe. Out of the corner of his eye Remus saw Kingsley roll his eyes towards Moody, who gave a grimace-like smile of appreciation. Now from what I can see, both Harry and Kathy have been deprived of loving, caring environments, she told them seriously, as if she hadn't noticed. Harry because he was forced to grow up as an outsider in not only his home but in his social life. In Kathy's case the separation of her parents, their equally violent personalities and her mother's subsequent depression and death. We are not talking happy childhoods here, they are both striving to seek out what they have lost. They both have a deep-seated need to feel loved for who they perceive themselves to be, not what label they have been given in life. With Harry he's found a muggle with no knowledge of the magical world, no idea who the boy who lived is, someone whom he can share a connection with for no other reason than him being himself. Kathy is much more complex. A child that suffers from abuse for any sustained period of time develops deep physiological scars and as such leads to a very unpredictable nature. It is my guess that she sees Harry as some kind of savior, meaning that he has arrived out of nowhere and he has been able to offer her a way out, an escape from the pain. So are you saying that they're both using each other? Asked Remus slowly. That Harry needed somebody to love him for who he was, take away the pain and the guilt and chanced upon her, and that Kathy needed someone to help her get out and found Harry. No, not at all, she said, dropping her spectacles around her neck. I believe that they both may indeed have deep feelings for each other. You see, as I was saying earlier, those that are deprived of love throughout their lives are often those that feel love the strongest. They are more willing for a relationship to develop faster or deeper as they search for acceptance. It is an amazing coincidence that Harry and Kathy have both met each other in the exact moment in their lives when they needed each other most. Harry's loss of his godfather and the burden of Voldemort's war and Kathy's abusive father and failing academic and social life mean they have both come to major turning points in their lives. In Harry's case this situation will be detrimental to him. Being brought back to the magical world, away from Kathy and back to reality will be one of the hardest things he's going to have to do. Kathy on the other hand benefits from the situation. she has escaped from her father. She seems to be resourceful and streetwise enough to survive on her own. When you say detrimental, prompted Remus, looking slightly worried. What I mean is, Harry believes he had very good reasons to run away. I'm sure he was thinking this before he even met Kathy, but she gave him the confidence, the belief that he could actually do it. From what you and the other Order members have told me of your meeting with him running up to his disappearance, Harry has been very angry. Underneath all the pain and grief and guilt of Sirius' death lies anger, I believe, towards Voldemort and his Death Eaters for sure, but also towards the Order, specifically Dumbledore, for the burden that has been placed upon his shoulders. This might act as some sort of channel for him, somewhere where he can focus all the emotion, making it possible for him to rationalize leaving. You explained about his best friends, they seem to be remarkably close, yet this does not seem to have stopped him in his decision. I know, I just don't understand it. Remus sighed wearily. What does he think he's doing? He must know it madness. It may be hard for you to accept right now, but Harry might not be the most balanced of people. He's had a rough few years by all account, and this sort of serious, irrational behavior is quite often seen in cases where people have lost touch with reality, as it were. You reckon he's gone barmy? Asked Moody gruffly. No, not barmy, she said sharply, as if offended by the word. I'm merely suggesting that you entertain the fact that Harry is not in a stable frame of mind right now. He has run away, risking his life, Kath's life, his friendships back here, even though in his heart I believe Harry already knows he cannot run forever, that it will probably be a matter of days before he is found. But he would never stop and wait to be found, that I can be sure of. He will keep running until he's trapped completely. At this point he would rather die than give up and return, partly because of the reaction he fears from his friends and partly because this means he will be parted from Kathy. How serious do you think they are about each other? He asked her. I'm sure Harry and Kathy think they're as serious as you can get, she said with a sad smile. He's probably even considered telling her about the magical world and himself, testing her to see how strong their love is. But he will never tell her, not only from fear of being rejected, a loss he would never cope with, but also because he fears this will bring her closer to danger. But he's in danger now. They both are, he said incredulously, away from the Order's protection, unarmed. On the other hand, he's untraceable, he's sunk into the shadows and you can't find him. Before everyone knew where Harry would be, with his family or with the Weasleys. Now, well, now no one knows, said Cassandra thoughtfully. In a way he's much safer than he ever was before. He's become Muggle, slipped into the masses, become invisible. And what if they find a way to get to him before we do? Asked Kingsley. He's going to be pretty safe then. Well, that, as they say, is where the psychology stops and the magic begins, said Cassandra with a small laugh. I'm only Muggle after all. Everyone sensed that this comment was in direct retaliation to their feelings against her and her profession. Remus looked over to Tonks, who was twiddling her thumbs and looking at the ceiling. Yes, she'd definitely told her what they'd said. You don't have any clue where they'd go? Asked Moody, completely missing the woman's hint and putting a slight sneer in his tone. Cassandra flashed him a quick look that said she knew everything she needed to know about his own personality and was feeling quite smug about it. It's possible that where they go will be entirely dependent on Kathy, she said, placing all her files she'd been given into a tidy pile in front of her. Harry has no real family or friends to speak of in the Muggle world, whereas I'm sure a girl like her has numerous friends dotted about. I'd start by looking into that. Thank you, Cassandra, said Remus warmly, reaching out and shaking her hand. You've been a real help. You sound surprised, she said dryly, but gave him a comforting smile. After handshakes were exchanged, she handed all her notes back to Moody and looked at him expectantly. I suppose it's that time again? She asked, looking calm and collected. Sorry, apologized Tonks, I wish we didn't have to. I understand completely, she said with a mild smile. Fire away. Obliviate, muttered Moody, and everyone waited for the result. After the dazed expression left her eyes, Cassandra shook her head slightly and took off her glasses, polishing them on a small yellow cloth. When she put them back onto her nose, she gave them another easygoing smile. I hope I was of help, she said. Of course, as always, nodded Remus. More than I'll ever know, I guess, she joked, climbing to her feet. No, no, don't get up on my account. I can find the door myself. Speak to you in the future, no doubt. Yeah, bye, Cass, waved Tonks as they all said their goodbyes. When the door closed shut, everyone turned back to each other and gave an uncomfortable look. I hate having to do that, complained Tonks. It makes us seem so ungrateful. It's for the best, said Moody sharply, trying to pull them all out of the uneasiness. It's her job and she's winding you up. She knows you feel guilty about it. Let's concentrate on what she told us, where they're going. Wolverhampton. No doubt about it, said Tonks, and everyone nodded in agreement. So, what's the next step? We go to Wolverhampton, said Remus. She realized she couldn't fight the thirst any longer and sat up in bed, looking around the room. Donna was fast asleep on the bed and the cot next to it was for once completely silent. Rubbing her face groggily, she fought to extricate herself from her sleeping bag, climbing to her feet and tottering towards the door as stealthily as possible. The flat was completely silent save for the hum of the fridge in the kitchen, and even the usual sounds of the busy building were muted. She guessed it must have been very early in the morning. The sun wasn't up yet, however, and she stumbled through the dark trying to remember how the passages worked in this building. She found if she let her feet do the walking and disconnected her brain, it all came flooding back. She'd lived here for nearly 3 months, a record for her and her mother, and all the flats were laid out exactly the same. She found herself in the bathroom, and was just bending her head beneath the sink tap to get a drink when she heard a dull thump outside. She straightened up instantly, heart hammering to life as she looked behind her. There was no one in the room that she could see, and she exhaled shakily. She was just being paranoid. Her lips had almost touched the trickle of water when she heard a second, louder thump. This time she abandoned the sink and poked her head around the bathroom door, staring into the black corridor. Harry, she whispered as loudly as she dared. There was nothing but silence for a few moments, then another sound reached her ears. Frowning slightly, she tiptoed down the corridor, running her hand along the wall until she found the doorway into the lounge. She could hear it more distinctly now. It sounded like someone muttering quietly, and she frowned even deeper. Who was he talking to? There was another thump, and after a moment's indecision she moved into the lounge, squinting at the sofa she knew Harry was sleeping on. Who are you talking to? She asked in a quiet voice. No, don't go in there, she heard Harry mumble. Please, don't. Kitty stared at Harry. He was dreaming. What about? At least she'd located the noise. He kept tossing and turning beneath the blankets. I'm so sorry. Kitty was taken aback. Harry sounded almost heartbroken as he said this, and she knelt down on the floor next to him, unsure whether to wake him up or leave him be. Don't. Harry, she said tentatively, reached out to shake him gently by the shoulders. However, she soon drew her hand back, surprised yet dismayed to see he was absolutely drenched in sweat. Hey Harry, wake up now, she said a little more loudly, and the panic-filled mutterings got louder. Harry, can you hear me? It didn't work. He didn't even seem to be aware of her presence, and she tried to shake him again. However, she suddenly jumped back in shock before she could stop herself when he gave a huge gasp, back arching up as if he were in pain as he thrashed the blankets off him. Harry, she said shakily when she'd recovered, shaking him roughly by the shoulders now. Serious, he gasped, arms flailing out now. Don't. Please don't. She didn't know what to do. He wouldn't wake up, and it sounded like whatever he was dreaming about was getting worse, and she hadn't failed to notice the name. Wake up now, goddammit, she said fiercely, trying to push his arms down. She couldn't make out the words he was muttering now, despite the fact they were getting louder and more desperate, and Kitty could hardly bear to listen to him. It sounded like someone was dying. It occurred to her suddenly that maybe someone was, that Harry was seeing the moment when this person, Sirius or whoever he was, died. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, Sirius, he mumbled, as his hands curled around her arm desperately. Please, I wanted to save you, not kill you. I killed you. I killed you. Kitty stared at him, gobsmacked for a moment as he continually repeated this line, legs and arms thrashing as if he were fighting to break loose from someone. His fingernails were digging painfully into her arms now, and with a sudden yell he pitched off the sofa, falling onto the floor in a tangled mess. She shuffled backwards to see him pressing the palm of his hand to his forehead. chest heaving, and he fought to drag air into his lungs. He looked as if he had no idea where he was, nor cared, lying on the floor in the exact same position as he fell. Harry? She asked, shuffling forward slightly. He didn't seem to hear her still, and the room stayed silent, save for his desperate attempts to slow his breathing. Are you okay now? She asked, laying a hand on his shoulder. Two things happened at this point almost instantly. Harry gave a surprised yell, scrambling up hastily, and Kitty was knocked backwards, giving her own yelp as an inexplicable, massive electric shock chased up her arm. Kitty, he gasped, face still gleaming with sweat. What are you doing here? He sounded almost terrified, and she stared at him in confusion for a few moments, rubbing her tingling hand slightly. Harry, she began, suddenly not knowing what to say. I was just in the bathroom and I heard you. What should she say? Tell him she'd heard his mutterings, seen him having a nightmare. Heard you fall out of bed, she finished finally. Are you okay? Fine, he said stoically, turning away from her. She could see his throat working as if he were trying to stop himself being sick, and his hands were shaking terribly. Whatever it was, this was affecting him worse than she thought he could cope with. I just make us a drink, she said worriedly, rising to her feet. He nodded mutely, and she hurried away into the kitchen. She fumbled around in the dark until she located a glass and held it under the tap, noting with slight shock that her own hands were shaking as if she was on the receiving end of a particularly violent nightmare. She turned to leave the kitchen, but found her legs firmly locked into position. Why was she so upset, so scared? She glanced down at her fingers, which were still tingling slightly, and she looked back through the doors to see Harry's hunched back. Gulping back her anxiety, she quickly walked back into the living room, finding Harry stood in the exact place she'd left him. Got a glass of water, she suggested, angered at how stupid she sounded. He merely nodded, and after a few moments she placed it on the table, misjudging the distance, so it slammed down unexpectedly, causing them both to jump. Sorry, she whispered nervously, and he nodded again, head bowed low. She stepped from foot to foot uncertainly. Maybe he wanted her to go. She would if she'd just relieved a death, but then again, he looked so shaken up she didn't want to leave him. Just as she'd decided to leave, he finally turned around so that a break in the curtains shone a patch of dull light onto his face. She was taken aback for a moment at the state he was in, the look in his eyes and the expression on his face. It was something she thought she might never ever forget. Without another word, she slowly walked towards him and wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace. After a few moments he did the same, leaning his head against hers and breathing out shakily as if he'd been holding his breath. Silently they stood there. She wasn't even sure for how long. It could have been only a few minutes, but it felt like hours until his muscles finally stopped shaking. Kitty could feel his heart hammering against her own chest, gradually slowing down as she held him, waiting. Finally he seemed to be sufficiently recovered enough for her to feel like it was time to ask him. How did it happen? She said in a low, deadly serious voice. Harry gave another shaky breath, seemingly building up the courage to speak. When he finally did, she heard every tremor, every hoarsely whispered word. The guy who killed my parents, he made me think they'd got him. My godfather, he began, tightening his embrace as he spoke. So I went to get him, but he wasn't there. Kitty closed her eyes as if feeling his pain. She could already see what was going to happen. He came to rescue me, he said finally, voice almost hollow now. He came to rescue me and died because of it. Oh, Harry, she said softly, screwing her eyes up tighter. She felt his embrace tighten slightly, and she ran a comforting hand through his hair, which was damp with sweat now. I was going to live with him, he told her after a long pause. I was going to leave the Dursleys one day and have a home. Kitty nodded against his shoulder. She understood completely. She could hear the hidden longing in his voice when he used the word home. Because she knew deep down that everybody wanted a home, needed a home, and that she'd finally understood why she'd been drawn to Harry. They were searching for the same thing. An impossible thing. The Order were sat around the large scrubbed table in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, sipping on tea or coffee as they waited for the meeting to commence. They were just waiting for the latecomers, namely Tonks, who had not been seen all day and was keeping everyone up. In the end, Moody lost his patience and began without her, outlining their plan for the week, which at the present was basically Harry hunting. That girl, Kathy, is our best lead at the moment. We need to find who her friends and family are. We can suppose she'll go to them, he said gruffly, familiar look of distaste on his face when he talked about her. So I want names and I want addresses. Remus fought the urge to roll his eyes and reply, yes, sir. As the rest of them merely nodded, pale-faced and worried over their new situation. Bill, you did good work on her Muggle record search before, he demanded, and everyone turned to face him. If you can get me in the ministry again with permission to study some of the more higher access files, I could maybe find names of people from schools, he shrugged, not sounding too hopeful, but there are thousands of kids at these schools, and she's been to a lot of schools. The chances are slim to say the least. I can get you in, rumbled Kingsley in his deep voice, you never know. Okay, now Remus, you, Moody began before there was a sudden flurry of hammering on the front door, and that'll be Tonks. Everyone laughed, if only to break the tense atmosphere, and Charlie jumped up to go and let her in. As I was saying, Remus, if, he started before getting cut off again by a sudden crash and the loud wails of Mrs. Black. Definitely Tonks, observed Mundungus dryly, and there was more tittering. Sure enough, a few seconds later Charlie entered the kitchen, closely followed by Tonks, who was wearing the strangest combination of clothes any of them had ever seen her wearing, and that was saying something. Sorry I'm late, guys, she said brightly, not noticing their looks as she shook the rain out of her purple hair. What are you wearing? Asked Moody flatly. She looked across to him as if she didn't quite understand the question before looking back down to her outfit. She was wearing a denim skirt over black tights with her usual purple boots, a similar colored low-cut top and tailored black jacket. What? She asked blankly. A few people sniggered and she grinned, slightly nonplussed. It's Muggle fashion, Moody, not alien. You've forgotten your trousers, he pointed out brusquely. I am wearing a skirt, you know, she said, taking insult. Hope my legs aren't offending you too much. He gave her a long stare as if to say it was best not to joke with him. And why are you wearing Muggle clothes? He asked, and Remus looked across to her, interested in the answer. Because I've been working in the Muggle world, she said as if he were stupid, and I'm about to go on a date. A date? He asked quickly, and she began to laugh. Yes, Dad, she said, and people began to laugh along with her. Is that okay? He said something gruffly and she continued to laugh, sliding into a seat in between Charlie and Remus. And you're late, added Moody. Well, how about a present to say sorry, she asked them, rummaging around in her bag for something. Everyone looked at each other before shrugging as she whipped something out and slapped it on the table triumphantly. Ta-da-a-a-a. Bill picked it up, studying it closely before flipping it over. It's a page from a book, he said. Aha, not just any old page, she told them importantly. This is a page from the 1981 edition of Witch and Wizarding Peerage, Harry's page to be precise. Let me see that, said Moody, snatching it out of Bill's grip and studying it closely, both magical and normal eye fixed on it. Can I be the first person to say, so what? Asked Mundungus, looking around as a few other people nodded their heads, slightly embarrassed. Every year a volume is produced by the Ministry of all the Witches and Wizards born, much like the tome Hogwarts uses for student entries, explained Remus, staring at the piece of paper. It automatically detects the presence and use of magic by the individual during 3 periods of life. Formative use, when we're all children and accidentally do things. Scholastic use, magic we use during Hogwarts, and formal use, when we become of age. So, shrugged Mundungus, we all know Harry can do magic. Yes, but it also detects the unauthorized use of magic, began Remus, as Tonks' plan suddenly dawned on him. Says here 2 counts during the scholastic period, levitation charm on Friday the 31st of July 1992 and the Patronus charm on Monday the 2nd of August 1995, began Moody, still scrutinizing the page, as well as where the infringement took place. Tonks had a supremely smug look on her face. If Harry uses his wand, we'll know what he's doing and where he's doing it, she said in a sing-song voice, and the ministry won't know a thing. I've swapped it with a dud copy. So no official owls, No messy court appearance, just a time and address. Everybody began to chatter excitedly as she basked in the warm glow of success. How did you get this? Asked Remus faintly. And that'd explain the date, she said, gesturing to her clothes. You're taking Malfalda Hopkirk out? Asked Bill, a grin on his face. No, I'm taking Andrew Randall out, she said. Malfalda's off sick, got a bad case of spattergroid apparently, he's her replacement. Oh, you're good, laughed Bill, plucking the page back out of Moody's hands and scanning it. I know, she said pompously, flicking her damp hair over her shoulder, it's a gift. I've never heard of an Andrew Randall, said Charlie with a slight frown. Who is he? He's not from around here, she said, glancing over to the grandfather clock and giving a wide grin, and he's currently waiting for me, so I'm off, see you dudes later. And with that she was waltzing out of the kitchen, bag swinging wildly from her hands, Mrs. Black screeching her departure. Well, said Molly, speaking for the first time. Well indeed, this is fantastic, said Bill, making a copy of the page. If we each take one of these and keep our eye on it, we'll know soon enough if Harry's in trouble. If he uses his wand, pointed out Molly, he may be taken by surprise. Well, it's better than nothing, he shrugged, passing the pages around, if that's all Moody. Yes, see you all tomorrow, he told them all. I want you in the ministry tomorrow, Bill, working on that girl and Kingsley. Check out those Azkaban files for me again. Everyone nodded and started to get up, gathering their parchments and finishing their teas. Remus took a load over to the sink before wandering back to the table for more. I can't believe she's gone off with a perfect stranger, Charlie was telling Bill in a worried voice. He could be anyone. Tonks is a big girl, Charlie. She can take care of herself, replied Bill calmly as Remus collected the cups. He gave a tisk and shook his head, obviously not the only one in the room who didn't like the thought of Tonks out on a date. Harry groggily re-entered consciousness for a reason he couldn't really comprehend for some time. He felt confused, his head seemed full of fog and he surveyed his surroundings with bleary eyes. He was in the lounge, sprawled out of the sofa, and after a long moment, he remembered his nightmare, the terrible pain of Scar, trying to stay awake for as long as possible. Shakily he raised his fingers to his scar. It actually hurt to press it and he closed his eyes, trying to remember what had happened. He could remember feeling as if he were actually there, like he was right at Voldemort's side. Death Eaters ranged behind him as they approached the house. Bacon Sarnie Harry, came a sudden voice. He gave a massive start and in his confusion fell off the sofa onto the floor. Huh, he spluttered, looking up to see Donna grinning at him in a slightly worried way. Are you okay? She asked him, bending down to survey him at eye level. He shook his head slightly, still unable to fully comprehend what was going on. Yeah, he said, looking around him vaguely. Yeah, what time is it? Gone 11, she said, still frowning. Are you sure you're okay? You look a bit ill. He began, before sitting up a little more and placing a hand on the coffee table. Yeah, I must be ill. She sat back and regarded him with a strange look before offering him her hand. Well, let's get you up and fed then. He let himself be hoisted up and stood swaying momentarily. He couldn't figure out why he was so thrown by last night's events. They didn't usually affect him this bad. He ran a hand through his hair, flinching slightly as he knocked his scar. I'll get you some coffee, said Donna kindly. Why don't you get a shower or something, wake yourself up? Yeah, was all he could manage, unable to hold a proper conversation at all now. He stumbled off towards the bathroom, leaving Donna watching him worriedly as the kettle boiled. Harry spent a good half an hour in the bathroom, having a long cool shower and trying to clear his mind. He tried to work on the occlumency techniques that Snape had told him, but he found it impossible to shake the horrible feeling in the pit of his stomach. The feeling that something terrible had happened and there was nothing he could do about it. When he wandered back into the kitchen, he was surprised to find Donna waiting at the small table for him. There was a mug of coffee and the promised bacon sandwich sitting in front of an empty seat, which he looked at blankly. Thanks, he said, sliding into the seat, careful not to jar his head. You don't look that hot, man, she said with a warm smile. You got the flu? I hope not, he said, with a slight smile, before reaching for the coffee. She returned the smile and Harry concentrated on sipping his coffee slowly. It tasted horrible, but it gave him something to do. I heard you up and about last night, said Donna, watching him closely. Couldn't sleep. Something like that, he agreed, looking at the bacon sandwich and feeling like he might be sick. Bad dreams. He looked up at her for a moment. There was something in her tone, and her eyes. Just ill, he reassured her with a false smile. She seemed to take this as a challenge because after a few moments she put down her own mug of coffee and regarded him steadily. Can I ask you something, Harry? He wished she wouldn't but had to shrug in agreement. What's up with you and Kaz? Out of all the questions he was expecting that hadn't been it, and for a moment he simply stared at her. But she held his gaze steadily and he frowned at her. What do you mean? He asked her with a shrug. I mean, what are you two doing together? She asked, getting up and taking her plate over to the sink. I still don't understand, he said in a neutral voice. Well, see, that's where we agree, she said, leaning against the sink. I don't even know you. She doesn't even know you, and yet I can see straight away that there's something definitely up with you. Nothing's up with me, he said coolly, also standing up, and Kitty knows me pretty well, thanks very much. She merely gave a hollow laugh and shook her head, causing Harry to frown at her angrily. Oh, come on, Harry, I've got eyes, you know. I see you, posh kid, obviously not short of money, running away with a girl like Kaz. What have you done? And what is that supposed to mean? He asked, riled by her slate, a girl like Kitty. Why aren't you answering my question? She asked, eyebrows arched. Because it's a stupid question, he said through gritted teeth, and I'm too busy wondering what her supposed friend is doing saying things like that. Listen, I know you're up to something, she cut in, also angry now, and I want to know what it is if you're staying in my home with my son. I haven't done anything, he said heatedly. Are you in trouble with the police? She pressed. Drugs. Who are you running away from? My family, he told her in icy tones. Bullshit, she replied. What are you running away from? I just told you. Why are you running away with Kaz? She continued, obviously using the multiple question interrogation system. Because I am okay. He told her. Now are you going to tell me what's really bugging you? I just want to know who I'm letting into my house, she said. Well, now it's my turn to say bullshit, Harry said, feeling the recklessness rising. If you've got something against Kitty and me, then just say it. Donna huffed and turned to the sink, running the tap and washing her cup up in silence. Say it, challenged Harry angrily, walking over to her. I don't, she said in quiet, yet anger-filled voice. I just don't understand what's going on. What you guys think you're doing, what you're doing with her. What is your problem with me being with her? He exclaimed in confusion. What is so wrong with that? Because you don't know Kaz like I do. She practically shouted, whipping around suddenly. You think you do, but you don't. Nobody knows her. That's part of who she is. She picks up a friend or a guy, and for a while, you'll be the flavor of the month until she gets bored, and then she'll just piss off, middle of the night, no word, and leave you to pick up the pieces. Harry stared at her for a long moment, unable to say anything. Trust me, you don't want to be around her for too long. She's trouble, said Donna, bitterness in her voice. You've got no idea what she's done. With friends like you, who needs enemies, said Harry finally. You think this is funny? She asked him in an unnaturally high voice. No, I don't, he said, staring at her with some amount of confusion. I really don't. You're the only person from her whole life that she's spoken about and been happy. You're being so nice to her, letting us stay here, for what? Why are you talking about her like this? Because. Jesus, guys, I hope you've got the coffee brewing, came a sleepy voice from behind them, and they both spun around guiltily. Kitty was wandering into the kitchen, braids piled about her head crazily and dressed in baggy pajamas, trousers, and a small top. My head is pounding, she complained, stumbling towards them. All that vodka, joked Donna weakly. Yeah, probably, she agreed, flashing Donna a smile that was all the more galling for Harry to see. Morning sweets. Hey, Chuck, she said, and Harry stared at her hard. How two-faced could you get? And good morning to you too, stranger, she said, wandering over and wrapping her arms around his neck. She leaned forward and placed a key on his lips that he just couldn't seem to react to. His mind, that was so full of fog when he'd woken up, was now brimming over with what Donna had told him. Was what she said true? Flavor of the month. You okay? She asked, pulling back and studying him with a frown. He gave her a fake smile, and all at once the frown deepened and she pulled back. What's wrong? She said, instantly on guard. What's happened? Nothing, he said, smiling again. Harry's just feeling a bit ill, Kaz, came Donna's voice behind them. Sleepless night, Harry. Kitty turned to look at Donna for a moment and Harry also looked across to her. He couldn't help but feel the anger at her rise up again. There was the briefest look between them and Harry knew this could only lead to no good. Really? She asked, turning back to him with a serious expression on her face. Hey, I'm fine, he told her, flicking his gaze across to Donna who looked at him with eyebrows raised before wandering over to the kettle and setting about making Kitty some coffee. Kitty made sure she was out of earshot of her and turned back to Harry, wrapping her arms around him again. Sleepless night? She asked him quietly with a pointed look. He shrugged, avoiding her eyes. Another nightmare, she muttered, keeping her back to Donna, who was watching her steadily, about serious. Yeah, he admitted, even quieter, forgetting what Donna had said in light of Kitty's worry. She pulled him into a hug and this time he wrapped his arms around her. Don't dwell on it, she whispered in his ear as they swayed. I won't, he promised, looking up to see Donna leaning against the counter. Watching them. And smirking. Remus was poring over a large map of Wolverhampton that had been pinned up on the wall of the kitchen at Grimald Place, carefully pushing red pins into the places Kathy had gone to school, trying to see a pattern when he heard Mrs. Black start to shriek. Frowning in annoyance, he tried to block out the horrible curses and insults as the pin speared a small town called Bilbrook. A few seconds later Tonks entered the room, door banging off the wall as he looked over his shoulder to see her face looking positively stormy. And what is that supposed to mean? She was demanding angrily. Remus frowned and looked over his shoulder again to see Charlie trailing in after her, exasperated look on his own face. That doesn't matter right now, he said agitatedly as Tonks slammed her bag on the table, causing Remus to jump slightly. Sorry, okay. Oh yes, all is forgiven, she said irritably, tugging at the straps of her bag in an effort to get into it. You are unbelievable, Charlie Weasley. Sorry, he said meekly, and Remus wondered what was the big drama this time. Whatever. Charlie was silent for a few moments, and as Remus speared, Canuck, with another pin, he heard teacups being prepared as Tonks riffled through her bag and pulling out reams of parchment. So, how was your date last night? Asked Charlie in a would-be casual voice. Fine, she said, shuffling through her papers. What did you do? He asked as she gave a sigh and looked in her bag for something else. We had a meal, she replied, locating the file and sliding it onto the table. Where at? He continued. In Muggle London. Why? She demanded impatiently as Remus looked over the top of his map at them carrying on. Just curious. He shrugged noncommittally, letting a few seconds silence pass before he started again. Are you going to see him again? Not that it's any of your business, but probably not. No, she told him angrily, packing the leftover files into her bag. Remus, I'll me when Dumbledore gets here, okay? Sure thing, he said. Why not? Persisted Charlie as though he hadn't spoken. Why do you think, Charlie? She demanded, turning back to face him, hands on hips. Because you didn't get along, he said in a small voice, quailing under her glare. No, that's not why, she said, throwing her bag over her shoulder and marching towards the kitchen door. Why is it then? He asked, following her. Because, dung for brains, I got the file, job over. She said, walking out of the kitchen. What? Remus could hear them arguing all the way to the front door and he shook his head. There was definitely no love lost between those two, they seemed at constant loggerheads. However, he couldn't help but agree with Charlie's surprise at her reply. So the date was just part of the job. For some reason, this didn't feel like something Tonks would actually do, and he found himself reassessing her feelings towards Harry's disappearance. She's certainly taken it hard and seemed to be single-handedly spearheading the campaign to find him and the girl. He wondered where this deep-rooted desire seemed to come from that would make her quite willing to go to extreme measures to catch her quarry. He thought it might be something to do with her guilt at being on guard when he was missing. Charlie wandered back into the room, face like thunder as he threw his cloak around his shoulders, muttering to himself. Remus watched him curiously before he looked up and caught him. The angry face disappeared and was replaced by a laconic sort of grin. Women he shrugged. Remus smiled politely. Can't live with them. Can't kill them, finished Charlie, before giving a laugh and wandering off towards the fire. What are you doing today? Playing with maps until your brother gets us some addresses, he explained. Mum's got me running errands for everyone all day, he said, rolling his eyes. Haven't got any washing you need doing. I'm sure I'll be doing that soon too. No, I'm fine, he assured him, wondering why he was so sore all of a sudden. See you this evening then. Yeah, bye, he said vaguely, 1 foot already in the flames. Meanwhile, Tonks had already apparated to her flat. Correction, old flat, she told herself in an odd, sort of numb way. Her time period to pay up to Gringotts had come and gone and they wanted to repossess her home. It was ironic really because earlier that day she'd been handed an eviction notice for not paying her rent. The floors had been swept, curtains washed, fresh paint applied to the walls. All that was left to show that she had occupied it for the last 3 years was that faint lingering smell of burnt toast, which seemed to follow her everywhere. However, the empty flat couldn't be any further from her mind if she tried. She was entirely focused on the large parchment portfolio she was holding in her shaking hands. Her mission directive for the next month. Even now she couldn't fully comprehend it. She'd applied for the position, she'd done the interview, the tests, but somehow she never actually thought it would happen. And there it was in black and white. She shook her head in disbelief, rereading the words, Sentinel. They made it sound so. She let out a roar of frustration, wishing she still had furniture left so she could kick something. King, shitting, buggering hell. She yelled instead, stamping her feet on the floor, practically screaming with injustice of it all. Azkaban. Sentinel. Just another word for patrol officer, bloody guard. She was going to have to spend 8 hours a day, for the rest of her foreseeable future patrolling the corridors of that place. A Dementor replacement. What had been going through her mind? Had she actually gone insane? What made her want a job like that? Money. That's what it was, whispered the small part of her mind that was relieved she'd got the job. It was the highest paid job she could find. Probably because no one in their right minds would want it. It was too dangerous, and she'd asked for it. All but begged for it. Well, she'd bloody got what she'd asked for, hadn't she? The caution money alone would be able to pay off almost half her banker's fees. But she'd probably never get to see that, she thought glumly. Now the Dementors are gone, she'd have to face prisoner waking up, plotting, planning, waiting for her to slip up. At that moment she hated her world and everything it stood for. If she'd been born Muggle, she could have been worrying about what to do now her university career was over, where to live, what skirt to wear to what interview. Now she was faced with spending almost half her time on the island of Azkaban, the darkest, most evil-infested place in the known world. And there was nothing she could do to save herself. The simple fact was she needed this, the money, she needed it a lot more than she needed her sanity. The hopelessness of the situation seemed to overcome her, and she couldn't fight and rage and struggle against it anymore. She could only drop her sentence to the floor, place her head in her arms, and cry. Harry felt odd. He was sitting on the steps that led up to the fountain in the center of the town with Kitty. The sun was shining and there was the buzz of the Saturday shoppers. Despite all this, however, he felt like he was in another world, far away from thoughts of sales and bargains as he wondered about his and Donna's, what would he call it, argument. The words, flavor of the month, wouldn't stop echoing around his head, and he couldn't help but dwell. Kitty, however, was completely unaware, slouched as she was down the steps, enjoying the sun as she ate her burger, watching the people walk past with a slightly superior look in her eyes. God, throwback from the 80s or what? She commented, nodding towards a woman walking past, I thought that color had been banned in like 1985 or something. It seemed to be her favorite game, people watching, and Harry had little interest or contribution to the conversation. Was all that required, as he continued to stare ahead of him unseeingly, thinking about the conversation he'd overheard the night they'd arrived between her and Donna when she'd accused Kitty of not liking guys like him. I don't even have to say what's wrong with that, he vaguely heard her say, totally missing her follow-up comment. Harry blinked a couple of times, trying to get used to the contact lenses. It was a very peculiar feeling, being able to see without his glasses, for as long as he could remember he'd had them, and to suddenly have no need for them was like being told it was actually necessary to carry your hands about with you. Jesus Christ, came Kitty's voice again. He didn't pay any attention to her outburst. No doubt it was someone wearing more luminous combinations of retro clothes that had caught her attention. Shit, I used to date that guy. This really did catch his attention, his head snapping up in a flash as he searched the crowds. His eyes fell upon a group of about 4 guys that looked slightly older than him that were walking towards their general direction. Tracksuit bottoms and flashy trainers, football shirts and baseball caps, shaved heads and hoop earrings. Harry grimaced. He really didn't like what he saw. He looked over to Kitty, who had suddenly, and suspiciously, abandoned the sunbathing and snatched off his baseball cap, pulling it low over her eyes. She was obviously trying to look as inconspicuous as possible, failing miserably due to her outrageous clothes. Harry glanced over at the guys heading towards them. They hadn't noticed her yet and he quickly shuffled towards her, blocking them from her line of sight. She must have noticed the shadow he'd cast because she shrunk into it, pulling the cap even lower across her face. The guys walked past without incident and after almost a minute she relaxed, pulling off the cap and surveying the crowds again. Somebody should make socks and sandals illegal, was all she said, big grin back on her face. What was all that about? He asked her. What? She said innocently. Harry doubted if Kitty had ever been innocent in her life. Why were you hiding? He pressed, feeling this was slightly ominous. I wasn't hiding, she said, slightly riled. I just didn't fancy talking to him, that's all. Why not? He asked, eyes narrowing. She had that tone again, the one that said she was hiding something. And this made him sick with worry. What's with all the questions, Harry? She said lightly, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. It's nothing. Just curious, he shrugged, twisting around and looking after the guys. He sure felt a bit inferior and couldn't help making a comparison between himself and them. They seemed so much more like her than he did. Again that small niggling doubt returned to his mind. What was she doing with him? He just couldn't figure it out. The silence stretched over them and for the first time since he'd met her it was almost uncomfortable. He wondered if this was because of him or because of Donna. He was a complete shit, Harry, she said finally, looking over to him with a serious expression on her face. A real nasty piece of work. Don't compare yourself to him. I wasn't, he lied, looking off to the side so she couldn't see his expression. Well, fine then, she said, sounding a little unbalanced, just so you know anyway. Kitty didn't like doing serious, he'd quickly realized. She hated being honest and talking about things and not playing with grins and smiles. So when she actually did act like this it was so obvious she was uncomfortable, the only time he ever really got the feeling she was unsure of what she was doing. She always seemed to have plans, backup ideas in case things went wrong, witty comebacks and snappy remarks. She was purposely not looking at him now. Have you had a lot of boyfriends? He blurted out, before his brain kicked in and he gave an inward grimace of embarrassment. A few, she shrugged, tapping ash into the fountain. How many is a few? He asked, again before he could stop himself. She looked over to him now with a grin playing across her lips. She was enjoying herself again. Why would you want to know something like that? She teased him playfully. Just curious, he shrugged. You're very curious today, she said, before giving a slight laugh, and we all know what curiosity did. Killed the cat? He asked, also smiling now. The previous tensions seemed to evaporate in a plume of her cigarette smoke. And the witnesses, she agreed, nodding thoughtfully as she smiled to herself. You still didn't answer my question, he pointed out, now in a more welcoming tone. I forgot what it was now, she said, and you didn't answer mine. You didn't ask me one, he said, slightly confused now. I did. I asked you how many girlfriends you'd had. No, you didn't, he protested, feeling his cheeks flush slightly at the thought of talking about this. Yeah, I did. Just then, she laughed as he fell into her trap. Well, if you must know. One. Sort of, at least I think so, he said, remembering the odd setup he and Cho had had last year. You think so? It was complicated, he told her. So complicated you weren't even sure if you were going out? She asked, eyebrow arched. It's a bit harder at boarding school, he explained, trying to dig his way out of the uncomfortable situation. You're completely separated most of the time. Surely that would have made it fun. She teased, creeping around corridors in the dead of night, hiding under beds, disused classrooms. He gave an embarrassed laugh, thinking about his invisibility cloak. Nighttime wanders in search of trapdoors, illegal chambers or the kitchens. For some reason, he'd never thought about using his invisibility cloak to visit the Ravenclaw common room. What was her name? Asked Kitty, basking once again in the sun. Cho. Was she good looking? She asked him. He shrugged noncommittally. Prettier than me. Harry suddenly felt like he was on very dangerous ground. He looked at Kitty in panic, trying to actually think about how to get out of this situation alive. She narrowed her eyes at him suspiciously, before breaking into a wide grin. Jesus, Harry, you're so easy to wind up. She laughed. He almost melted with relief. And you're so quick to make fun, he replied easily. That's why you love me, she stated, before laughing again. Harry looked at her curiously. She was joking again. Hey, sweetie. Tonks twisted around to see her best friend Jerry dodging through the crowds of late afternoon shoppers towards her, waving and grinning widely. Tonks got up and gave her a friendly key on the cheek, before pulling her into a hug, greeting her warmly as if she hadn't seen her for months. Whoa, what's the special occasion? Asked Jerry, pulling back and holding Tonks at arm's length and studying her closely. Just a friend in need, she said, as they sat down in their booth. Jerry waved over to the barman with a flick of her perfectly manicured hand, quickly ordering a round of drinks and settling back. She had a knowing smile on her face. So, do I have to guess? She asked. Nah, said Tonks, suddenly not feeling like she wanted to talk at all. Well, prompted Jerry when she didn't elaborate. The drinks arrived and Tonks could use this as a useful diversion for only a few moments before Jerry's bright brown eyes were studying her closely. Okay, she muttered, before her squaring her shoulders. I've got more problems than we've got hours to sit here. Jerry laughed, picking up her handbag and rooting around it, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Well, lucky for you I've got tomorrow off. So, let's start with a list and we'll try to work our way down. Okay, said Tonks, taking a deep swig of her drink and bracing herself. 1. Money. 2. The flat. 3. Harry. 4. Remus. 5. Charlie. 6. Azkaban. 7. Dad. 8. Health. Jerry puffed away thoughtfully, nodding at each number as if she understood perfectly and didn't look surprised or question any of them. However, her features began to cloud slightly and Tonks saw the same thing that had happened ever since they'd become friends on the platform 9 3/4. Whenever she was upset, Jerry was upset. It was like some kind of unwritten rule. If they were down, the other would be. There could be no other way. That's a long list, said Jerry eventually, also taking a drink, and briefly, what's the worry about each of them? Well, money, lack of, flat, soon to be lack of, Harry, definite lack of, Remus, likewise, Charlie, too much, Azkaban, likewise, Dad, health, worry. Well, let me start with the one I know most about, health. What's up? She asked and Tonks took another deep sigh. It's like the 5th year. I just feel so blue, she said emphatically, as the neighboring booth looked at her outburst oddly. I wake up more tired than I went to sleep. I've got absolutely no energy and this constant headache and I just feel so down. Like nothing's going right and it never will. Depression, said Jerry, looking worried. Like you said, it's the 5th year all over again. The more you think about it, the worse you'll become. Easily said. muttered Tonks, staring at her glass glumly. Tell you what, I'll whip up a batch of something to help you, offered Jerry, with an encouraging smile, just to help you get over the worst patch. I can't take anything whilst I'm on duty without telling them, said Tonks at once, having already thought of that, and we're not allowed to take anything that will affect our mental state. Jerry frowned slightly and cast around for a solution. Tonks gave a heavy sigh and silence pressed down on them before Jerry gave a small look around her. You could just take something, you know, she said in a low voice, and not tell anyone. I could make something untraceable. Tonks stared at her for a few moments, wanted desperately to say no, that it was unethical and against the rules, but right at that moment, she wanted nothing other than the blissful happiness that Jerry could create in an afternoon. It had all but got her through her 5th year. Would there be a problem doing the same now? I'll get one made up, said Jerry, understanding her silence. Now, move on to the next point, Harry. I can't really say very much, said Tonks awkwardly, but he's still missing, still no sign, and it's all my fault. What do you mean? She exclaimed, looking annoyed at Tonks. You always blame yourself. It's got nothing to do with you. I was on duty when he escaped, she said glumly, feeling the storm clouds gather above her head even more now. Hey, if he planned it as much as you say, then he would have found a way to get out, said Jerry, patting her hand warmly, and no one could have stopped him. You were protecting him, not guarding him. So stop beating yourself up about it and relax. Okay, said Tonks in a small voice. Jerry caught the attention of the barman again, and soon 2 more drinks were whinging their way to their table, along with the bar snacks menu. Tonks suddenly remembered she'd forgotten breakfast again and was surprised to find her stomach wasn't crying out for food. She actually felt quite full but ordered some chips just to stop Jerry worrying. So, what was next? Asked Jerry, pulling another cigarette out of her packet. Remus, said Tonks, even more depressed now. Jerry gave her a sympathetic look, before lighting her cigarette with a wave of her wand. She took a deep inhalation and released a plume of smoke, looking deep in thought. Nothing's happened? She asked finally. No, said Tonks, suddenly catching herself and realizing how desperate she sounded. No. I just think nothing can ever possibly happen. You don't know that, said Jerry with a frown. There are a lot more important things to worry about at the moment, I guess. Just give him time. You can't rush these things. There isn't anything to rush, muttered Tonks. God, you are the depressed one today, said Jerry with a frown. You've just got to take it easy. If he likes you, he'll soon realize, and if he doesn't, then, well, there's plenty more fish in the sea. That's such a lame saying and completely not helpful, said Tonks before gulping down her drink. But true. Just remember when we went into our 7th year you were convinced you were going to be Mrs. Charlie Weasley when we left, she said with a grin and a shrug. Times change. Don't remind me, scoffed Tonks, but I just feel like this is different, you know. I really want him, supplied Jerry with a grin, filling in Tonks' silence. Tonks gave a laugh, but didn't deny it, and Jerry nodded knowingly. Listen, you two are good friends, from what you've told me, right? Said Jerry, and Tonks shrugged noncommittally. Well, you work together a lot, yeah. In my experience, working together often leads to something more. Look at me and Steve. Give it time. Yeah, perhaps, said Tonks in a sullen voice that said she truly didn't want to wait. You've got to give him time to get over the whole age difference thing. 14 years in a long time, pointed out Jerry. 13 actually, said Tonks, before giving another deep sigh. You're right. Of course, it's just that, right now I'd love someone to be here with me, you know. Before I had Charlie, but now I'm just lonely. Finished Jerry, before nodding heavily. I know, sweetie, but try not to think about it. And I'm here, I'll do anything I can possibly do, you know that, right? Tonks gave a warm smile over to her friend, feeling inexplicably touched by what she just said. Thanks, Chuck. Speaking of which, old Chucky was on that list too, wasn't he? Said Jerry in the hope of dragging Tonks out of the gloom. What's the story? He's driving me insane, she said with a roll of her eyes. I'm convinced he thinks we're going to get back together, despite every single thing pointing against it. Well, you better tell him sooner rather than later. You know what he's like, she said, calling over for another round of drinks. There isn't anything going on, is there? No, of course not, exclaimed Tonks emphatically. Good. I don't think I could cope if you two got back together again. She grinned and Tonks laughed too, both remembering the old times. Just then the door to the pub opened and they both looked up against the chill that swept across their ankles. It was a group of men a bit older themselves, deep in conversation and wrapped up in black cloaks, unnaturally thick ones at that for the weather. Tonks narrowed her eyes suspiciously and watched them order their drinks and sit across the way from them. You've gone into official mode, noted Jerry, noticing Tonks had got out her wand and placed it on the table. Hard habit to break, said Tonks vaguely, craning her neck slightly to watch the men talk. Jerry merely rolled her eyes, but seconds later she too had put her wand on the table next to her. I think I recognize one of them, that's all, said Tonks, more covertly watching them this time through the slats in the headboard behind Jerry. From work? She asked, sounding slightly worried now. Yeah, maybe. We should head off then. Why don't we go round yours and have a few more drinks? Steve's at home at the moment redecorating James's room, she suggested, trying to sound casual but looking unnerved. That's something I actually wanted to talk to you about today, said Tonks suddenly, snapping her attention back to Jerry. You see, my place is going to be completely refurbished by my landlord soon. Apparently having new carpets and tables is more important than actually getting rid of the mice or damp. So, where are you going to be living? Asked Jerry, looking worried. Well, I could get a room somewhere, but what I wanted to ask was if, she began cautiously. You can stay with us for as long as you want, cut in Jerry, smile on her face. Really? Tonks exclaimed, looking immediately ecstatic. That'd be okay. Of course, said Jerry with a laugh. Did you even need to ask? Tonks grinned widely, feeling for a few short seconds like all her worries had been solved. As long as you don't mind being woken up every few hours by James, added Jerry. Babies I can cope with, she replied, getting to her feet. It's everything else I have trouble with. Mo. 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 Jerry joked as they headed for the fireplace. You're a little bundle of joy. I know. That's why you love me, replied Tonks, giving her friend an impromptu hug. Thanks, Jerry. No problem, sweetie. It'll be like being back at school. Harry and Kitty had found themselves in a small nearby takeaway, squished into a red plastic booth as they ate their heavily fried dinner, Harry dragging it out as long as possible so they didn't have to go back to the flat and Donna's creepy behavior. He hadn't managed to bring it up with Kitty yet and wasn't quite sure how to start on the I think you friends a psycho conversation. So Harry asked Kitty, oblivious to his deliberations as she popped chip into her mouth, what's your favorite type of film? He began, casting around for something he'd seen at the Dursleys before giving up. I don't really watch movies. Really? She said incredulously, Chip hovering midair now as she stared at him. The Dursleys aren't really a big fan of the cinema, he tried explaining. But you must watch them on telly, she said, looking as if she couldn't actually comprehend not watching movies. No, not really, he shrugged, I never watched much telly. She continued to stare at him and then gave him a suspicious look. Are you joking? She said with a small smile. Nope, he said, taking a slurp of his milkshake, I just don't. She gave a slow nod before a wide smile spread across her face. In that case, let us begin your cultural education, she said happily. We'll watch some movies tonight. What do you fancy? Action, sci-fi. Harry felt a little lost and after a moment gave a shrug and said, I tell you what, you chose, leave it in the capable hands of the expert. Cop out, she grinned. And proud, he laughed. What's your favorite? I'm a big horror fan, she said, leaning back in her chair as he took a big bite out of his burger. Anything with a ghost, vampire, monster or werewolf is good for me. Harry nearly choked on his burger as she said this and for a panicked few seconds, he was coughing and being slapped on the back by Kitty. When he finally managed to breathe again and looked up to her, eyes watering. Werewolves you say? He said weakly. Yeah, she said, leaning back, apparently satisfied he wasn't going to die. I love all the big Hollywood horrors. Harry continued to nod his head, Feeling slightly like one of those toy dogs in the back of cars, he couldn't really think of anything else to do, or say. My all-time top 10 characters are the Wolfman, she began, ticking it off on her finger, Count Dracula, or Nosferatu, whichever you want to call him, Frankenstein's monster, the Mummy, the Thing, the Creature from the Black Lagoon, King Kong, Quasimodo, and the Phantom of the Opera. Harry stared at her, mouth hanging open slightly. She looked at him expectantly. That's only 9, was all he could think to say. Oh, the zombie too, she said, a pleased smile on her face. Which one do you want to watch? He tried to kick his vocal cords into gear. I couldn't possibly begin to choose. Okay, she said, munching on a chip thoughtfully. Well, how about we start with the basics? Werewolves, vampires, or zombies? I can tell by the way you're waggling your eyebrows that you really want to watch a werewolf film, he pointed out, and she gave a pleased smile. Right answer, she quipped. Okay, all we need to decide now is, classic Hollywood or modern action? What's the difference? He asked with a sinking heart. It looked like he was stuck now. Well, one is black and white with rubber masks, zips on suits visible where beautiful women go. A lot, and fall into the arms of the dashing male lead, she said with a grin, or the other is more realistic and gory. There's this really excellent one where you see this guy's windpipe being torn out. The first one, he cut in quickly. Squeamish Harry? She asked him, eyebrows raised. Not at all, he said with a fake laugh. You've gone all pale, she pointed out, grinning even more. You're not going to hide behind the sofa, are you? He threw a chip at her and she bobbed her tongue out at him. You won't be going. A lot, will you? She continued to tease. No, he replied stoutly as she pulled scary faces at him. Don't worry, I'll protect you, she snickered, before leaning towards him suddenly, roaring with her hands raised like claws. Harry jumped backwards in shock and she collapsed in a fit of laughter. He shoved her in the ribs and quickly retaliated, beginning a tickling match that soon escalated to the point where their fellow customers were shooting them annoyed glances and the ketchup was spilt on the floor. Tonks sat on the unmade bed, staring around her surroundings, feeling as if they were suffocating her slowly. Sirius' room was exactly the same as she and Remus had left it the night he'd been drinking, exactly the same as the night he dropped everything and went to the Department of Mysteries. Sometimes she almost forgot Sirius was dead. She'd walk into Grimmauld Place and walk into the kitchen in search of him. She'd pour an extra cup of tea out, set a place at the table for him. Sometimes, when it was quiet and she was all alone, she actually found herself calling out his name to see where he was, before the realization hit her and she sighed with relief that no one was there to witness it. And there were other times where it seemed to hang over her, days where it was so apparent he was gone that she couldn't believe people were going about their normal lives, getting on with things, moving on, forgetting. Where the sight of even the word black made her shake, where she misheard the word Sirius, where she'd see one of his mugs. Today was one of those days. Tears trickling down her cheeks, she looked around the room, taking in his meager possessions, studying the photos that had been pinned to the wall. Third year Harry, Ron and Hermione walking across Hogwarts grounds, obviously taken when they weren't aware. Various shots from his youth as well as the one she remembered vividly being taken. Christmas, not 7 months ago, her and Sirius, Christmas hats and fake beards. Another one drew her gaze, an older, battered photo of him, James, Peter and Remus in the Gryffindor common room. Remus, she thought sadly, how does he cope? Tonks had only had a year reunited with her cousin. Remus had been his best friend. How can he not just want to stand and scream out with grief, frustration, anger, sadness? She shook her head as if to clear the thoughts. Far from easing the pain of the loss, being around Sirius things didn't make her feel closer to him, it just threw into sharp relief his disappearance. With a shaking hand, she picked up the small notebook that was on his desk, opening to the marked page. Sirius. Handwriting greeted her eyes and she could only read the first sentence of his to-do list before she couldn't take it anymore. Hastily she dropped the book back onto the desk, falling back onto the bed and giving into the grief, sobbing into her hands. Sometime later she heard the door to Sirius' room open quietly and someone enter. She instantly gave up on the thought of composing herself. Instead, she merely tried to stem the tears as much as possible, looking up to see Bill walking over to her. Without a word, he sat down on the bed next to her and wrapped an arm around her, into which she fell gratefully. She never liked crying in front of anyone, ever since she was young, but right now she didn't think she could stop if she wanted to. The image of the photo of her and Sirius seemed to be permanently pasted onto her eyelids. After what seemed an age, her tears seemed to dry up until she was left staring at the wall with unseeing, itchy eyes, head still resting on Bill's shoulder. "I miss him, Bill," she admitted in a watery voice. "I know, Tonks," he sighed, also looking around the room. "We all do." She nodded heavily. "Come on, baby sis," he said, trying to inject some humor into his voice as he jostled her shoulder. "Let's go downstairs, you shouldn't be in here." Tonks looked around the room. Whatever she was waiting for here wasn't apparent yet, but she found herself unwilling to leave. "You go down," she said, extricating herself out of his arms. "I'll just stay for a bit." "Are you sure?" he asked doubtfully. "It's not good to stay here." "I know," she said, rubbing her face wearily, "but I want to just." She didn't even know what she thought it would achieve, but she had to. "Okay," he said, standing up. "See you in a bit." "Yeah, bye." He left the room, shutting the door, and Tonks looked around again. "I miss you, big cuss," she told the room, before feeling slightly stupid. But it made her feel slightly better for saying it. She just wanted to talk to someone about what had happened, but everyone seemed to think that silence was the only way to deal. The subject was skirted but never broached. People trailed off sentences, left them hanging in the air. It wasn't the way. Apart from Remus' drunken rant, no one even mentioned his death. What kind of a way to show your gratitude was that? He died protecting them all, protecting wizard kind, and what thanks did he get? Silence. Most of the country still thought he was a murderer. He didn't deserve it. "You didn't deserve this, Sirius," she told the room, in a stronger voice. "He was a good man. People should know." "Remus," came a voice. He turned around, finding Bill walking towards him with a slightly anxious expression on his face. "What's wrong?" he asked instantly. "No, nothing's wrong as such," he said quickly. "Understand the man's alarm." He came to a halt in front of him and threw a look up the stairs. "It's Tonks," he said uncertainly. "What about her?" asked Remus, alarm rising once again. "She's been in Sirius' room for about 4 hours, he said in a low voice. "I went to see her and she was crying for a while. She said she'd come down about 2 hours ago." Remus also looked up the stairs now worriedly. "I'll go and see her," he told Bill, already moving towards the base of the stairs. "Thanks," he said gratefully. "Dinner's nearly ready too and Dumbledore will be here." Remus nodded and began to climb the stairs, worrying about Tonks. She was, he'd realized long ago, a very complicated person who made everyone think she was very uncomplicated. And she'd taken Sirius' death hard. He could still picture her face when she'd woken up in hospital after the battle, when she'd been told he'd gone. It was something he didn't think he'd ever forget. He came to the door to the room everyone had silently agreed was out of bounds, but which was visited regularly by almost everyone in the Order in secret. He didn't bother knocking, pushing it open slowly to look into the dim room. Tonks was sat on the bed, shoulders slightly hunched as she stared ahead. Silently he walked over and sat down next to her, staring ahead to where she was. And there they sat for almost 10 minutes, both silently saying what they'd never be able to put into words. The grief, the loneliness, the anger. What it meant to miss someone. "I keep expecting him to walk in," she said in a quiet voice. "Me too," said Remus heavily, "every time." She gave a dry sniff, sighing heavily. "I keep seeing him too," she admitted, sounding like it was almost against her will. "In the street, in the house, the ministry." "I know," he nodded. "Me too. I know how Harry felt now, seeing that dog in Diagon Alley," she said in a hollow voice. "I don't think he believes he's gone either," Remus told her. "It's going to take a while." "How long?" she asked him in a grief-filled whisper. "I thought I saw Lily yesterday," was all he said. Tonks nodded heavily, rubbing her eyes wearily. She wanted to talk more about him, but now it seemed almost impossible. She'd been waiting for so long for someone to just talk to her about him, and now it seemed Remus almost wanted to, but she couldn't. She wanted to explain what she'd been thinking about Sirius' name, how it shouldn't be dragged through the mud anymore, how he should be praised by everyone for what he'd done. I have to visit my mum tonight, she blurted out, taking herself by surprise, and my dad. Remus just nodded, now understanding what had put her into this mood. How is she, since all this happened? He asked her, turning to look at her once again. It didn't help, she said in a faraway voice. I don't think she even understands, or even remembers who he is anymore. Remus sighed. The fate of Andromeda Tonks was one he wouldn't want to wish on anyone, let alone the woman who, when he was young, remembered with such fond memories. Sometimes I get the feeling she doesn't even recognize me, Tonks said sadly. Isn't there anything that could be done? He asked after a while. No. Believe me when I say I've tried. I know, he told her, wanting, but seemingly unable to just reach out and console her. How's your dad doing these days? Soldiering on, she said, giving a weak smile. He misses mum though, he does his best. I'm sure he does, he told her. It must be hard for him. Tonks shrugged. He just jokes that we were cursed. Sometimes I think he's right. She climbed to her feet, picking up her cloak, turning to face him sadly. I better go, see you about Remus. And with that, she was gone and Remus was left to stare after her. Poor Tonks, he couldn't help but think. Her family were one of the nicest he'd ever met, and they had been plagued by tragedies since he could remember. He thought about what she'd said for a long time. If Andromeda couldn't remember Sirius anymore, couldn't recognize her own daughter, he knew there wasn't much time left for her. Harry and Kitty were sitting at a small cafe in the center of the city of Wolverhampton, chatting easily about random and far-reaching subjects as they enjoyed the hot summer weather. Harry was forcibly reminded of Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley as a large sundae was placed between them and two spoons. They began to dig in. Kitty gave a sudden snigger. He looked up to her smiling. What? Just want to warn you. There's no way I'm ever doing that. She nodded to the table next to them where a woman was feeding ice cream to the man opposite her, cooing quietly. Harry snorted into his ice cream and finally resurfaced to see Kitty trying to hide her laughter behind her hand as the woman glared over at them. I'm glad, he told her emphatically as the man opposite proceeded to feed the woman a cherry. They amused themselves for several minutes by providing a running commentary and voiceovers for the couple's actions until they were effectively silenced when the waiter walked past them with a disapproving glare. Maybe he'd prefer it if we simpered over our whipped cream, Kitty giggled, before scooping up a spoonful of cream. Oh honeykins, have a whittle bit of CWEAM. Harry burst out laughing even more and Kitty pretended to be offended, pouting and batting her eyelashes at him. What's a matter, babycakes? She cooed, leaning forwards and hovering her spoon in front of him. Can't take my spoonful of hot, burning love. Shut up, he spluttered, raising a marshmallow threateningly. I'm just as capable of being gross with confectionery. Oh, I'm all hot under the collar, she purred, leaning back and fanning herself ostentatiously. I love it when you talk dirty, Harry. Harry really did lose it this time and Kitty couldn't keep a straight face any longer, laughing hysterically along with him. He was just wiping a tear from his eye when a jolly ditty began to emanate from Kitty, bag. She swallowed her laughter and searched around in her back quickly, drawing out her mobile phone. She looked at the screen, frowning slightly at it, causing Harry's laughter to trail off slowly, and glanced up at him with an odd look on her face before answering it. Yeah, oh, hello, is this Kathy Earle? Came the voice, a young female by the sound of it. Who is this? She said and Harry looked at her curiously. My name's Natalie Tonks, said the woman in a kind-sounding voice. How did you get my number? She asked the stranger. Harry mouthed over. Who is it? And she gave him a shrug. He put down his burger and watched her intently. Your boss over at the Rabbit and Hound gave it to me, explained the mysterious woman and Kitty felt the first prickles of suspicions. What do you want? Well, I was just trying to find a friend of mine. He went missing a couple of days back and his family are very worried for him, she said. Kitty, who'd been staring at nothing, looked up to Harry, who had suddenly gone very pale. She didn't know what to say for a second, feeling her heart beating furiously against her ribcage. Well, who is it? She finally asked, putting on her chronic liar voice. His name's Harry Potter, said the woman quickly, obviously relieved Kitty was still on the line and trying to get in as much information as possible. He's got black hair and green eyes and a scar on his forehead. I don't know anyone like that, she said, finding herself unable to look away from Harry's intense gaze. He seemed to be trying to hear the conversation through her. I knew a Harvey once, if that's any help, except he had blue eyes, I think. Listen, Kathy, I know you know Harry because you went to school with him, said the woman, suddenly sounding like the words, cut the crap, was about to be said. Did I? She asked, doing a good impression of sounding surprised. God, you know, so many schools and so many new people. I saw you with him last week, said the voice flatly. Did you? Well, would you imagine that? Laughed Kitty, and sides writhing slightly now. I've always said I've got a sieve for brains. Please, cut in the woman, can you tell me if he's with you? Listen, lady, Kitty said in with a harsh tone, I don't know any goddamn Harry, so you can just get off my line, okay? I know he's with you. She said desperately, obviously realizing she was losing the battle. You've got to tell me where you are. I'm not telling some psycho phone stalker where I am, laughed Kitty. Please, he's in real danger, begged the woman. There could be anybody following him or. Well, if I ever meet this elusive Harry, I'll tell him the goddamn mafia are after him, okay? Asked Kitty, watching Harry, who, if possible, went even whiter. I'm being serious, said the woman through gritted teeth. So am I, replied Kitty. Now I don't know who you are, and I don't know any Harry, green-eyed or not. So you can just piss off, all right? Can you tell him something for me then? Said the woman. Hey, growled Kitty, didn't you hear what I just said? Can you tell him that we all miss him and we need him back? Tell him Mooney is sorry for everything and he says Snuffles wouldn't have wanted this, that he'd be disappointed in him. But most of all, tell him he needs to keep his eyes peeled and his Ollivanders at hand at all times, and that he's going to need chocolate, lots of chocolate. Okay, now I know you're psycho, said Kitty, shaking her head at the nonsensical ramblings of the woman. And tell him to come back. Tell him Shunpike will do it. That we won't be angry with him. We'd rather see him home with us than dead on the streets, she finished, sounding tearful. He knows more than anybody that this is just what Riddle wants. Whatever, said Kitty as a bored voice. Bye. She ended the call and carefully placed her phone on the table, staring at it thoughtfully. Harry was staring at her and she looked up to him, noticing for the first time just how worried he looked. Who was it? He asked in a hoarse voice. Some woman called Natalie Tonks, said Kitty carefully, measuring his reaction. Natalie Tonks? He asked, a puzzled look in his eyes. Yeah. Who is she? She asked, and Harry sat back in his chair, running a hand through his hair so that it stood up in all directions. She's he began, before suddenly thinking of something, she's Sirius' cousin. Okay, she nodded. What did she say? Asked Harry, sitting forward once again and looking quite wild in the eyes. She babbled a load of nonsense I didn't understand. Somebody called Mooney as sorry, she said, pausing to measure his reaction, but he merely paled a little more and nodded for her to continue, and that Sniffle would be disappointed. Snuffles? He asked, a shadow of pain taking over his features. Yeah, that's right, she said tentatively. Who's that? It's this stupid nickname we gave Sirius once, he said in a hollow voice. Sirius would be disappointed. There was more, she said, hoping to snap him out of the grief she could see taking over him. She said you need to keep your Olivers, not that's not right, your Ollivanders. Ollivander. He said and she nodded. Yeah, she said keep your eyes peeled and your Ollivanders at hand, and some about needing lots of chocolate. He visibly paled at this and she could also see his hands start to shake. She looked at him feeling suddenly very anxious. Why would needing chocolate provoke such a response? Anything else? Yeah, they said Shunpike would get you home, and that they wouldn't be angry at all, and that you being dead on the streets is exactly what Riddle wants. Harry stared at the table for some time and Kitty watched him carefully, slightly worried at how he was taking the weird ramblings of the stranger. Who's Riddle? She asked, watching as he ran his fingers over his scar vaguely. He looked up at her with an unreadable expression and Kitty felt a prickle of fear. The guy that did this, he said, gesturing to his scarred forehead, that killed my parents. Shit, Harry, she said, skin now tingling with cold in the hot summer's sun. Harry ran his fingers through his hair again and for some time she didn't say anything, merely watched him work himself up. Harry, she began anxiously, before trailing off. What could she say? Listen, let's go, yeah, he said, already standing up quickly. She was worried about how pale he looked. Kitty climbed to her feet quickly and dropped a few coins onto the table. Harry did the same and began to walk quickly away from the cafe, staring all around him as if he expected to be jumped at any moment. Kitty thought about all the nonsense she'd just heard that had worried him so much. None of it made any sense to her, yet she was also now seeing shadows in the crowds, feeling like she was being watched. She drew closer to him instinctively and he gave her a brief look of surprise before taking her hand and intertwining his fingers with hers. For the first time since she'd met Harry, she felt like she'd had a glimpse into what it was like to be him, what the fear was he held in his eyes, his protectiveness of her, the way whenever they were out and about he was tensed up, as if ready to fight. She couldn't help but wonder who these nameless people that were after him were, what his family done that meant they should be murdered, what Harry's life before she met him had been like. She stole a sideways glance at him and watched him scanning the crowds incessantly. He was wound up so tightly now that his grip on her hand was a little too fierce and she felt that now would be the moment she had to say something, do something, comfort him some way. But before she could open her mouth she was jostled roughly by a large man trying to push past her. Harry practically yanked her backwards until she was hidden behind him, glaring at the man fiercely as he pushed his hand into his jacket pocket. Sorry about that, son, said the man quickly, holding up his hands at Harry's open hostility and backing away. Harry didn't say anything and Kitty couldn't seem to speak through her tight throat. It had all happened so quickly and taken her so much by surprise that by the time she even thought of reacting, the man was retreating quickly. His eyes had been fixed on Harry's jacket and the hand that was still inside it. After a second the nerves and the shock got too much for her and she smacked Harry on the arm roughly. Ouch, he yelped, spinning around to her. What was that for? Because you're an idiot, she hissed at him. Have you brought a knife out with you? What? He asked, frowning in confusion. You were going to pull a knife on him, she said incredulously, whacking him on the arm again, in broad daylight. Are you insane? What are you rambling on about? He hissed angrily now, too worked up now to think properly. I saw you putting your hand in your jacket, she practically shouted back at him, smacking an arm against his pocket. You're on the F. King edge, Harry. She began to storm off and Harry cursed under his breath, plunging his hand into his jacket pocket once again and drawing out his wand discreetly. He quickly stowed it in his bag and jogged to catch up with Kitty, who was striding ahead and trying to lose him. Kitty, he called, ignoring the odd looks he got from the people around him. Kitty, wait. She stopped and spun around, hands on hips as she waited for him to catch up. What? She asked him finally. This is stupid, Kitty, he began. Don't you? This is stupid. Me, she snapped, before lowering her voice against the stairs. You were supposed to be different. How can you even think? I didn't have a knife for Merlin's sake. He burst out, flinching slightly at his choice of words. What the F.K. is that supposed to mean, Merlin's sake? It means I don't have a knife. I've never had a knife and there would be no way that I would pull one out in the middle of a shopping center. He said in exasperation. Come on, Kitty, this is me we're talking about. She looked at him uncertainly, eyes flicking to his jacket momentarily, before looking him straight in his eyes. Why would I even do that? He asked her, feeling like she was coming around. Harry, I was freaked out enough by that phone call and you're getting more and more freaked out every day. She told him, trying to soften her tone when she saw the look of panic that crossed his face at this. Listen, it's okay. I understand why you're scared and I haven't forgotten that you were trying to protect me, but, no more weapons, okay? I don't have any weapons, was all he could say to this. He opened up his jacket to show her his empty pocket wordlessly, too busy wondering what she meant by him getting more and more freaked out every day. Kitty silently pressed a hand against his pocket for a second and then looked away, cheeks flushing darkly. Jesus Christ, she said, sounding mortified, I'm so sorry, Harry. She dropped into the bench near them and zipping his jacket up and feeling terrible for lying, Harry sat down next to her. I can't believe I just accused you of, she trailed off, putting her face in her hands. Harry felt even guiltier now. She'd been right. After all, he had been halfway through pulling out his wand and hexing the man 7 ways till Sunday when he'd realized it was a muggle. What was wrong with him? Was he going to spend the rest of his life looking over his shoulder, worrying if the next black-coated person is wearing robes, if the next person who randomly shouts, Harry, in the street had recognized him? Sorry, Harry, she said in a small voice, face still in hands, I'm crap. It doesn't matter, he said in a faraway voice, we're both just on edge. She nodded fervently and for a long moment, they merely sat in silence. She looked across to him. The phone call freaked you out, didn't it? I mean, more than you letting on. He didn't reply, merely studying his hands intently. It scared me, she admitted in a whisper. Why? He asked blankly. She didn't even understand the code words, what they meant. Because someone's after you, Harry, she told him, and he could hear the terror in her voice. Someone who's already done terrible things to you, who wants to kill you. She raised a trembling hand to her mouth as if she couldn't speak anymore without all the fear and terror inside being let out. Silently, Harry wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close to him, knowing there was no way he could deny what she said, only try and make it easier to cope with. Kitty held onto him tightly, trying to figure out what she thought and understand what she was feeling, breathing deeply yet shakily. It is going to be okay, isn't Harry? She asked him, not really knowing why. It sounded so lame and childish, even to her. Maybe. One day, he told her softly, and she took another deep breath. If he even touches you, I'll kill him, she said vehemently, taking herself by surprise. Where had that come from? My bodyguard, joked Harry, smoothing down her hair. She gave a choked laugh and drew back, studying Harry's face intently as she tried to imagine what it would feel like to lose Harry. If this riddle person caught up with him, how it would destroy her world. Harry seemed to read her mind because he gave her a slight smile. I'm not going anywhere, you know. You're stuck with me, sorry. I don't mind, she shrugged, trying to lighten up herself. You're fun to have around anyway. Nice to know I'm appreciated, he laughed and she gave a smile. Harry smiled back, finding it hard to keep all his thoughts within his head now. His worries about Voldemort, Tonk's phone call, Kitty's worry. He felt like something big had just happened between him and Kitty. Although he couldn't put his finger on what it was, he just felt different now. Different towards Kitty, and it was better somehow. But she still isn't asking you to explain, he warned himself. And one day she will. Tonks stumbled out of the fireplace of Grimmauld Place into the kitchen, banging her knees on the stone-flagged floor with a wince and a curse. She muttered something under her breath and slowly got to her feet, looking around to see if anyone had noticed. She was greeted by almost the entire order, sitting at the kitchen table, all staring. Watch her, guys, she said painfully, brushing her palms onto her jeans and trying to appear more calm and collected. Everyone stared back at her solemnly and she instantly tensed up. Something had obviously happened. What's wrong? She asked anxiously, leaving her bag on the floor as various items rolled off. Something's happened, hasn't it? Not really, said Bill, giving her a funny look. In fact, she realized, looking from face to face, they were all watching her in a very peculiar way. If it's about me missing last night, I'm really sorry, she began anxiously. It's not about that, he said, giving a look towards Kingsley. Well, what is it? She demanded, feeling slightly angry. Why were they messing her about like this? Kingsley tells us you've got a new job, said Moody accusingly, and Tonks felt suddenly slightly ill. They were all waiting for her to explain, but she could do nothing but shrug her shoulders. Yeah, I have, she said, picking up her bag off the floor and stuffing her work robes back into them. Didn't realize that was such a big deal. It's at Azkaban, said Charlie, sounding torn between anger and disbelief. Yeah, she shrugged, avoiding everyone's eyes, and you didn't think of telling us, exclaimed Molly, and Tonks jumped slightly, as if a child being reprimanded. I only started today, she said, giving a nervous laugh that fell on deaf ears. Oh come on guys, why are you acting as if someone's died? It's just a job. In Azkaban, pointed out Charlie accusingly. Yes, I had noticed, she snapped. It's incredibly dangerous, said Molly, and Tonks knew instantly what she meant. It's too dangerous for you, you can't do it. The prisoners are in cells, you know, not running around free range, she told them, still hovering in front of them as if being interviewed. It's still dangerous, said Molly pointedly. So is being an Auror, but you're not saying anything against me doing that, she told them, before narrowing her eyes suspiciously, or are you? Of course not, Tonks, said Bill soothingly, shooting his mother a look. We just wondered why you're doing it. Because I need the money, she felt like shouting at them. Because if I don't this I'm going to be out on the streets, I'll starve to death, I'll be hunted down by the goblins. Isn't it obvious why she's doing it? Asked Moody gruffly, and everyone stared at him, including Tonks. Information. Tonks felt a swell of relief. That was a fantastic reason why she doing it. They couldn't say anything against that. What better way to gather information than to guard the scum? He said, and they all looked back to her, realization dawning. Yeah, of course, she shrugged, sliding into her seat next to Charlie. Anything to report yet? He asked her. Too early to say, she replied, glancing around the table to see not only Remus, but Charlie and Snape giving her odd looks. Well, try and get something for tomorrow's meeting, if you make it, he cautioned her. Dumbledore is coming and he'll want some news on the Harry and Azkaban front. Sure thing, she nodded. He began to speak again, this time over the latest items of gossip he'd gleaned from his reconnaissance mission to the pubs and haunts of known Death Eaters. Tonks just zoned him out, thinking of her first day's shift and how it really wasn't worth the money they were paying her. That place was hell, and Gringotts was breathing heavily down her neck. As she worried about her situation, the conversation washed over her, and she was surprised to find what seemed like seconds later the whole room beginning to leave. She looked around at them blankly, before also getting her feet. If she rushed back now, she might have time for some dinner and maybe even an early night before her shift at the ministry tomorrow. Tonks, could I speak with you for a moment? Asked a voice from down the corridor, and she felt her stomach give a slight lurch. She turned around to see Remus walking towards her, and she gave a wide smile, before trying to calm down her emotions. Of course, she said, trying to jig her bag between her arms and completely failing to catch it. She muttered a curse and threw herself down onto her knees, trying to gather her assorted items that had rolled out. Here, let me help, he said, also kneeling down and gathering the reams of parchments that had fluttered everywhere. It's okay, she said, sounding slightly panicked as she saw her illegal potion beneath the stack he was reaching for. It's no problem, he said, giving her a slightly curious look as, quick as a flash, she reached out and planted the potion bottle into her robes. Are you okay, Tonks? He asked her as they continued to gather items and drop them bag into her bag. You seem a bit flustered. Me? Flustered? She said quickly. No, not at all. It's my new hair color. Doesn't really suit me right. You know how it is. Or I suppose not. He didn't say anything, and she inwardly cringed, before rubbing her face with her hands and continuing. She needed to focus, and him being there wasn't helping at all. And I'm babbling, she said, giving a nervous laugh. Shoot me now. Shoot? He asked in puzzlement. Oh, I've got that, she said suddenly, trying to reach for something he was picking up but was too late. It was a large pack of 5 chocolate bars, and he looked at them for a long moment, and again she cringed inwardly. Sweet tooth, she explained, snatching them out of his grasp. She knew he taught defense at Hogwarts and wondered how clued up he was about magical creatures. She finished packing the bag and picked up her second pair of robes, standing up and giving him a bright smile. Thanks, she said in a plausible impersonation of being cheerful, and turned to go. See you later. Are the Dementors a problem? She paused mid-turn and gave a grimace. Looks like his knowledge of magical creatures was okay. When she turned back to him, it was with a carefully composed expression. There are no Dementors at Azkaban, she said evenly. Not physically, he said with a raised eyebrow, and she felt her face begin to flush. It's not a problem, she told him defiantly. Everyone gets it the same. We must be the only job that gets paid half our wages in chocolate. She didn't expect him to laugh at her joke and was proved right when he gave a frown. Remus, it's not a problem, okay? She told him seriously. I know my cheering charms. I got my Patronus sorted out a long time ago. A bit of honeydukes makes everything go away. You've only been there for a few hours. What happens after 2-3 weeks of exposure? He asked her, with the oddest expression in his eyes. There aren't any dementors there anymore. The vibes are leaving the place, and anyway, prisoners lasted years there with daily exposure and survived. He gave a look that said talking about surviving a job wasn't what he wanted to hear, and Tonks felt even worse. He cared, that much she could tell, but it wasn't for the reason she wanted him to worry about her because he cared about her. Feeling even more awkward and alone now, she made the mistake of looking up into his eyes. As usual, she felt like all the wind was being knocked out of her lungs and he had no idea. She thought, he doesn't even realize what he makes you feel. Why are you doing this, Tonks? He asked her in a quiet voice. We need the information, she began. That's not the reason, and you know it, he cut in. I saw the way you leapt on Moody's theory like it had saved you. You had, she thought strangely. How had he noticed that? Well, we do need information, she shrugged, avoiding his eyes now. Stop worrying about me. I'm a big girl, I can take care of myself. He looked like he didn't really know how to reply to this, and she felt even glummer. It's just a job, she told him, hefting her bag up ready to go. But why Azkaban? He asked her. She looked up to him curiously. There'd been a very strange tone in his voice just then. Then she realized what it must have been, serious. She gave a sad smile and shrugged her shoulders. Why not? Harry's life as a muggle was a simple one. Every morning by the time he awoke on the sofa of Donna's lounge, she had already gone to work and taken baby Jason to her mother and father's. Greg, her boyfriend, seemed to work during nights, and as such Harry had only brief conversations with him when he returned in the morning and went to bed. Kitty seemed to believe getting out of bed before 1 in the afternoon unnatural, and as his nightmares were increasingly encroaching on his sleep, he had hours on his own in the flat to while away. Most of this time was spent reading the only textbook he'd brought with him, Defense Against the Dark Arts, or watching daytime TV. He was secretly hoping some of the popular culture of Muggles would sink in so he didn't sound too suspicious when Kitty began chatting about something he had no clue about. He was beginning to relax now towards the fact that the Order couldn't seem to trace him or Kitty, and he realized the anti-tracking potions he drank and drugged Kitty with were working perfectly. Apart from Tonks' phone call to them, he had seen or heard nothing from the magical world. When Kitty finally awoke, they would sit on the sofa and chat over a mug of tea or coffee for an hour or two before she could be bothered to get changed and then leave the house. They always caught the 49A bus into Wolverhampton city center, which was big enough for them not to get bored walking around every day. More often than not, they wouldn't buy anything during their hours spent walking around shops, content to spend their money in cafes or takeaways, where they spent the majority of their time. Harry had become so used to this state of affairs that he never fully realized that they never spoke about the future, what they were going to do when either they outstayed Donna's welcome or she finally did what her creepy behavior and suggestions had been threatening and go psycho on them. It seemed Kitty wasn't planning on going back to school anymore, as she had turned 16 and instead was talking about getting a job in the city center. Harry didn't like the idea of this, because it meant he'd only see her in the evenings and he would miss her too much, but he'd realized that Kitty was absolutely obsessed with money. She was always talking about how little they had, trying to think up schemes to get them rich quick, which she called her Del Boy schemes. He kept telling her that he had more than enough money to cover them both for a long while, having drawn out a substantial amount of Muggle money from Gringotts, but she seemed to take offense to this. Sometimes he was forcibly reminded of Ron's behavior, especially when she practically stopped talking to him one day just because he'd bought her a movie. In a way he knew, however, that she wasn't angry at him for doing it, just angry at herself for some reason. She kept telling him she hadn't been dropping hints for him to buy it, and that she'd pay him back. It's a present, Harry had told her finally, almost angrily. Am I not even allowed to buy my girlfriend a gift? This had effectively shut her up, and since then she'd said no more about the movie, but instead kept trying to buy him things in repayment. He put it down to the insanity of girls in the end and let her get on with it. But at least he knew she liked the present. He'd seen the movie himself now about 5 times, and she'd often just put it on whilst they were chatting as background noise. Harry didn't particularly like Kitty's choice in movies, however. She seemed to watch nothing but horror, and Harry often found himself being left sickened from the movies, finding the werewolf or torture scenes particularly uncomfortable. Kitty had noticed this and had begun by teasing him about it, although she soon stopped, obviously noticing Harry's expression or perhaps thinking what he'd told her about his parents, Sirius, Riddle, and his scar. Their evening were usually spent watching TV or movies in the flat, as Kitty seemed almost as eager as Harry to stay in the flat after dark. He wondered secretly whether this was because she was worried about her stepfather, who, according to those back in Surrey, was apparently keen on catching up with both him and her after their last meeting. He also pondered the fact that he had not thought to look for Kitty here, at her old best friend's home, but thought back to the various hints dropped by Donna and her strange behavior towards him. Perhaps this was the last place Kitty was expected to be. Whatever had happened in the past between Donna and Charlie was bad enough for her to hold all this resentment towards her. But it was odd. If she didn't like Kitty so much, how come she was letting them stay, and how come she was so nice to Kitty? He hadn't spoken to her about him and Donna's argument yet, deciding to wait and see what was going to happen. As much as he hated it, they were relying on Donna, and Harry didn't want to go back on the streets just yet. One evening, a few days after Tonk's phone call to them, Harry and Kitty had managed to stop thinking about his past catching up with them, yet were enjoying another night in the safety of Donna's flat. This time, however, it wasn't a horror. Harry had finally begged her to choose something different, and so she had opted for a musical comedy. This is an absolute classic, murmured Kitty later that night. Harry smiled and looked down at her. She was stretched out on the sofa, head on his lap, as she struggled to open a small bag of popcorn. It looks old, he said by ways of an answer. 1952, she replied, snuggling down more. Cold in here. He grabbed her jumper off the side of the sofa and lay it down on top of her, tucking it in before wrapping his arm around her. Better. 1 week and we're already an old married couple, she commented dryly, before twisting slightly to look up to him. Thanks. That's okay, he said before giving her a smile. Now how are your bones? Aching. Oh yeah, been giving me jip all week, she croaked out in an elderly voice, snuggling back down. Fancy a mug of hot milk and we'll watch Corey. Corey? He asked. Coronation Street. The soap. She reminded him, giving a laugh. Where've you been? In a hole the past decade. He gave a nervous laugh and began to watch the film again in silence, thinking about the number of times she'd caught him out, not knowing about the latest music, films, everything from politicians to football. He didn't have a clue. And Kitty was smart. She'd eventually figure out something was up, and then what would happen? Can you believe they can do that? Came Kitty's voice, disturbing him from his thoughts. That's a real actor, being able to sing, dance and do a scene, without a break. Agreed Harry, thoughts still on his worries. I mean, this scene right, it's been going for around 4 to 5 minutes, yeah, without a camera cut, and he's really dancing. She said excitedly, I'd love to be able to dance like that. Have you ever tried? He asked her interestedly, realizing this was the first time she'd ever made any reference to something she wanted to do. Only freestyling in the clubs, she laughed, twisting around to look at him again. Never did lessons or nothing. I remember there was this girl we went to school with, you know, Natasha Dean. Harry shook his head to say he didn't recognize the name. Oh well, her mom and dad sent her to all sorts of stuff like that, ballet and tap and stuff, she said, and he could hear a hint of jealousy in her voice. She used to do the can-can in the playground and kick everyone as she was doing it, sorta chasing them round. Horrible girl. At least she didn't put paint in people's hair, Harry said simply, eyebrows raised. Hey, I didn't really do that, she protested, swatting his arm. He gave her a look. Not much anyway. She gave him a cheesy grin. I can't even look at a pot of primary red acrylic now without feeling the fear, He told her in mock seriousness, I hope you've realized you've scarred me for life. You are such a plank, she said, before smiling softly. Are you really annoyed at me because I was horrible to you? Nope, he said, lacing his fingers with hers. I just thought you were mean-hearted and evil. Nothing personal. Oh yeah, well I just thought you were a freak of nature. Guess nothing's changed, huh? Oh ha ha, he said. Ho ho, very droll. I know, I do try sometimes, she laughed, before snuggling down further again. Harry draped his arm around her waist and watched the two actors on the screen tap dancing on the desk. After a while, however, she twisted around and looked at him, slightly perturbed. I was really horrible to you at school, she told him as if they hadn't just had the previous conversation. Doesn't matter, he shrugged. It does. Why did you speak to me? She asked him, a very strange expression in his eye. What? When? He said, completely confused now. On the bus. Why did you speak to me if I was so bad? She was sitting up now and looking at him slightly suspiciously. Because you spoke to me, he said, looking at her just as strangely now. What do you mean? Well, I was such a bitch to you all through school, so why did you speak to me then? I wouldn't have spoken to me if I was you, she pointed out. Why did we go to McDonald's? Harry tried to think of a reason to explain this and couldn't. So he decided to shift the attention. Why did you come to my house, if I was such a weirdo? Because, she began defensively, before sagging slightly, because I did. They stared at each other for a few moments, both trying to figure what they were getting at. She was right, Harry thought. There was no reason why he should have spoken to her, no reason for him to want to go to lunch with her, no reason for him to keep her, but he did, and that begged the question. Why? Prompted Harry, curious now. Because she was lonely, or perhaps she was curious. Or was she just bored? She was uncomfortable now, that much Harry could see. She looked almost angry for him asking. Suddenly she got up and after a moment's pacing picked up her pack of cigarettes and lit up. She folded her arm around her waist and stood in the center of the room, surreptitiously watching him as she stared at the wall. Why was she suddenly so stressed? It doesn't matter, he said finally, trying to break the weirdly strained atmosphere. Let's just watch the film. She looked as if she wanted to disagree, but didn't say anything. What's the problem? He asked, sitting forward now. So we didn't like each other then, so what? That was then, this is now. Yeah, she agreed, finishing her cigarette surprising quickly and flicking it into the ashtray. He looked at her, completely nonplussed now. He had the feeling he'd done something wrong. We never really talk about before, do we? She asked cryptically. Before? He asked neutrally, a prickle of fear creeping over him. She didn't say anything for a moment, shuffling closer to the sofa. Why you left? The Dursleys' stuff, she said hesitantly. There's nothing to say, he said firmly, turning to watch the film again. She bit her lip and sat down next to him. She was trying to be serious again and it always unsettled him, especially the way she kept going to say something, thinking better of it and snapping her mouth shut. He couldn't help his thoughts running back to the letter in his backpack. Antonius Quibble, Sirius, the Order, Voldemort. Kitty would never even begin to understand, and this made him so sad but also almost angry. Some things have to be said. He looked across to her, almost surprised. He'd been so lost in his own thoughts he'd forgotten why he's starting having them. There's nothing to say, he repeated, shrugging. He wasn't ready for this conversation. Then why the nerves? She said quietly, resting a hand on his knee, which he'd unconsciously been tapping. Because you're acting weird, he teased half-heartedly. I'm just worried, Harry, she told him. He was so taken aback at her admission that she was not totally in control of everything around her that he merely stared at her for a few moments. Why? He said blankly. Because, she stated, I don't know what it is you're running from, and you know what I am. You've seen it and I've told you, when I never tell other people. She wants to know, was all he could think. She's sick of questions with no answers and secrets. Say something, she protested, swatting him on the arm a little too hard. Don't just stare at me as if you're finishing the conversation in your head. Kitty, he said awkwardly, turning away from her accusing look, I don't know what you want me to say. Yes, you do. What? He asked stolidly, refusing to look at her now. I just want you to trust me, she said emphatically. I do trust you, he told her awkwardly. There's just nothing to tell. Yes, there is, she stated, sounding almost hurt. Harry didn't say anything, staring off at the TV screen as she watched him, frustration growing. Harry, she asked, as if expecting more than an answer. There wasn't anything he could say that she could understand, so he didn't say anything at all. Kitty, he could see out of the corner of his eye, had the look of deepest hurt spread across her face. When she finally accepted he wasn't going to say anything more, she jumped up again and headed into the kitchen. Harry gave a heavy sigh, rubbing his eyes with his hand. He wasn't entirely sure what just happened, but he knew it wasn't good. When she returned, she handed him a glass of Coke wordlessly and sat down beside him, but not next to him. Kitty, he began awkwardly, wanting to explain or apologize. Let's just watch the film, she said impassively. Okay. He turned back to the TV glumly, taking a sip of his drink. He wished she'd put a shot of whatever strong-smelling alcohol she had in her glass into his. It's left here, dear. Ottery Street. Catchpole. The words tore Hermione out of her deep thoughts and she glanced out the window, seeing the familiar village flash past as her parents drove her once again to the burrow. She had insisted on withdrawing them from the Flow network, no matter how useful it was just too dangerous these days, and as such driving by car was the quickest way she'd be getting anywhere. Hermione, said her mother quickly, tidy yourself up a bit, we're nearly there. She nodded wordlessly, packing her book into her bag, almost laughing at herself for thinking she'd be able to read during the trip. How could she think of anything else except Harry's disappearance? She still had trouble believing it, even now, even with the letter from Ron clutched in her hand. Even with a second letter, explaining similar circumstances but looking a lot more tear-stained and distressed from Ginny. She folded these both away and into her bag as they pulled up the long dirt track road to the burrow, self-consciously running a hand through her hair and rubbing some life back into her face. The engine was killed and Hermione climbed out of the car, her parents following suit, looking up at the creaking edifice of the Weasley household with well-concealed antipathy. Despite her parents' misgiving, Hermione couldn't help but feel a warm rush of affection for the place she'd come to spend as much time in as her own home, remembering summer lunches in the garden and winter evenings in the living room playing chess. Mrs. Weasley, she saw, was standing in the front yard, scattering feed for the chickens, and looked up to see them in surprise. Hermione dear, she cried, rushing over, abandoning her poultry, we didn't expect you until this evening. Hello Mrs. Weasley, she said, allowing herself to be engulfed in the motherly hug, we caught an earlier flight home. Any news? No, nothing as of yet. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, she paused, wiping her hands on her apron and shaking each of her parents' hands warmly. Lovely to see you again. Would you like some tea? That'd be lovely, her mother said gratefully. It's been a long trip. Why don't you go and see Ron? Suggested Mrs. Weasley tactfully. He's down in the garden. I think he'd be glad of the company. Hermione merely nodded and set off at once, through the courtyard, around the quay, dotting gate and into the tangled wilderness of the Weasley garden. A horrible knot seemed to have developed in her stomach ever since she'd heard the news from Ron, but now it seemed to increase even more, as if being surrounded by magic suddenly made it more realistic. Rushing forward even faster, she caught sight of familiar Ginger Weasley hair amongst the apple trees down by the river. Sure enough, as she got closer she recognized Ron, looking out of place in muggle shorts and a t-shirt, slowly picking apples off the nearest tree. In his arms was a large wicker basket, already looking full of apples, and Hermione halted, watching Ron working away silently for a moment, knot in her stomach decreasing slightly. Hi Ron, she said finally, walking over towards him quickly. He spun around, apple in hand. Forgotten. Hermione, he said blankly, you're early. He tried to hide the basket from her view, ears turning red with embarrassment. We caught an earlier flight back, she explained once again. Your mum said there was no more news. No, nothing, he said heavily, placing the basket on the floor and dusting his hands off on his shorts. No one's got any idea where he is. Oh no, she mo. Ned, trying desperately to stop the tears from threatening once again. I don't understand how this could have happened. Me neither. He shrugged, dull resigned look on his face, the orders being really secretive about it all as well. Tell me everything you know, she said urgently, everything. Ron nodded, placing the basket at the foot of the tree and walking with her down to the river. Explaining how he'd found out about Harry's disappearance, what Remus had asked him about the girl he was with, Ginny's suspicions. She's called Catherine Earle, he said a while later as they sat on the river bank. She's a muggle from his primary school or something. Hermione looked mystified, but he's never spoken about her, never told us about her. Ron shrugged. Obviously Hermione shared the hurt feeling of Harry abandoning them for a perfect stranger with no word to them about his plans or fears. He always tells us everything, she said, voice rising quickly. We've always been in it together. And now he just leaves. I don't believe it. They're quite sure he hasn't been kidnapped now, Ron supplied glumly, prodding a stick into the mud by his feet. Who is she anyway? Asked Hermione indignantly. Just a muggle, he told her. She must have Veela blood in her somewhere for Harry to be acting so stupid, she huffed. Ron didn't think it would be the best thing to suggest the girl actually was really pretty and instead pulled the photo Remus had given him a few days back now of Harry and the girl, handing it to Hermione. She took it wordlessly, studying it intently for over a minute. Ron could see by the look on her face what Hermione thought about the girl. She seemed to have trouble knowing where to start. What do you reckon? He pressed a few moments later. Well, now I know why Harry likes her, she scoffed finally, throwing the photo onto the mud. She's a tart. Hermione, said Ron, slightly shocked at her appraisal. That's a bit harsh. I don't care, she sniffed. Looks at her clothes and her hair, you can tell. It not the same as in the magical world, Ron. With muggles you can really tell what people are like from the way they choose to dress. She's no good. She sounded so despairing of him for a second he was almost sidetracked into anger. She could be really nice, he countered, feeling stung into antagonizing her. You're just saying that because she has big beeps or something, she snorted. This time Ron really was offended. Oi, you're angry at Harry, not me, remember? She looked angry for a moment before deflating slightly and looking across the river. Sorry, Ron, she apologized a moment later. I'm just confused. Yeah, well, he said, shrugging. No, really, I'm sorry. Ron only nodded and an uneasy silence fell over them as Hermione stared at the photo on the floor, watching Harry saying goodbye to the girl over and over again. She tried not to look at the girl, feeling anger boil up inside of her at the merest thought that she was the cause of all this worry and fear. He looks bad, doesn't he? She said, almost to herself. Ron looked down to the photo as well. Yeah, he agreed heavily, a lot worse than when we left him. Hermione studied Harry's pale face, noticing the pinched look it had and the dark rings under his eyes. He's having nightmares still, she observed. Probably even worse now, Ron agreed, with serious. It's been a horrible few months, she said glumly, watching photo Harry intently. He must be really messed up, to pull a stunt like this. I eavesdropped on one of their meetings with Ginny, he admitted, looking slightly worried of her reaction. They had a copy of conversation they'd had with this posh-sounding woman that they were discussing. She sounded like a healer or something. She said something about Harry not being balanced and having a weird grasp on reality. I reckon she was saying Harry's gone barmy. Ron, interjected Hermione harshly. What? It sure as hell sounds as if he's gone mad, he countered angrily. Hermione tried to think of a retort before deflating slightly. How could we not have known? She whispered guiltily. How could we not have seen what he was going through? We could, Ron told her. It's just we're so used to seeing him cope with it that we just forget. Forget what? She asked him, amazed by his insight. That sometimes you can't. Harry was just pouring out 2 glasses of orange juice when Donna walked into the kitchen, closely followed by Greg, her boyfriend, who was carrying Jason. Good morning, she said happily. Morning, he acknowledged, giving a brief smile over to them before turning back to the glasses. How was he going to sort out whatever happened last night with Kitty? He knew for a fact she was really angry with him for reasons he wasn't entirely sure of, All he knew was that he had to apologize to her as soon as possible before she had time to dwell. Unless that's for me, it's gonna go to waste, said Donna suddenly, nodding to the second glass in his hand. What? Kaz, she's gone out, she explained, putting a frying pan on the stove and heating it up. What? He repeated incredulously, but it's 9 in the morning. Greg began to laugh. I thought that was a bit strange too. I didn't think she knew there were 2 9s in one day. When did she go? He asked, still slightly taken aback. At about 8, suggested Donna, and Harry's stomach plummeted. He understood enough to know that this was a bad sign. Where to? I dunno. She just grabbed her bag, said she'd be back later and left, said Donna, looking at him curiously now. You two had a fight? I'm not really sure, he said worriedly, dropping onto a kitchen chair. Ah, one of those fights, said Greg wisely, the kind where they don't actually tell you why they're annoyed, you have to figure it out. Donna shot him an annoyed look, but he merely smiled at her sweetly. What happened? She asked, sitting down opposite him. I'm not really sure, he said, slightly mystified. She just kept saying I didn't trust her and that she wanted me to tell her something. I don't know what. Well, there you go then, said Donna with an air of finality. That's Kaz's problem. What? He asked, still completely in the dark. Trust, she supplied, making Harry feel like he was the only one not in on some great secret. Kaz has big trust issues. Monumental trust issues by the sound of things, supplied Greg, nodding at Harry in sympathy. And if she thinks you don't trust her, then you're in big trouble, she finished. But I do trust her. There's just wasn't anything to tell her, Harry said, sounding dismayed. Listen, a bit of advice, Harry, said Donna seriously. Kaz gets these ideas in her head right. She convinces herself of a lot of stuff that might not necessarily be true, okay? If she thinks you've got something to tell her, then you better find something quick, okay? Harry nodded wordlessly, before looking up at the girl. What do you mean, stuff that might not necessarily be true? She's convinced the whole world's against her, said Donna as Greg beside her nodded as if he'd heard it all before, that everyone has secrets like her. Secrets? He asked quickly. Stuff like her dad, her mom, mysterious bruises that she blames on being clumsy, even though she's the most in control person you ever did meet, she replied, her sudden disappearances for weeks, months, even years at a time. She's never told any of us about it, even though we all knew, so if she's said something to you, then she expects something in return. She obviously thinks you understand, right? Added Greg. It takes a lot for people like her to trust people, anyone really. She never trusts anyone, really, said Donna, and even Harry's glum state he heard a hidden meaning in her words. Does she trust you? He nodded mutely, before running his hands through his hair. You don't know where she's gone. Nope. But she'll be back. Don't worry, Donna said, looking slightly shocked at his confession, before adding, we're out all day and tonight, so you've got the place to yourselves to make up. Remus stepped through the fire into Tonk's living room, noticing immediately the lack of possessions. He'd expected the usual clutter and mess she seemed to thrive in, but the whole place was empty, stripped bare. It was as if with the wave of a wand she had banished everything, including the half-eaten meals and dust balls the size of quaffles that had colonized the carpets. Feeling instantly alert, he walked into the room. Tonks, he demanded, wondering why the hell she'd be moving. She appeared in front of him so quickly he wondered for a second why he didn't hear the crack of apparition, taken aback slightly at the wand pointing straight at him. She stared at him for a long moment as if she wasn't sure who he was. Watcher Remus, she stated, looking as surprised as he felt. Hello Tonks, is this a bad time? He asked cautiously, finding her standing there so tense in an empty room quite disturbing for some reason. What? She asked, before shaking her head slightly. No, of course not. I was just finishing up. You're moving, he stated, watching her as she looked at the room in puzzlement. Yeah, she said in a vague sort of a way. Landlord wants to refurbish the building. Really? That's a little short notice, isn't it? He asked her, still feeling as if her raised wand was pinning him against the wall. Tell me about it, she sighed, before glancing up at him sharply. What are you doing here? She almost sounded angry, and for a moment Remus tried to step backwards, back hitting nothing but a solid wall. She seemed to realize how she sounded, however, because a weak smile flickered across her face. Sorry, that was really rude, she apologized, running a hand across her face. Sorry. No problem, he said, eyeing the wand slightly cautiously. She looked at him curiously for a moment, before following his gaze to her wand and dropping it instantly. She hadn't seemed to realize she'd been threatening him for so long. Right, sorry, she said vaguely, turning around again and surveying the empty room for a minute. I think I packed my pot. And off she went, disappearing under the archway into the empty kitchen, leaving Remus to edge forwards, feeling increasingly more alarmed at her odd behavior. When he entered the sterile kitchen, it was to find her knelt on the cold floor, rummaging around in a cardboard box. Tonks, are you okay? He asked, crouching down beside her. Fine, she said instantly, eyes locked on the box's contents. He frowned deeply, watching as with increasing irritation she pushed things aside until a sudden crunch told him something breakable had done just that. Look, sit down, he said finally, conjuring 2 armchairs and motioning her over. I'll make the tea. With a flick of a wand, 2 mugs of tea appeared and he handed hers wordlessly, busying himself studying her as she drank gratefully. They eventually drained the last dregs before he felt confident enough to speak. So, are you going to tell me what's wrong? Nothing is, she replied, curling her legs up beneath her in the deep chair, just tired. You look more than tired, he observed. Thanks, she smirked sarcastically, and he merely raised an eyebrow at her. No problem, he said steadily. Why are you tired? Lack of sleep, she merely said. My head's everywhere. Well then you need to get some rest, he told her. You have got another place to go, haven't you? Yeah, was all she said, no details. Well, go home. I can't, she mumbled, burying her head into the arm of the chair. Why not? He asked, frowning again at her odd behavior. Because I have to go home, she replied in a muffled voice. I don't understand, he said. I have to go and visit my mum and dad, she said in an even quieter voice. He nodded quickly, finally understanding the reason for her strange behavior. Her family was a very touchy subject for Tonks. Is she okay? He asked gently, for fear that the situation might be more serious than she thought. She fell over yesterday, Dad said, she told him, looking over to him through a shield of dull brown hair. Apparently she was trying to find me in my cot. He watched her, feeling painfully sorry for her. She can't even remember I'm not a baby anymore, Remus, she said painfully, and I don't want. What? I don't want to have to see that anymore, she whispered, guilty and self-loathing look in her eyes. I know you don't, Tonks, I wouldn't either, he tried to comfort her, but she needs you, your dad needs you. I know, she said in a strangled tone, but it hurts, too much, I can't take it anymore, all of it. In shock he watched her raise her trembling hands to her face as she began to cry, quiet, grief-filled tears that seemed to echo around the empty room loudly. Tonks, don't, he tried, shuffling out of his chair and kneeling in front of hers. She shook her head as if to say she had no choice in what was happening, trying to pull in calming breaths that turned into nothing more than shuddering sobs. Come here, he said in a low voice, pulling her into a hug which she gratefully received, burying her face into his shoulder. He sat in silence as he let her cry, rubbing her back in what he hoped was a comforting manner, understanding why she was so upset but wondering what Tonks meant by not being able to take it anymore. Tonks? He finally asked when he heard the tears subsiding. She didn't reply at first, pulling out of his embrace and rubbing her eyes for a long time, pressing the heels of her palms into her eyeballs, making slow, steady breaths. Feel any better? He asked her anxiously. She managed to give a watery splutter of a laugh. No, and now I've got the added embarrassment of crying all over your shoulder and making your robes wet, she sniffed, trying to attempt some humor. Robes dry, he said quietly, and don't be embarrassed, it's only natural, what goes on between friends, stays between friends, right? Right, she said flatly, staring at the floor. Another cup of tea then? He asked her. No, I better go, she said painfully, looking towards the fireplace with dread. Listen, Tonks, how about, He began hesitantly. I could come with you. You what? Only if you wanted, of course, he added hastily. Keep you company, say hello to Ted and old Annie. You want to come? She asked in a shocked voice, broken out of her mood by the unexpectedness of the offer. If you don't mind, he asked, slightly unsure of her reaction. I'd love for you to come, she said truthfully, taken aback. Good, well, shall we go? He asked, coming over business-like all of a sudden. Yeah, she said vaguely, staring at him in a whole new light. He helped her to her feet and led the way to the fireplace. With a flick she shrunk the trunk and placed it in her pocket, shortly followed by the kitchen box and gave the apartment one last look. With a sigh, she pulled out a pouch of powder, gave one last sniff and stepped into the flames. The Heathers. Harry stepped off the bus, waiting for it roar past before he looked up at the looming edifice of the block of flats, a mass of twinkling lights against the dark night sky. He stared at it for some time, taken aback at how much it looked like his first view of Hogwarts, out on the lake, in that small boat, looking up to see all those lighted windows. A car whooshed past down the road, horn blaring, breaking him from his reverie. With a deep sigh, he began to trudge towards the building, trying to stop himself wishing it was Hogwarts and wondering where Kitty was. He'd scoured everywhere she'd taken him or talked about since the morning and seen neither hide nor hair of her, and he was trying to block out the thought that she'd run away again. Surely last night's weird argument type thing wasn't that bad. He was jostled roughly by a group of kids wandering past and he glared after them before noticing where they'd just walked past, a small park. Without thinking he pushed open the rusty gate, wandering across the tarmac floor until he stopped by the swings, flopping down onto one of them with another sigh. He snaked his arm around the chains, barely swinging back and forth with the push of his toe as he stared at the floor, thinking. If Kitty really had left, surely she'd have said goodbye at least. He tried to comfort himself with this thought but couldn't help the treacherous whisper in his mind that Donna hadn't even seen her for 2 years, not even a phone call. Great disappearing act, he thought glumly, before the voice whispered once more. About as good as you. His stomach writhed guiltily as he tried to imagine Hermione and Ron's reaction when they'd found out, how they must have worried, then got angry, how they must hate him now. He gripped the chains of the swing tightly. Maybe he should ring Hermione, just to let her know he was still, well, alive for a start. He saw a movement out of the corner of his eye and he tensed up, looking left slightly to see Kitty sitting on the swing next to him. His happy greeting died in his throat as he saw the carefully arranged blank expression, her tense jaw and the way her knuckles were white as they gripped the chains. He turned back to staring straight ahead of him. At least he knew she was still about, still upset with him, but around nevertheless. Harry found himself wondering why she always found it necessary to disappear as she did without a word, whether she really would do it to him one day, if Donna had been right about him being the first person she'd ever trusted. That seemed like a huge responsibility to him, and he knew that she was waiting for an explanation, for him to explain all those weird occurrences and plot holes in his life. The silence stretched out around them until he could take it no longer, hating her anger. Sorry about last night. There was nothing but the sound of the squeaking chains as the swings creaked backwards and forwards. Harry gulped nervously. I didn't say anything because I don't trust you, okay? Far from it, he said awkwardly. It's just, I'm a bit like you really. I don't like just being asked to talk about something on demand. She still didn't say anything, but he fancied that she wasn't stubbornly ignoring him like before, but listening, and waiting. He gave a slight, nervous laugh. I'm not very good at explaining myself either. Explain my feelings, and everything. Me too, she said quietly, feet scuffing at the bark shavings beneath their feet. And I realize that for you to trust me is a big thing, he continued, staring at the floor hard now, and I trust you, and I will tell you everything, soon. She nodded mutely, as he realized what he'd just promised. It was something he could never do. He could never tell Kitty everything. She wouldn't understand. There was only so much he could lie about and wallpaper over with Muggle words before he got lost. But he found that he wanted to tell her, desperately. He wanted her to understand. I shouldn't have pushed you, she said finally, looking across to him. I wouldn't have said anything either if you'd done that to me. He nodded mutely. And, she continued, sounding unsure and awkward about herself now. I know I can't imagine what it's like to lose family and friends that you care about, the way you did. I just want you to know that I. She trailed off helplessly. I know, he supplied, understanding exactly what she was trying to get across. Thanks. She gave a pleased, yet embarrassed smile. Good. He nodded to himself, staring at the ground, unsure of what to do or say next. He had the feeling everything had been resolved for now, but suddenly he felt like he had a round show most of the time, like he had no clue what was going on with her. He had a sudden flash of panic that him and Kitty would turn into the disaster that he and Cho had been. Why was he so bad at the girl thing? Hey thinker, said Kitty, breaking him out of his reverie. Huh, how about a tub of ice cream, your choice of flavor, and a video? She suggested, eyes alight. And just like that, the old Kitty was back and Harry gave a wide grin. Sounds good, he agreed, getting up off the swings with her. They walked towards the gate to the park and towards the shops. Oatmeal and cookie flavor? He asked hopefully. An American Werewolf in London? She replied. He rolled his eyes but couldn't keep a smile off his face. Maybe he wasn't so bad at the girl thing after all. Watch her, princess. Daddy. Tonks was almost instantly pulled into a hug by her beaming father, which she sank into gratefully, hanging on a few seconds longer than normal. She breathed in his familiar smell and closed her eyes as she was transported back to her childhood, back to a better time. As she pulled away, Remus stepped through the fire too and Ted gave one of his booming laughs. Now here's a face I haven't seen for a long time. He chuckled, pumping Remus, hand up and down in a hearty handshake. Why, it's young Remus Lupin, up to mischief. Not so young anymore, replied Remus dryly, brushing his graying hair off his forehead. How are you, Ted? Fine, fine, he said, giving another laugh and slinging an arm around Tonks' shoulder. All the better for seeing my little girl. Dad, wheedled Tonks, flushing slightly. Come now, princess, he admonished happily. I look forward to you coming round. Regale us with stories about all them dark wizards you've got off the streets. Remus gave a smile at Tonks' discomfort, which was making Ted laugh even more. She's such a hard worker, he told Remus, practically bursting with pride. Always on the go, doing things, aren't you, princess? It's a wonder she has time to breathe, let alone come and visit us old fuddy-duddies. I visit you as often as I can, Dad, she said, depressed air not seeming to factor in Ted's radar. Her father merely rolled his eyes theatrically at her. How's Mum? She asked anxiously, trying to fix her dad with a serious look. She's well, said Ted, possibly lying or merely hopeful. Remus couldn't tell which. Took a tumble yesterday like I said, but I patched her up well enough. Did a street John's ambulance course when I was a nipper. But then you won't know what that is, Remus. He's not stupid, Dad, sighed Tonks, even though Remus was about to answer truthfully that he didn't understand. Why did she need patching up? Just a few bumps and scrapes, princess, he assured her airily. You should have called me sooner, she told him impatiently. I could have come over straight away. I tried, but they said you were working, he said, and Remus saw how Tonks took this, as if she'd let him down somehow. What happened? She asked in a more strangled voice than before. Yesterday. I was just talking to John over the fence when I heard the crash. She knows better than to go wandering off by herself, but you know your mum. He said jovially, before adding to Remus in a stage whisper, always the same, ever since I met her, crafty little minx, always curious. Tonks practically had tears in her eyes now, and Remus wished her father would stop pretending like everything was normal and give his daughter a bit of comfort. Where is she? Tonks whispered in a tight voice. I popped her in front of the goggle box, her favorite soap's on after the news, he said, frowning at his daughter slightly. I'll just go see her. And with that, Tonks was gone and Remus watched her go worriedly, before turning back to Ted. Fancy a swift half Remus? He asked, beckoning his into the kitchen. That'd be lovely, Ted, he said, emerging into a small, cluttered kitchen. It was strange, he thought as he looked around the room as Ted got the beers, but the house was almost exactly the same as Tonks' flat used to look like. A little more clutter, a lot more mess. He smiled slightly as he saw the pile of washing up teetering next to the sink. He guessed that not a lot of magic was used in the house anymore with Andromeda ill and Ted had never been one for housekeeping. Not that he was that able. Ted's left leg had been stiff and essentially useless for a few years now, Tonks had told him, and he tottered around the house with a cane. "So Remus, what brings you to our humble abode?" asked Ted, sliding a can over to Remus and seating himself at the table with a heavy sigh. "I think Tonks needed a bit of moral support," he said truthfully, wondering how much about his daughter Ted knew. "She's had a rough month." "I know," he said heavily, and all at once the jovial, joking man deflated and left something more haunted, more weary behind. "Poor Sirius, leaving us like that." Remus merely nodded, taking a gulp of beer. "Annie didn't take that too well," he sighed, "and well, Nymphmedora didn't take that too well." Remus almost forgot that was Tonks' real name for a second and almost frowned at the unknown name. "How's she doing, Ted?" he asked seriously. "Really? I don't know, to be honest. The doctor says she's as well as can be expected, but lately," he gave a sorrowful shrug, "I don't know. We're a sorry set of individuals, aren't we, Remus? Cursed, I say." "I know how you feel," he replied. "We've all got our burdens, I guess." "I heard about James's little nodded Ted. "Any sign of him yet?" "Not yet. But Nymphmedora's working on it. She works too much." Remus looking at him surreptitiously, noting the very odd tone of voice he said that in. Ted, however, took a swig of his beer and Remus glanced behind him to see Tonks hovering in the doorway to the lounge still. She was staring at the back of the sofa in which her mother was sitting. For almost a full minute she couldn't build the courage to enter, and when she did, it was at a shuffle's pace, trying not to make a sound. Frightened at what she'd see, she rounded the sofa to find her mother, covered mostly by blankets, watching the telly with heavy-lidded eyes. She didn't notice Tonks at first, and she studied her mother's face, which was dominated by a large cut and bruise her father had inexpertly patched with a mass of small plasters. "Hello, Mum," she whispered finally, crouching down in front of the woman. Slowly she looked away from the telly and stared at her for a long moment. Tonks held her breath, silently begging her to be able to recognize her. "Oh, hello, dear," came the final reply, warm and familiar, just like always. "Mum," Tonks said, close to tears with relief, "how are you?" "Fine, a little cold, dear," she replied, tugging slightly at the blankets. "Here, let me, Mum," she sniffed, tucking the blankets around her and performing a quick heating charm on them. The woman nodded thankfully, and closed her eyes for a few moments, as if to savor the feeling. Tonks nearly grinned at the sight, smoothing down the graying hair and trying to stop the tears. Then Andromeda opened her eyes, looking at Tonks suddenly as if for the first time. "Are you here from the hospital?" she asked curiously. "What?" whispered Tonks, her heart constricting suddenly. "There's no need for you, dear. I told Ted I didn't need a doctor," she said sympathetically, patting Tonks' hand. "You've had a wasted trip." "No, Mum, it's me," choked out Tonks. "Tonks, Nymphmedora, your daughter." She frowned at Tonks suspiciously, who began to cry quietly to herself. "Now really," said the woman, giving a sniff and looking away from Tonks as if embarrassed. "I don't think there's any call for that." "I'm your daughter," whispered Tonks almost to herself. "Me." The woman stared at her with wide, black eyes for a few moments, seemingly entranced by the sight of the apparent stranger with her crying. Then she leant back and looked towards the kitchen. "Ted!" she cried loudly. In a few moments, her father was walking in, trailed by Remus, who immediately walked over to Tonks, who had sat on the floor, face in hands. Ted merely sighed and walked over to the older woman, who looked unnerved and shaken now. "This girl says she's Nymphmedora," she said accusingly as Remus bent down to Tonks, laying a hand on her shoulder. "That's because she is, honey," soothed Ted, rearranging her blankets carefully and handing her a glass of water. "But Nymphmedora's upstairs playing with Kylam." The glass slipped out of Ted's hands, shattering on the wooden floor as everyone looked over to the woman. Tension crackled in the air and Remus looked down to see Tonks had stopped crying in shock, face chalk white. "And now, dear," trembled Ted, trying to cover up his shock, "you know that's not true." "It is," said the woman irately, Flicking from emotion to emotion with such speed Remus couldn't keep up. I heard him a few minutes ago. Tonks gave a choked sob and Remus looked over to Ted worriedly. He seemed almost as pale as Tonks. You must have been mistaken, dear, said Ted, clearly shaken. Kylam isn't here. Now, how about another glass of water, or tea? Who'd like tea? Dad, cried Tonks angrily, brushing away her tears furiously. Sorry, princess, he apologized, pulling a stool over and sitting down heavily. Andromeda looked from one to the other in confusion before her gaze settled on Remus. Are you from the hospital too? She accused. Ted, you didn't call someone else, did you? No, he's here with Nymphmedora, he said, brushing his wife's hair back slowly. You remember Remus, don't you? Friends with little Sirius. Sirius, mused the woman quietly, looking about her for inspiration. But he's in prison now. Not anymore, assured Remus, causing Tonks to give another dry sob. Good, but why's he here? She repeated, looking at him suspiciously again. Not another Dr. Ted. No, he's here with, began Ted patiently, before Tonks cut in. Forget it, Dad, she cautioned, rubbing her face once more. Are you here from the hospital? Asked Andromeda once again. This time Tonks was ready, and with a brave smile, she looked at her mother and nodded. Yes, I'm here to fix you up. And with that, she pulled out her wand and began to peel away Ted's plasters and bandages, and Remus watched in silence as Tonks pretended she didn't know her mother. He couldn't help but feel desperately sorry for her, trying to imagine what was going on in her head behind the mask her mother had forced her to wear, how she could bear the sorrow of it all. Carefully Tonks pulled the plaster off her mother's forehead and Remus watched as she tenderly bandaged the cut, healed the bruising and carefully smoothed down her hair. Ted was watching her, old pride shining in his eyes, and Remus suddenly felt like he was intruding, like he had no right to be witnessing this family's trauma. He had come for Tonks, but now he felt like she'd have been much better off without him here. All done, said Tonks finally, and Ted gave her a small key. On the forehead. Cup of tea now? He asked everyone. Everyone nodded and he disappeared into the kitchen, leaving the three alone in the room, covered with the noise of the telly. Andromeda seemed much happier now she understood Tonks' role as doctor, and picked up the remote, turning the volume of the telly up. Did you hear they caught the terrible man? She asked the world in general. What terrible man, mew Andromeda? Asked Tonks painfully. Remus gave her hand a brief squeeze of support. Why, the Muggle, of course, she told them, rolling her eyes. It was on our local news. I don't watch the news, she replied dispassionately. Oh, horrible man, she continued, seemingly oblivious, with the Muggle potions, you know, the drugs. Yeah, Tonks asked, not caring at all. Well, he's caught now. Too late for his poor daughter though, Andromeda said sadly, shaking her head. You know, if they say missing they really mean she's long dead, poor girl. Remus wanted to shake his head at the sorry charade. If it wasn't all so tragic it would have been funny. Tea's up, announced Ted, wandering back in with a tray. Look, here it is, Andromeda said excitedly, turning the volume up so loud that everyone winced. Police are today celebrating the closure of one of North Surrey's biggest drug syndicates today with the successful capture of one of the ringleaders, Ian Banks. T. Remus, shouted Ted above the din as he passed him a cup. Here's the sugar. Banks, whose flat in Crawley was raided late last night, was found to contain a wide variety of illegal drugs as well as firearms and other homemade weapons. Pass this to Nymphmedora, yelled Ted even louder as he handed Remus another cup. Tonks, shouted Remus. But she wasn't listening. Tonks was staring avidly at the telly screen, looking as if she'd just seen a ghost. However, fears are growing this evening as to the whereabouts of his 16-year-old stepdaughter, Catherine Earle. Remus dropped the cup with a crash as he recognized the name, staring at the photo of the girl as it flashed onto the screen. Reported missing by neighbors of Banks after a violent argument at the flat in the early hours of Sunday morning. Remus looked across to Tonks, who could do nothing but mouth in shock right back at him. Catherine, who has been living with her stepfather since he was released from prison 6 months ago for grievous bodily harm and who also holds a criminal record, has not been seen since the argument and police are concerned for her safety. Anyone with any information on the missing girl is advised to contact Surrey County Police on. Remus, spluttered Tonks in shock. Did you hear that? He began, lost for words. We have to go and tell them about this. Harry dropped the shopping around his ankles and searched his pockets for the key to the flat that Kitty had given him earlier. He tried knocking, but either no one was at home or they couldn't hear him over the pounding music. He was tempted to go for the latter as the music sounded suspiciously like her favorite band, despite the fact they'd been told on 3 separate occasions to keep the noise down. Did she want someone to report them? Find them. Finally, he located the keys and fumbled around in the lock for a moment before letting the door swing open. He was instantly greeted by a wall of sound and the lingering smell of something burning from the kitchen. Kitty! He yelled as he slammed the door shut, stumbling at once in the dim light of the corridor over his shopping bags. No reply save for the swelling, thumping beat of the music. Merlin's sake, he muttered under his breath, grasping the bags and walking into the lounge. He was greeted by the sight of Kitty, completely oblivious to his return, vacuum in hand, dancing around like a wild woman. Despite his previous annoyance, he grinned to himself, dropping his shopping and watching as she, eyes closed and holding an imaginary microphone, yelled along to the song as she repeatedly rammed the Hoover into the bottom of the sofa. Only a very small patch of the carpet looked clean, suggesting to Harry she'd been quite sidetracked from her task. He leant against the doorframe, arms folded, ready to see how long it took her to realize he was there, laughing as she spun around the Hoover in a half-decent attempt at the tango. For a brief moment, he realized all over again why he was here, why he didn't want to leave. Lola! Lola! She whooped, spinning madly and picking something off the table that made his grin lessen slightly. A vodka bottle. Tastes like cherry cola. Oh Lola! She continued, before taking a deep swig, making her usual sour face and continuing to dance. He tried not to feel disappointed for some reason but failed, and he was just about to say something to her when she gave a spin, wobbled slightly, opened her eyes and saw him. Harry! She shouted happily over the music, abandoning the vodka bottle and galloping over. She practically jumped into his arms, massive grin on her face as she gave him a quick key. Been keeping busy, I see, he said dryly, as she landed back on her feet. Essential maintenance, she laughed, before wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning against him. Anywho, I've been waiting for you to come back for ages. I'm touched, he smirked, but it's 3 in the afternoon and you're already drinking. I've passed drinking and am on to drunk. She giggled exuberantly, and you will be too soon, I bet. Too early for me, he said, not able to stay annoyed at her in the face of her happiness. Not when you hear my amazing, fabulous, utterly awe-inspiring news. She grinned, dragging him by the hand over to the table and picking up the bottle. What fabulous, amazing, awe-inspiring news? He said wearily as she took another deep swig. Guess, she said deliciously, bounded away and dancing across the room in a most random way. You managed to cook a meal that didn't explode or taste of charcoal. He joked. Ha ha, very funny. She yelled from the kitchen, before twirling and shimmying back into the room. But nope, surely the lingering burnt smell must have told you how well the bacon went earlier. True, he acknowledged. Stop still a second, will you? I'm getting dizzy just watching you. She stopped spinning in a circle, tumbled slightly and fell against the wall with a giggle. However, this didn't seem to faze her, and soon she was back jiving across the room, grabbing his resisting hands and pulling him to his feet. Come on, Harry, dance, she pleaded, still laughing as she twirled him about. What's got you in such a good mood? He asked, curious now. She grinned widely. I heard from a friend from Surrey a few hours back, she said, pausing for suspense. And, prompted Harry, and guess whose stepfather just got busted for possessing and supplying cocaine? Harry's mouth dropped open. Mine, that's who, she cried happily, spinning around the stunned Harry and grabbing the vodka again. Are you serious? He asked in disbelief after a few moments. As I'll ever be. But that's fantastic, he said, unable to quite comprehend what this meant. Right. Right, she squeaked, leaning forward and giving him a long, lingering key. And do you know what the best part is? She asked him breathlessly when she pulled away, apart from him being locked up for years and years and years. No more stepdad. No more worrying about him chasing after us. I'm free. We're free. Free. He repeatedly dumbly. Free. She whooped, doing a crazy spin and losing her balance slightly, only stopped from falling over by Harry grabbing her around the waist. You know what? He asked her finally. What? You were right. I am going to get drunk. He laughed, grabbing the bottle off her and taking a throat-burning swig. Too right. She agreed as she finally managed to coax Harry into a spin around the makeshift dance floor. All was going well until they tripped on the Hoover wire and fell into a heap on the sofa. Laughing uncontrollably, Kitty managed to maneuver herself until she was more or less lying on Harry's front. Do you know what this calls for? She asked him when she'd finally calmed down. Burnt bacon sandwiches. He asked innocently. No, she said, swatting his arm playfully. We should go out tonight. Dancing. To a club. We could go with Donna and some old friends. How about it? Please, can we, Harry? Part of him was niggling that she might be free of her pursuers, but he wasn't. But one look at her face, glowing with anticipation, made his answer die in his throat. You're going to say yes, aren't you? She said, sounding impossibly excited. Please, please, please see. All right, he laughed, begging is so unbecoming of you. You gave in remarkably easy then, she said, leaning back and squinting at him suspiciously. I'm finding it hard to concentrate with a beautiful girl lying on top of me, he joked sweetly. And now he's trying to compliment me. This is curious, she continued to the world in general in a private detective sort of voice. Methinks you might actually want to strut your funky stuff. Please, he said, rolling his eyes, me and dancing do not go together, trust me. Nah, I bet you like Jekyll and Hyde, she said, by day, mild-mannered runaway, by night, a dancing demon. No, trust me on this, he laughed, I have no hidden talents when it comes to dancing. Well, don't you worry, my young apprentice, where I'm thinking of going you don't really need to dance per se. Where are you thinking of going? He asked her curiously as she placed her chin on his chest. It's called the Underground, she told him, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Like the London trains? He asked and she gave a pleased nod. And why don't I need to be able to dance particularly well? Because it's not that kind of music, she said airily, before leaning closer to him. Enough of this small talk anyway, time for you to have your wicked way with me. It sort of ruins it if you have to tell me to do it, doesn't it? He laughed, wrapping his arms around her waist nonetheless. Hush, we'll edit that part out later, she whispered in a conspiratorial tone, no one'll know. He rolled his eyes at her. There was nothing more amusing than Kitty drunk, except possibly him and Kitty being drunk together. He wondered vaguely what the underground actually was before he was sidetracked by having his wicked way with her, which consisted of one long key, before Donna chose to return. Christ, he heard her say as she walked into the lounge, I should really learn to knock in case I stumble into a low-budget N movie in my own living room. Harry's ravishing me, quipped Kitty, sliding off him and searching for the bottle again, giggling at her own joke. Not from where I'm standing, honey, sighed Donna, unless you crazy cats do it differently in Surrey. Harry gave a slightly embarrassed laugh, sitting up and trying, slightly foolishly really, to tame his hair. Hey, have I got a nugget of news that doesn't really affect you in any way yet will be the cause of celebration for tonight, said Kitty, impervious to any sort of embarrassment. You two are running away to Gretna Green to get married, she said dryly, and Harry nearly choked on the vodka he just tried to down. Not exactly, but a good idea. Harry, write that in your diary, said Kitty in mock seriousness, but nope, completely wrong. It's not quite as good as going to Alton Towers, but better than winning a tenner on the lottery. Wow, that's a vague, slightly strange range, she replied, picking Harry's shopping off the floor and walking it to the kitchen. You've decided to pay me rent. Wrong again. Man, you're crap at this game, said Kitty, good mood unable to be dented by Donna's disarming sarcasm. My stepdad got caught supplying and is going down, dow www'n to Chinatown. You kidding? She said, actually looking impressed. Wow, that's fantastic news. Definitely better than winning a tenner on the lottery. Exactly, so I figured, how about the underground? What, tonight? Asked Donna, eyebrows rising. Strike while the iron's hot, supplied Kitty, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Are you sure it's a good idea? Remember what happened on the night of the Baileys? Reminded Donna ominously. Vaguely, she said, waving it off. Come on, it'll be a laugh. Harry, Disco King, Potter here'll be going, he's promised to show us how it's done. Harry merely threw a well-aimed pillow at her before turning to Donna. I'm only going to make sure she doesn't do something I'll regret. Sensible, nodded Donna before giving Kitty a thoughtful look. The underground, are you sure? Yeah, come on Chuck. This'll be fantabuloso. Donna grinned and looked at Harry for a few moments. I haven't been on a real bender in ages, and Mom can look after Jace. All sorted then? Asked Kitty happily. Yeah, it'll do us all good, she said with a smile, and plus, Harry gets to see the real Kaz. She means Kitty. Disco Queen. Earl, she proclaimed, doing a little spin. Harry laughed along with her and then caught sight of the look on Donna's face, causing him to falter slightly. He remembered their argument when they'd first arrived and the odd feeling he got off her sometimes. When she said the real Kaz, he thought she meant something quite different, and in a small way, this worried him. Later that night, Remus and Tonks had stopped off at a nearby pub, the Wand and Scepter, for a pick-me-up drink after their hard day. It had been Remus' idea. Tonks didn't seem to want to go back to her empty flat and he had soon realized that she was a lot more upset than she'd let her father know when she left the house. In the rush they'd been in to tell the Order what they'd seen on the Muggle news, he hadn't had time to fully understand what had happened at Tonks' home, but now he couldn't seem to think of anything else. He looked across to see her staring glumly at the table, chin cradled in her hand. Tonks, asked Remus, slightly hesitantly, can I ask you a question? You just did, she pointed out in a flat voice, before giving him a look. Go ahead. I just wondered, he began, wondering if this was something he should get into, who Kylam is. Tonks gave a slight start and spent a few seconds longer than necessary in picking up her drink and taking a swig. When she finally answered, it was in a hollow voice as she stared at the wood grain of the table. My brother. Remus stared at her in shock. Her brother. She had a brother. He'd never heard of him, seen him, she'd never spoken to him about having a brother before. She was an only child, everyone knew that. Your brother, he repeated slowly. She nodded heavily and took another deep swig of her drink, nearly draining her glass. Brother, he repeated, just to make sure he'd heard her right. 5 years younger than me, she told him, her voice void of emotion now. He was born when we were in hiding. No one ever knew about him here because my parents wanted to keep him a secret from the family. You know how they took their marriage, and me being born. Remus couldn't find anything to say for a moment, and could only nod continuously as if to encourage her to continue the story. We were best friends we were younger. He was the sporty one and I was the clever one apparently. Odd to think now, hey? She asked with a slight laugh that seemed totally out of place in this conversation. He wanted to be a Quidditch player when he was older, for the Magpies. Your favorite Quidditch team, Remus added, unable to say anything more intelligent. That's why they're my favorite team, she said with a crooked smile. We had season tickets to them, badges, scarves, robes, everything. Where is he? Asked Remus suddenly, regaining the use of his voice again. She gave him a confused look, cocking her head onto one side as if she didn't understand his question. He's dead. Oh, was all he could seem to get out. I'm so sorry. She gave a shrug, waving at the barman for another drink. Remus watched her glum features for a long moment, Ted's words of their family curse echoing in his head. What happened? He finally asked. He fell off his broom when we were playing in the back garden, she said in a flat voice as if the story had no connection to her. Broke his neck when he hit the floor. Died instantly, they said. I had no idea, said Remus heavily, but that's terrible. It was, she said, shrugging again, but I was only 11 at the time. I was starting school in less than a month and he was upset he wouldn't get to play with me anymore. He wanted to play Quidditch, like he always did, so we went out to the garden. She drew in a shaky breath and continued her story, voice almost monotone as she stared off into the distance. We weren't meant to play on our own. I knew we weren't supposed to, but how do you stop him? He wanted to be a seeker, you know, tried to do a stupid trick. He must have known it wouldn't work, but he never had any fear of flying. It happened so quickly. One minute he was there, the next not. I never really understood it, still don't. I can't imagine what that must have been like, Remus consoled, watching as she shrugged and took another swig of her drink. Pretty crap, really. She tried to joke, humor failing miserably at its attempt to enter to her voice, but you know, that's life, right? Pretty crap, really. Tonks, he sighed, even though he felt she probably had a pretty good reason to think that. What? That's not true. She demanded, slightly angrily. A 6-year-old boy can die just like that. A perfectly healthy, good woman goes stir crazy from a hereditary disease which completely bypasses the scum she has for sisters. A perfectly good honest man spends most of his life locked away, only to be murdered when the first sign of freedom comes along. Locked up, like an animal, for nothing. Where's the sense in that? There isn't any, he conceded, watching as she drummed her short nails on the table in agitation. There's no reason, is there? No reason why people like my mum and my brother waste away and die, and the filth that are locked up in Azkaban live to ripe old ages. People like my Aunt Narcissus are rich and wealthy and my parents have to scrape by on peanuts. Sirius paid for the crimes of others while they live long, free lives. They may be rich or have long lives, but look at the price they have to pay, he said quietly, being a lapdog to Voldemort, a murderer, torturer, traitor. I'd rather buy poor and go out with a bang than have to live with that evil, wouldn't you? You sound like Sirius, she muttered mutinously. He must have loved going out with a bang. He rubs off on you like that, Remus said, tending to his own forgotten drink. He understood the sacrifices you had to make for your loved ones. Yeah, well, it stinks, she said vehemently, eyes blazing. There's no justice in the world, is there? No benefit to standing up against the dark, is there? You're an Auror, Tonks, he reminded her in a low voice, leaning towards her earnestly. You are justice, you make things better, you make them pay, right? She stared at her glass for a second before looking up into his eyes and finding only conviction there. Right, he prompted. She bowed her head. Right. That's why you chose this job, right? Why you spend your life protecting people, punishing people, guarding people, right? Right. He gave a frown at her disheartened tone, sounding as if she didn't believe a word he was saying, like she truly believed she didn't matter, didn't make a difference. It's going to be okay, Tonks, he told her. He wasn't quite sure why, or to what he was referring. She looked up at him again, staring into his eyes for a long time as she tried to figure something out. Do you think? Yes, he said firmly, wondering why he was making promises he probably couldn't keep, one day. She gave a sigh, placing a hand across her eyes for a long time, perhaps from the drink, but probably from the mood she was in. Remus sat back and watched her, finishing off his own drink and thinking about what she said. Eventually she straightened up, picking up her glass and trying to take a gulp before she realized it was empty and gave an annoyed frown. Without a word, she climbed to her feet and tottered over to the bar, and Remus felt his spirits sink a little lower. He was so used to seeing Tonks cheerful and being infected by her undeniable sunny disposition that to see her sad or depressed seemed to make him feel a little unnerved. Haven't you got work tomorrow? He asked as she sat back down, uncorking the bottle of fire whiskey she'd just bought. I've always got work tomorrow, she muttered. I mean, should you really be drinking anymore? He rephrased as she poured a generous amount into her glass. She either didn't hear him or pretending not to, because she merely began to drink in silence, staring at the table. Tonks. What? She demanded angrily, slamming the glass down so that a little of the amber liquid sloshed over the sides. You don't need to drink anymore, he told her flatly. Says you, king of self-control. She snapped. I think I've deserved a few drinks after the day I've had, okay? Remus stared into her bloodshot, angry eyes for a few seconds before standing up and grabbing the bottle by the neck. Oi, she exclaimed furiously, jumping to her feet as Remus headed to the bar. We don't need any more, thank you, Remus told the barman, handing back the bottle as Tonks grabbed the back of his robes. What do you think you're doing? I paid for that. She fumed, trying to make a swipe for the bottle the barman had just picked up. You had enough already, he told her steadily. I'm taking you home. Pot and kettle Remus. She practically yelled. I never stopped you. Well, maybe you should have, he replied evenly as she glared at him. If looks could kill, you can't tell me what to do. She stormed. If you don't want to be here, then go home. Don't ruin my night. Are you having a good time? He snapped back at her suddenly, before retreating slightly in surprise at himself. No, she hissed, grabbing her cloak and storming towards the fire. Maybe it's the company, she tossed back over her shoulder. Tonks, he sighed wearily, following her quickly. No, you're right. Why on earth should I try and make myself feel any better? I should be more like you and mope around in self-depreciation, binging in secret with no one to share it with or tell you how much of a fool you are. Tonks, face contorted with drunken rage threw the handful of flow powder in the general direction of the fire, yelled the name of her new home and stumbled into the fire without another word. Remus was left standing in front of the fire, staring after her with a look of deepest hurt briefly flitting across his features. He glanced towards the bar, eyes lingering on the bottle Tonks had bought for a good deal of time before his features hardened and he turned away. 12. Grimald Place, he muttered, stepping into the emerald flames. Harry was sat on the edge of the bath in Donna's flat, watching silently as Kitty put her makeup on in the bathroom mirror. She was impossibly excited at the prospect of going out for the night, and even more so at the fate of her stepfather, but Harry just couldn't seem to find himself sharing her enthusiasm. He had a very bad feeling about the night and he couldn't put his finger on why. Was he worried he'd be recognized, or that something would happen to Kitty? Maybe he was just worried by Donna's words earlier. He'd known she'd been harboring some secret feelings towards Kitty and more vocal ones towards him, but he'd always tried to not let her bother him. Why was tonight different? Too much eyeshadow? She asked suddenly, turning to face him, one eye ringed with black, the other left unpainted. Looks okay. He shrugged and she turned back to the mirror, squinting at herself. He watched her, only half paying attention as he tested his feelings. Was he worried Kitty would do something? What could she possibly do? Maybe he was worried what Donna would do. Can you chuck me my mascara? She asked, motioning to her makeup bag that was clasped in his hands. Here. Maybe it was just him. Maybe all these dreams he'd been having had made him paranoid. He felt like leaving the house would be a big mistake. For some reason Quibble's letter floated into his mind and he felt a sickening jolt in his stomach. Sirius could be in some kind of limbo, waiting for him, and he was here. Too much? Kitty asked again, showing him her face again. Does it matter? He asked in a distant voice. Sirius would be so angry to find out he was contemplating Muggle makeup instead of finding a way to save him. He was so busy with his thoughts that he didn't even notice that Kitty hadn't snapped back at him with a retort, which she so often did when he was off with her. In fact, it was several minutes before he realized she was completely silent and he looked over to her. She had been staring at her reflection for some time, makeup finished a while back. Harry frowned slightly, wondering what was up. What are you looking at? He asked finally. She gave a sigh and dropped the mascara wand into the sink with a clatter and turned to face him. She had a strange look on her face, one he'd never seen before and highlighted by the fact her features were heavily made up. All the black makeup gave her the look of a gothic vampire. What's wrong? He frowned. I could ask you the same thing, she said, sitting down on the toilet seat lid. He felt a little unbalanced by her sudden change in behavior. Kitty liked loud confrontations, but now she just sounded resigned. I'm fine, he said blankly. I'm no good at this makeup thing. I'm not talking about that, she said, clasping her hands together and studying her nails intently. Then what are you talking about? She seemed to think about this for a long moment, nodding to herself as if making up her mind. It's just, I thought you'd be happy for me. Harry didn't really understand what she meant by this, so he gave her an uncertain look. And you just proved that you're not, she sighed in disappointment. You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you? He didn't want to say no at this point as he thought it really wouldn't help his situation, so he tried to wipe the frown of puzzlement off his face. I'm sorry, I've been miles away all night, he began, fixing her with a focused look. Yeah, it's always about you, isn't it, Harry? She asked him sarcastically. What do you mean? He asked indignantly, trying to defend himself before she cut across him again. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? She asked him in a tight voice, how long I've been begging and praying for him to be out of my life forever. She was talking about her stepfather, he realized suddenly, and he cursed himself. Talk about insensitivity on his part. Oh Kitty, I'm so sorry, he began, climbing to his feet. Glad we're on the same wavelength now, she said, turning away from him. I'm sorry, he repeated, crouching down beside her and trying to catch her eye. I know, she said in a hollow voice, before something inside her seemed to snap and turn to him with an angry glare. No, you know what? I don't think you are actually. You're so stuck in your own little world, Harry. I'm surprised you've managed to surface enough to see I'm upset. Kitty, Harry said desperately, feeling terrible. I'm so sorry, I was just thinking about stuff. She nodded heavily, avoiding his eyes. Other people have stuff to think about too, Harry, she told him. I know, he said quickly, I just have a bad feeling about tonight. What? Because I might actually have fun. She demanded, pushing his hands off her knees. What are you worried about? That I'm going to do something. No, he said emphatically, definitely not. I was just being stupid, as usual, right? His attempt at a joke seemed to trail off into the air, but he fancied she was calmed slightly. Listen, he said seriously, placing his hands on her knees again. I know I can be a completely self-involved, and that maybe I don't look after you as well as I should, but I'll try harder, okay? She didn't say anything, but didn't shrug away his hands this time. You've got permission to slap some sense into me if you want. He tried, and he fancied he could see a small smile cross her lips. I just want to feel like you care, Harry, she told him, looking up into his eyes now for the first time. This is such a big thing to happen, and I don't know how I feel about it all, and it's so hard, and all you can do is sit there worrying and not even seeing me. I do care, he told her, reaching up and tucking a fallen braid behind her ear. I do see you. No, you don't. You just asked me if it mattered if I had makeup on, she pointed out. You haven't even noticed I bought a new top. You don't even care that I'm making all this effort for you. I do, he said earnestly. You look gorgeous. She gave small, humorless laugh. You have to say that now. I mean it, he told her seriously, catching her gaze and staring into her eyes. You look beautiful. He leant forward and gave her a light kiss, and she gave a weak smile. Harry smiled back, realizing fully for the first time that he was telling the absolute truth, that she was the most beautiful person he'd ever seen. This thought seemed to spurn his into action, completely bypassing commands from his brain as he leant forward again and gave her a long, slow kiss. The thought that she might even be slightly unhappy with him made his stomach writhe guilty, and as she leant closer to him he fully appreciated for the first time how much she meant to him, what she made him feel. He smiled against the kiss. For a moment before it became deeper and longer, Kitty seemingly forgetting their argument as she ran her cold fingertips down his cheek. Spine tingling and feeling like all his senses had suddenly been sharpened tenfold, Harry continued to kiss Kitty until his head started to swim. Harry, come on, air, she gasped, breaking away. Nope, he grinned, giving her another quick kiss, and mumbling into her lips, you're staying here with me. She pulled back again, laughing slightly as he ran his fingers up the back of her neck, leaning forward and dotting her again. You can't keep me here, she murmured, feeling quite lightheaded now. Want a bet? He replied in a whisper as she gave a small shiver of pleasure. Do you want me to pass out? She asked him breathlessly, finally managing to pull away and fixing him with an amazed look. Since when did Harry act like that? Get your breath back then, he laughed in a low voice, leaning forward and dotting her neck. Kitty giggled uncharacteristically. Okay, she laughed a little breathlessly, so you've proved you like me. Harry grinned, brushing her braids away from her face slowly and studying her face intently. I'm sorry I've been so detached lately, he told her honestly, but I'm going to try harder. I'm trying to convince myself I'm not going mad. You're not going mad, Harry, she said with a soft laugh. Why would you say that? Nightmares, he suggested, thinking to the nightly visitations of Sirius and Voldemort. Everyone gets nightmares, Harry, she told him, this time brushing his fringe off his head slightly. Not like these, they don't, he couldn't help but say, and she gave him a frown of puzzlement. What do you mean by that? For a second he actually considered telling her that his dreams were real, that he could see Voldemort riddle to her, that Sirius was haunting him, but then he merely looked into her eyes and saw the worry that had replaced the excitement she'd previously held, and he realized he'd done it again. She was right, he really did think the world revolved around him. Nothing, he told her with a wide smile, let's just get ready to go, yeah. This is your night. She looked slightly puzzled but then gave a wide, grateful smile. She leant forward and placed her warm lips against the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Thanks, Harry. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.